The dead, cracked earth, dried by the merciless sun, preserves the mysterious traces of long-gone creatures. Against the background of the boundless desert, a young owner on a horse looks thoughtfully into the lifeless landscape. The breath of a forgotten time hangs in the air. The presence of the past is felt. From this moment, his story begins. The prologue informs us that more than 1,000 years have passed. A period of 1,000 years has passed since the Central Plains were united. This time was more than enough for the iron rule of the emperor who possessed supernatural abilities and martial arts to rot and decay as quickly as it grew. This time was enough for the appearance of heroes who protect peace and martial masters, and fair warriors who could not tolerate injustice. But instead of destroying tyranny, many craved power and chased after it, becoming loyal imperial dogs. In those days, ordinary people, peasants, fell into the abyss of complete despair, and when people have come to terms with their unfair fate, accepting the fact that they will have to spend the rest of their lives in this hell, a new continent was discovered that gave them hope. But getting there was not easy. It was necessary to sail on a ship across the endless ocean, a city with extensive forests and plains, high mountains and deep valleys, boundless lands where harsh deserts and calm rivers, lands where incredible opportunities opened up, and many oppressed peasants, masters of martial arts from the underground, the descendants of old kings who were considered long-gone terrible criminals and even madmen who practiced sinister demonic arts. All these people from different walks of life began to cross the ocean in pursuit of their goals. Different faiths and principles, egoism, greed, and the desire for the highest good, all this gave rise to wars, in which each tried to suppress the ambitions of the others, using all possible arts to ignite the spark of this chaos for the life of a new martial kingdom. Without the oppression of the empire, a fire was lit in the hearts of martial arts masters in the battle for their own faith. The sparks of a new martial kingdom have appeared after 1,000 years, and it will not be easy to extinguish them even with the power of the emperor and his troops. All this was recorded in a blood-stained book in the hands of the young master. While reading, he understood that all this was so long ago, turning page after page. But looking aside, he sees the imprint of chaos in this madness on the body of one of the fallen. Since these were the writings of some diabolical writer, the ideal life for the young master was to lie in a comfortable bed and read martial arts novels with a snack. Looking at the fallen boy, the boy analyzed that Luban's Han dynasty was supposed to last for only 500 years, and the only reason why the empire lasted more than 1,000 years was the cursed martial art of the martial arts kingdom. And he looked at this writer. Why is he romanticizing this at all? But the writer didn't care. He was lying on the ground, and it wasn't up to that. The young owner decided to get up and look around. After all, it was not all. There were a lot of soldiers who lay in this place. He walked past this caravan and saw that many of them were no longer able to tell what had happened to them. Crows have already begun to flock to their remains, and the young master was heading to one of the chariots. Judging by the traces of empty luggage and the absence of dead horses, everything was done by simple bandits. They took everything valuable that was in this caravan. But one chest caught the attention of the young owner. He saw some valuable things in it. There were children's things in the chest, which meant that there was a child in this caravan. With a hint of regret, he lifts these clothes, realizing that either they will sell him or grow a bandit out of him, is the essence of this terrible world. But what can he do? His horse comes up to him and he puts his cap on his head, preparing for the fact that he needs to leave. He climbs on his faithful horse. He looks at the horizon where his goal is visible, hits the horse so that it finally starts moving. The horse greedily swallows the hot air of this desert, and the young master continues his journey. Riding a horse on loose sand, he whistles a well-known song. After all, the only entertainment in this ruthless world, and in these cold lands that force people to fight for their lives. The title of this manga is On Western Marima, and we start with the first chapter. The dry air that permeates the western city leaves behind many questions. The streets are empty, and there is noise from the bar. The noise of the residents of this city playing some game while spending time in this establishment. They spread gossip about what is happening around violent fights, and robberies are on the agenda. Today's topic is that Mansok's merchant squad has been looted. It was strange, because they had a lot of guards, and they couldn't do anything. Only one carrier managed to go back. The warriors were angry at this damned war alliance that just beat the crap out of them. People who sow chaos just walk around the world, and no one stops them. And thieves abound both in the village and beyond. One of the visitors to the bar noticed that the man's tongue was loose, and he had better shut it up, because if they hear, they might do something else. But that man explained that let them here if they want people avoid dirt. Not out of fear, but because it is disgusting. Still, those were bold words on his part, but it's easy to say in a bar, but harder to say to their face. At that moment, the young owner enters the bar. When he opens the door, a gust of wind flies by. People looked at him as a stranger, and a stranger in their lands means danger. As soon as the young owner entered the establishment, everything fell silent. He just wanted to ask if there was a place to sit. The waiter, wiping his hands, greeted the guest and invited him to sit where he liked. The boy walked past the tables and was stared at from all sides. He felt as if he was being x-rayed. The waiter asked the guest not to pay attention to the prying eyes. After all, the locals are not used to foreigners, because in their town, it is rare that anyone appears. And lately, it has been restless here. And yet the waiter decided to ask for what reason such an unfamiliar visitor appeared, and what he wanted to eat. The guy asked to serve everything that can be prepared quickly. The waiter remarked that he must be starving and offered to quickly prepare a bowl of noodles, so let him wait impatiently. The stranger asked the waiter if anyone else came here besides him. Suddenly their dialogue is interrupted by a man from the next table who shouts, "Take the hell away!" In the background, you can see that the men were playing a game, and one of them started cheating. When everyone paid attention, it became clear that there was a showdown. The young master sipped his drink and watched this with a cold gaze. A fist bump from one of the players meant that one of them was cheating. He angrily shouts at him, accusing this son of a dog of wanting to deceive everyone. The man, picking his ear, does not admit his guilt. Why is he accused of fraud when he himself does not know how to play? In fact, this man won all day and his opponent lost. But the winner declares that the opponent is simply a loser and does not know how to play, meaning that everyone wins against him, and he always loses. And because of this, he is also upset. This is carefully watched by the young owner who liked the answer at the next table. After all, he noticed the pro-education he was looking for. People begin to find out about relationships by calling each other cheaters and denying the accusations. Because there is no evidence, the man explains that without any evidence, it is impossible to claim that he is cheating, and maybe his opponent just has problems with his head. Hearing the insult addressed to him, the man cannot stand it and pushes him. He wanted to treat him carefully all this time, but this scoundrel is beating him terribly. So if he doesn't agree, maybe let him go one-on-one. And this guy admits himself to be a fool only in the sense that he allowed this cheater to play. As soon as he started to release his fists, a stranger in the hall approaches him and says, "Well, hello, Yan Nguyen." This scares him. Confused, Yan Nguyen tells him to leave because maybe he doesn't see what he's doing. But the young owner persistently emphasizes that he finally found him. At this moment, Yang Nguyen realizes who is in front of him and fear takes over him because it is Zhang Qian. The person who was going to give the cheater notices that maybe they will talk later and now they need to solve their problems. Zhang Qian looks at this man and says that he has no problem with him, so he should just shut up. Yan Nguyen was excited to death because he was surprised to see this person right here. Zhang Qian asks the boy how he has been for 2 months. In response, he says that he is healthy. But how is his brother Zhang? Sheng Han rubs his hand and says that things are not going well for him, but he sees that Yang Nguyen is fine, as is his gang. Yang Guang realizes that this guy must have already found his friends. Zhang Qian informs him that he is the last of them. Yang Guang nervously explains that he did not incite them to this matter because he knew that deceiving the master of martial arts was a fatal mistake, and he understood the consequences of his actions because they were mercilessly killed. Zhang Qian thinks that he is lying because he was aware of the consequences, but still went for it. After that, Ian becomes even more nervous, realizing the consequences of his actions. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, he rushes headlong to run away from this place. Realizing that everything is going as usual, the young owner just sighs, grabbing the brawler Yang Guan's hair with a strong hand. He pulls him back, stopping the escape attempt. The young master slams Yang Guan's face against a nearby table. Everyone present understands that this is no longer a joke, and that the stranger who appeared in their bar has considerable power. Yang Guang lies with his head on the table, swearing that he did nothing. In addition, he was the only one who stayed until the very end, until the last money was shaken out of him. He is trying to find a way out, explaining that they were not going to stop him if he left in the middle of the game. So he asked them to spare him, and be more lenient. Zhang Qian takes the chip and shows Yang Guang that he cheated during the game. There is no limit to the surprise of the players around. Zhang Qian asks Yang Guan where his money is. Lying with his head on the table, Yang Guan explains that he spent the money to pay off the Battle Alliance. Hatred flashes in the eyes of the young master. He asks why he did it because it's stupid. He just paid for his search. But what else was left for Yan? After all, there is a branch of the Combat Alliance here, and he should at least be able to come to the tavern to eat. Afterwards, Zhang Qian takes him out of the bar. He takes his clothes, looks him in the eyes, and says that if so, he has no money for Zhang Qian, but he has some money he just won so he can use it. Zhang Qian looks around assessing the situation. Realizing the hopeless situation, he pushes him aside, leaving him lying sheepishly on the floor. One of the people present tries to stop Zhang Qian, explaining that Yang Guang won this money by deception and it belongs to him. Zhang Qian looks at him and replies that it is not his problem, and that he could get his money from Yang Guan later. This man explodes with anger. Zhang's words are empty for him. Unable to resist, he rushes towards him with hatred, saying that perhaps he does not understand. Zhang Qian grabs his hand that was flying towards him and makes this man fall to the ground. He hits his face on the floor. A big commotion begins in the bar. One of the soldiers thinks that Zhang allows himself too much. Swinging at him, his blow does not give a result. However, the young owner catches him and quickly calms him down. The next person who intervenes in the fight gets what he deserves. He grabs their clothes and pulls them to him, making them bump their heads against each other. After this strong blow, they lose their temper. The rest of the visitors understand that it is not necessary to interfere in the fight. Yang Guang, aware of the power of this guest, cannot utter a word. Zhang Qian turns and glares at his victim. He approaches him, and Yan cannot say a word because of fear. Zhang Qian looks into his eyes and asks if he thinks that this is not enough, but he has no more. And then they are again distracted by a person who intervened in their conversation. With a broken nose, he pokes a finger at the boy who dared to hit him, and declares that he is now a corpse. Zhang Qian apologizes for the blow, but points out that he lost more than his trifle. At that moment, the man runs out of the building. Zhang Qian does not understand what is wrong with this guy, and learns that his name is Jin Yansuk. The young master has one question for this scoundrel. What is he going to do in such a difficult situation? After all, he needs to return the money at any cost. If he continues to evade, the young master will tear out his dantian and make him eat it. Yang sees some positives in the fact that he has some chi energy. But the young master does not joke and looks coldly into his eyes. This makes Ian think, and seeing his fist in front of him, he understands that things are bad. He asks to back off at least a little because he has some money in his pocket. After starting to look for them, he becomes even more nervous. After all, this is his last precious jade ring. He bought this thing in New Sijuan. This is real jade, so if you find a suitable buyer, you can get a good amount. After that, he asks Brother Zhang if this is enough. Zhang is already holding the jade ring in his hand. Understanding its value, he accepts it as payment. But not everything is so simple. He turns around and sees that several ill-wishers appeared on his way. These people did not come by chance, called that scoundrel Jin Yang Suk. Zhang, not paying attention to these scoundrels, already asks the waiter where his bowl of noodles is because he is infinitely hungry. After a while, the bar became unusually quiet. The miso ramen was already on the table, emitting a fragrant aroma. Zhang Qian was approached by a man who gave everything he had to pay off his debt. He emphasized that now is not the best time to eat noodles, and added that it would be better if they got out of here sooner. Zhang Qian, in turn, did not pay attention to this, and calmly finished his ramen. His friend told him that he is not warning him because he does not like him, but because the person whose nose he broke, he should not have been touched, but it seems that the young owner was indifferent to his words. All Zhang Qian wanted from his interlocutor was for him to keep talking, and he told him that Yang Suk may look like a fool, but no one touches him here, and his older brother, judging by the information, is a master of martial arts. Zhang Qian was not afraid of anything because he also practices martial arts. His friend knew this very well because who could not know about the young master Zhang Qian from Amju Valley? Everyone thought the sword was just an accessory until he pulled it out. But then, what's the problem with that fool? Let him stop walking around and tell him straight to his face. His friend said that that idiot's brother was the real problem because Chang Suk was from the Cadaver clan of the Hao sect. The young master became interested in why the Hao sect was running around in the territory of the Battle Alliance. Sensing interest from his interlocutor, Guyan asked for a few silver coins as payment for information. Zhang Qian said that the best silver coin for him is a punch in the face. Guyan was a smart guy and asked to lower his friend's fist. It was obvious that his interlocutor had a bad character. He promised to tell everything for free. They say that the boss of the Hao sect and the Battle Alliance are somehow connected to each other. and as long as they behave calmly, the Battle Alliance lets them pass their eyes. And Jiang-suk is the main one of them. Jiang Qian didn't understand why Nguyen contacted their younger brother then, but there was a reason. He knew that they should behave calmly, and the fact that they broke that boy's nose is a completely different situation. And yet the young master understands that at that time the Combat Alliance worked much better than now. Nguyen confirmed that local residents think the same, and because of this, they have to keep their mouths shut and live in constant fear. From a nearby table, the soldiers looked at the young owner and his friend rather suspiciously. All the time they were squinting, and it was noticeable to our hero. And Nguyen understood that they now have a bad reputation, and the situation is not the best. They were squinting at them from all sides, and it was clear that they were preparing for something, all because of a stranger who came and made a fuss. And while leaving, people understood that there could be huge problems here, and they should avoid the scum sitting in this bar. The owner of this establishment approached the young owner and threw his money for noodles on the table. He will not tolerate such disturbances, so he returns the money for the noodle soup and the room, and asks to leave his hotel immediately. Huyen smiled mischievously and said that they will come now, because if the people from the Cadaver Clan come, it will be problematic for them to get out of here alive. Jiang Qian, in turn, finished his ramen regardless. He was indifferent to the words of both the owner and his interlocutor. He just sputtered, getting on everyone's nerves. Sipping his soup pissed everyone off. And then when he finally milked, he belched loudly in their direction. He was sure that everything would be fine and began to pick food from his teeth. But his friend realized with fear that the strength of the Imperial Army is huge, and the Cadaver Clan has more than 20 people. What is he going to do with them? Nguyen begged his friend to leave the facility with him, or he would have to go alone. Jiang Qian calmly poured himself alcohol, sipped it, and told his friend to get out of here himself and not to talk, because it was already late. And a silhouette of a person appears behind them, which confirms that it is really too late to run away, and this person's voice is quite powerful. It was clear that he was extremely serious. He immediately recognized the same bastards who broke his brother's nose, and he, like a rat, pointed his finger at those people who offended him and asked Brother Hanem to punish these scum for robbing him. Hanem looked at his brother with incomprehension. How did they rob him? And he emphasized that these guys are frauds. Their money is only part of what they stole. Hanem waved his hand and admitted that his brother with a broken nose was a worthless, miserable creature. Approaching these guys, he noted that they are not local, and do they know what can happen if they walk around a foreign village like that? The owner of the establishment approached Hanem and apologized to him, but he does not want to buy new tables. That man looked at him with such a look that seemed to burn the building with his eyes, and the owner realized that the matter and the words he said were inappropriate, and just left this place praying that his bar would remain intact. Nguyen started to panic and got up. He wanted to make a fuss, but his friend rudely forced him to sit back down if he wanted to survive. But how can he sit quietly when this happens? Soldiers began to enter from different directions, who were not empty-handed but carried weapons with them. It was clear that the tough guys decided not to play baseball. And they came to kick someone's sides, and Huyen felt that he was useless, but would get and die in this place. Changsuk called the foreigners friends and wanted to get to know them. He was ashamed to admit that he was engaged in solving such a problem in this village. For him, this place was quite calm, and all this time he was engaged in idleness because there was little work, but today he sees that he has more occupations, and one of them is to punish the villains. Zheng Qian did not pay any attention to the person who blocked the sunlight above him with his shadow. And even Chan felt incredible energy from this person who didn't care that he was addressing him. Nguyen called all this a misunderstanding, introducing himself. He wanted to somehow smooth the corners of this situation, explaining that he only arrived in this city a few days ago and heard many stories about the sense of justice of the person standing before him. And he sees that this person is truly righteous. And given that they met that way, he emphasized that this is part of his destiny. And he introduced the person who did not respond to him as Zhang Qian, who had recently arrived here. Chan pointed a finger at this swindler, and he asked his brother if he was a liar. If he understood correctly, the one sitting on the left is a hooligan. These scoundrels suddenly appeared in our quiet town of Ku, and are fooling the unfortunate residents. And to my brother's displeased face, they responded with their fists. They are not ordinary hooligans, he said. Chan can't turn a blind eye to this as a good man. He won't succeed. He will lead them to the Battle Alliance. If they do not resist, it will be better for their health. All these words caused a smile on the face of the young master. He does not understand why they do not say that they are going to kill them immediately. Chan explains his position that he is a righteous man and would never kill someone in broad daylight in a hotel. But what happened to his brother's face is unacceptable for him, and he promises that these people will not be able to leave the city with whole limbs. His plans are to at least break their arms and legs, and if they don't want it, he can resort to even more severe measures. Huyen turned pale as he understood the situation, and the soldiers under Chan's command laughed at these words. Young Master Zhang saw the poverty in these words. If a person behaves so calmly in such a situation, shouldn't his opponent be wary and think that there is something special about this stranger? Could this strange man be a soldier in the Imperial Army? Does Chan not worry about such things? And seeing his eyes, Chan felt incredible fear. He asked Zhang if he was a servant of the Imperial Army. Looking at him and not recognizing him, he bowed and admitted his mistake. But Zhang still did not say that he was from the Imperial Army. It sounded like he was taking a strong warrior for a fool. If you thought of playing a joke with me, then you are a complete scoundrel. Chan was indignant. Zhang in turn caught the opponent and, using his strength, jumped up, delivered a powerful blow to Mr. Chan's jaw. He flew towards his army in an incredibly chaotic manner. Seeing the damage done, Zhang analyzed the situation. Their leader falls on the table covered in blood and breaks everything. With one blow, their leader was disabled and lay like a corpse. With his teeth knocked out and blood splattered on the floor, his eyes rolled. At that moment, the army that he brought with him was seized with fear. Everything went too far, and no one expected such a consequence. Nguyen, for example, almost fainted. The young master smiled mischievously. Are there no people in this place who can fight back except for the Imperial Army? Hearing these words, one of them ordered to kill the scoundrel. Taking the sticks, they thought that now they would quickly deal with him. Swinging a stick, one shouted that he would now put an end to the life of this impudent. To Zhang, it was just a clumsy move. An ordinary bunch of bandits without special skills, which perfectly accept his fist. In the role of a punching bag, he needs his hands well on them. And no matter how many there are, it's just a game for him, in which he participates as in training. A young master's kick destroys the foolish beliefs of one of the warriors. But there were still enough of them on the battlefield. Throwing one away, several more appear. It was not easy to deal with them, but one by one he put them on the ground, and the teeth of his opponents flew like bullets flying out of their jaws. Those who seemed strong just a moment ago, they faced a person who could defeat them all. And no matter how they tried to catch him, they did not succeed. Zhang, in turn, broke their faces. It seems that he liked this activity, especially kicking. After a few minutes, their strong warriors were grinding their teeth, and they lost consciousness without being able to withstand even one blow. Those who remained looking at the young master, they understood that if they go to fight him, this stranger who hid his powers was incredibly powerful, and they feared him after what he did. But this chaos was dispelled by a man who attracted all attention with just one phrase. He turned all eyes on him. Zhang looked at him and wondered who else could have appeared. It was clear from the sign what it was. A person who holds a position in the combat alliance. He came here for a reason, and what happened in this bar made a lot of noise in these lands. Sweat broke out on Nguyen's forehead when he saw this person. But Zhang didn't care, even though he was also closely watching this person. This man did not come alone. With him were experienced warriors who held swords pointed in the direction of these scoundrels. And this man looked quite official. It was obvious that he was not easy. The young master assumed that this must be the head of the Combat Alliance Department. After all, his badge was visible and glittered on the honorable chest. The chief smiled, feeling that the badge spoke volumes. Especially when you are the head of the Combat Alliance Department, it was the right answer. This old man had just received a complaint that Zhang had attacked the local townspeople. Yang Suk emphasized that this was not just an attack. Thus, he heated up the situation that flared up in this bar. After all, his brother is now unconscious and his teeth are knocked out, and he won't even be able to eat normally. The commander approached Zhang, looked him in the eyes, and asked if it was true, to which the young master replied that no one canceled self-defense. But the word self-defense seemed doubtful to the commander. Zhang drew the commander's attention to the fact that he was fighting alone against 9, and of those 9, 8 had clubs in their hands. However, the commander noted that he appeared unharmed. To Zhang, this group of 9 people turned out to be morons. The commander even smiled at these words. And Zhang demonstrated that everyone here is simply unconscious and not dead. Yang Suk did not understand why he was not detained because his older brother was lying unconscious. He suffered so much that even his nose was broken. The commander looked at the situation and thought about it, and he ordered his soldiers to detain him anyway. The soldiers accepted this order, without question, and Yang Suk was glad that the scoundrel would finally be arrested. In front of his eyes, the commander's soldiers are coming from the sides, and he wants to see the result. Will the boy cope with the battle alliance? But these warriors did something interesting. They took their swords, and they were at Yang Suk's throat. These blades were aimed at him, and not at the young master. Looking at this, Jang himself became curious about what was happening, and yet Yang Suk did not understand what the boss was up to. The commander replied that 9 people, including the leader, were defeated. If so, what reason does he have to tolerate a bastard like him? These words sounded stern and casual to Yang Suk. After all, for the commander, only Jin Yang Suk and Moon Ju have shown any martial arts, and if they are defeated, they themselves are responsible for it. All others will be handled by his subordinates. Then Yang Suk could not stand it, and said that when his brother wakes up, he will take revenge on the sheriff. But clicking his fingers, the commander gave a gesture to his soldiers, that they keep their heads down and go inside this house. After all, as soon as his brother wakes up, the only thing he will see is prison bars. And here such a problem arises. The brothers definitely did not expect to find themselves in such a bad situation. The bodies of these defeated soldiers begin to be taken away by the commander's soldiers. In turn, the young master puts a cap on his head, and he's about to leave, but the sheriff stops him. He noticed a lot of potential in him because he dealt with these scoundrels quite easily. His skills turned out to be quite good. "Where did he study?" asks the sheriff. Jang, in turn, thought about whether he should answer this question, and he began to look in his pocket for something special. He gives money to the owner of the establishment for the inconvenience caused. He puts them on the table, for which the owner thanks him endlessly. And in the end, he never answered the sheriff's question. He opened the door of this institution and silently left. The commander noted that this guy does not suffer from verbosity. Only a slight atmosphere of chaos remained in the bar. Stepping out into the endless desert, the young master set out with his horse. But Nguyen followed him and asked him to wait. Nguyen was confused by Zhang's behavior. He revealed the whole situation in this city, but continues to act as if he was expelled. He was surprised why the boss behaved like that. It is logical that the criminal is one of the employees of the Combat Alliance, and if he made so much noise, then it is better for him to leave. Nguyen is not sure about the thoughts of the young owner. If he does his job well, the residents will still gossip behind his back. As far as he knows, a special unit of the Combat Alliance is patrolling somewhere nearby. The chief did not have time to make a move as the patrol group was already ready. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian appeared and put Chang Suk down with one blow. Was he lucky? Just think how tolerant the Battle Alliance has been. In any case, he did not see intelligent and thinking people among the scum of the Battle Alliance. Looking forward, Zhang still saw something unknown in front of him, and Nushuyan continued to humiliate the soldiers of the Alliance, calling them mentally retarded, saying that intelligent people will not serve in the Combat Alliance. In general, it is unexpected for him that Zhang does not want to cooperate with Nguyen. They stopped at a road sign. When Zhang asked where this young man was going, he was more interested in where Zhang himself was going, to which the young master replied that away from him. This made Nguyen smile as if nothing had happened, but Zhang doesn't want the time to ever come when they cross paths again. If he follows him, he'll definitely be left without legs. So let him go where he wants. Hoyan tried to get the young master to listen to him. However, he selfishly leaves the swindler without looking or looking back, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Understanding how this scoundrel behaves arrogantly and self-confidently, he is not like anyone from the valley. Nguyen has no choice but to find out more about him. It's time for him to go somewhere, because the sun will set soon and he was kicked out of the city. It was complete bad luck. Soon night came, and the moon illuminated the way for the soldiers. But for Zhang, it was a time when he could light a fire. Pour yourself a strong drink, put your sword by your side, and enjoy this evening. But today, something did not go according to plan, and he tasted it. A rather tasteless abomination that he did not like. Then the young master suspected his horse in the ground. It was clear that this liquid could be some kind of residue. As if nothing had happened, the horse fell to the ground and pretended to be asleep. Zhang promised himself that one day he would still sell this pest. Having put down a glass, all that remains is to spend the night and leave at dawn. But the words of the sheriff do not give him peace of mind when he asks where he studied martial arts. The young master learned them by reading stories about martial arts. He remembers that moment, when he was very young and was in another world. In a world where he was constantly looking at his phone. He saw flashing traffic lights. He saw the modern world with its worries. The guy was walking with a guitar on his shoulder, but suddenly an incomprehensible car appeared at the pedestrian crossing. For some reason, she flew at them with incredible speed. Next to him walked a girl who opened her mouth in fear, and the boy rushed to at least somehow help, and he got under the wheels after pushing a young girl away. This car ran him over, leaving him lying in blood. People around were filled with horror. After all, before their eyes, the young guy saved the girl, but he was lying on the asphalt, breathless, looking at the starry sky. Jang was sickened by these memories. He needed to put on his cap, so that the light from the fire would not blind him when he slept, but it gave him warmth so that he wouldn't freeze at night. And so he got into a strange world. The next day, the young master set off on a journey that promised to be far from easy. This test was difficult, both for him and for his faithful horse. It was still a long way to the next city, and the incredible heat only made the journey more difficult. While traveling through the desert, the boy suddenly smelled a familiar smell. He ordered his horse to stop and froze in place without moving. The wind carried with it the smell of blood, and not just one victim. Heading towards this smell, the young master came across an abandoned camp. There were people in the camp who were stuck in one position forever. Their bodies no longer moved due to the weapons penetrating them. One of them once begged the robbers to spare him, offering everything he had. The robber taunted him, calling him a fool because he understood the truth too late. He should have begged for his life a few minutes ago, when everyone was still alive. The man, powerless and broken, continued to plead for mercy. But the robber did not care. He completed his dirty work without regret. Bloody liquid generously splashed the sandy ground. Mockingly, he advised the man to ask for favors immediately next time, because he does not tolerate wasting time. Holding his huge sword on his shoulder, the robber wondered if his colleagues had already finished their work. If they succeeded in everything, it was time to run away from here as soon as possible. The robbers were happy with today's loot because they now have enough supplies for a long time, but they did not have time to clean the last cart yet. Suddenly, an unknown figure on a horse appeared on the horizon. They decided that this spy in a cap had been watching them for a long time. Jang understood that things were bad. Such scoundrels had noticed him. He did not want to attract attention, deciding that it was better for them to go the other way. But the robbers brandished their weapons and pointed their swords directly at him. Gathering their horses, they began to prepare for the attack. It was clear that they were not going to let him go, just like that. If they decided to attack, he would have to act. He drives his mare to behave more aggressively, and makes her run even faster no matter what. Maneuvering through the desert like the king of this city, he tries to escape from his pursuers. The robbers could not allow this daredevil to simply run away, so they decided to catch up with him at all costs. They were determined to make him regret his decision. Pursuing him, they already imagined how they would make him pray for a quick death. But suddenly the young master turns around, striking them with his determination. His gaze is directed directly at one of the attackers. Clenching his sword even tighter, he rushes towards their heads. With a light but deadly move, he makes a hat trick, leaving behind several corpses. The robbers, looking around, could not believe that their comrades were destroyed in an instant. Unable to control his rage, one of them held his snub-nosed axe, promising revenge. They drive past each other, and the cocky bastard takes a swing at the young master's head. However, his axe only hits the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. And our hero, without stopping, rushes at two scoundrels whom he hated for a long time. He decided that they would pay for their actions by rushing past them at lightning speed, and by making a tough salad of robbers like a master of martial arts in the style of the Wild West. After that, he made the hot desert wind even more unbearable. The few survivors realized that they were facing a real master of martial arts, and were threatened with imminent death. For them, he was a monster from whom they desperately wanted to escape without risking their lives. Their leader looked at the one they considered worthless. The soldiers realized that they would not be able to defeat him, and it was better for them to retreat. Realizing that they had at least some of the loot left, they decided to run away while they still had the chance. But the leader became angry with his soldiers for running away and forced one of them to face his sword. Seeing this, the man on the horse looked at the leader with astonishment, as if he had lost his mind. He asked the leader to stop and show him mercy, but the leader's cold sword mercilessly plunged straight into his head, instantly making him regret everything he did. The leader stepped on the ground and drew his sword. Now they stood face to face, ready for the final battle. One look from the leader was enough to assess his opponent. The young master also looked at the opponent, and for a few seconds they froze. The leader of the robbers noticed in the young master an incredible potential, unlike any other, and asked why he, even though he was not a member of the Battle Alliance, intervened. The master explained that he was just passing by as a decent man. But these words only made the robber laugh. "Why didn't you go further then?" he asked. Zhang looked at this brat and replied that he couldn't just leave when they attacked him. That man excused himself by saying that it was just their job, and there was nothing you could do about it. The young master asked him a sly question. "So killing people and robbing is your job?" And it was obvious that his interlocutor was a professional in this matter. "And what else should we do?" replied the robber. "It has been 100 years since we started to master this continent. During this time, devilishly daring upstarts established themselves on the continent. The Battle Alliance received support from the Empire. A strange clan from the previous dynasty uses old connections, and earns money and also receives other values and resources. And didn't you stuff your pockets by torturing those who tried to settle here in the last 100 years? He finished bitterly. The leader justified his actions by calling them work, and asked why he, as a robber, could not consider it his profession, licking his bloody sword. These words sounded to our hero as a disgusting justification for cruelty. He only admitted that his opponent is full of nonsense. The essence of reality was much simpler. A mad killer, obsessed with blood, stood before him. Holding his spear, the young master prepared to attack. But he suddenly changed his mind and, seeing the robber's reaction, decided to ask if he was a member of the military union. The leader was alerted. After noticing the unexpected sharp maneuver of his opponent, the young master continued. He heard that there was a bounty on the head of this mad murderer. Hearing this, the leader began to laugh and tremble with joy. For him, it was the complete truth because a reward was really set for his head. His aura took on a red hue. The veins on his body swelled with power. It was obvious that he was using a powerful martial art and wasn't just going to talk. In his hatred, this madman built up incredible strength, declaring that his reward would increase even more. He was sure that when everyone found out what he had done, his value would skyrocket. But he was more interested in how much his opponent's head would cost. The young master looked at him and decided that this battle must be brought to an end. "If it interests you so much, I will answer you," he said, preparing for action. He will answer sternly and without pity if the opponent keeps his sword at the ready. Then why not draw his own? They both stood ready for battle, and each of them expected who would attack first. The madman was full of energy and bloodlust. An invisible spark flashed between them, heralding the start of the battle. A crow that accidentally sat on one of the bodies lying on the sand is indifferent to everything around. She did not pay attention to the events that were happening behind her back. But suspecting something bad, she suddenly took off and disappeared in the sky. And at this moment, a madman suddenly attacks our hero. He draws his sword from its scabbard and passes the young master like lightning. In a second, the fate of one of them has already been decided, and only the result of an instant strike will show who will survive. Suddenly, his hat begins to crack on the hero's head. But something happened to the killer's smile. He suddenly froze for a moment, and in the next second, blood began to ooze from numerous wounds on his body. The madman falls to the ground, struck by the fatal blow. Masterfully destroying his opponent who was burning with indescribable power, Zhang felt relieved. He understood that he had won this match. The bloody bandit paid for his bold words. He lay on the cold sand, torn and fallen. But suddenly Zhang felt that someone was standing behind him. He turned and saw a figure addressing him. It was one of the soldiers of the caravan who survived. Despite his grave condition, his thirst for life forced him to ask for help, using the chance that fell in front of him. Zhang wondered if he should help this man. Watching him, he felt a little sorry for this person. The man begged the noble warrior to help in such a difficult situation. Zhang had no special medical skills. However, he still decided to help this unfortunate. After examining him, Zhang realized that the vital organs were not damaged, but the man had lost a lot of blood. He honestly said that the man would not last long in this condition. The man, realizing the gravity of his situation, thanked him for his directness. Despite the fact that they had just met, the man had an important request. He unobtrusively pointed to the place where his son was hiding under the cart. The man hid it there when it all started. He was uncomfortable asking, but he saw how Zhang dealt with the bandits and hoped that he would do something for the dying man. The boy is only 8 years old. He is very easily frightened, but he is not stupid and will not interfere with the young master. When asked about the boy's mother, the man answered that she died during childbirth and his wife's relatives blamed the child for this, which is why he gave up everything and moved to a new continent to start a new life with his son. Looking at his wound, he could not believe that everything turned out so tragically. 3 days from here, there is a village called Jon Sangok, where the boy's aunt lives, the only one of his relatives who loves him. She knows martial arts and is well-bred. For the fact that Zhang will deliver the child to her, she will thank him generously. The young master was not sure that he would be able to get along with the child, and offered the man to solve this issue himself. The man exploded in anger, thinking that Zhang was mocking him, but when the young master touched his body with his energy, the man felt an incredible tingling in his stomach that made him fall silent. Zhang's energy began to glow in the places where there were wounds. The man noticed that Zhang had applied acupuncture on him with his bare hands, doing it so skillfully that the only thing left was to go to the doctor for further treatment. If there were medicines or bandages, they could help, but the man was stunned that it was possible to perform acupuncture at such a level without tools. In this world, acupuncture is usually performed by an experienced doctor who carefully locates blood vessels and uses thick needles. To master this art, you need to study for a long time, and only experienced specialists practice acupuncture. Even Murim residents know what acupuncture is. However, it never occurred to them that bare hands can stop bleeding or cause other injuries. They consider the lightning attacks of the Imperial Army to be the strongest type of martial art. The man understood that now he would survive and wanted to somehow thank his savior. Zhang smiled and joked that the best way to say thank you is with money. The man immediately agreed, admitting that it was fair. However, he asked Zhang to help him reach his son. Taking him on his shoulder, Zhang began to carry the wounded man. The man started calling his son Huang. He asked if everything was okay with him and if he was even still here. And with tears in his eyes, the boy ran out from under the cart. He was incredibly happy to see his father, who was barely able to stay on his feet. The father admitted to his son that he was not feeling well. To the son's question about what happened to him, the father replied that he had been hit with a sword, and when asked if he would be all right, the father simply hugged his son and held him tightly. It seemed to the boy that his father was dying right in his arms, and he screamed, begging that this would not happen. The young master, rummaging through the things left after the battle, informed Huang that his father had simply passed out from relief. At this point, Huang stopped crying, but tears continued to stream down his face. Zhang continued to explain that his father had lost a lot of blood. Huang, noticing the presence of another person, asked who this stranger was. The young master introduced himself as Zhang Gon and said that the boy could just call him Gon. The boy was silent for a moment, and he admitted that he had absolutely no idea what it meant. Gon looked at him curiously and smiled. Closing the box, he quietly put his hand to it. Meanwhile, Huang continued to stare at his father, not knowing what to do. Zhang advised the boy not to pay too much attention, but to treat his father's wound and bandage it. To Huang's question about what Gon was going to do, he replied that he would bring them horses since the cart was broken, and they would not be able to take it. He would gather all the necessary things. Gon advised them to wait for him here. Huang couldn't believe his eyes. This good guy was really going to take them straight to the village. The young master carefully inspected the area. Gon noticed that some horses were wandering around. He started catching them, wanting them to get out of here, unlike their masters. Gon turned his attention to a sign on one of the horses. After reading it, he learned that the horse belonged to the captain of the 3rd Squad named Sundok. The name Sundok seemed to him too simple for such a thug. If he is the captain of the 3rd Squad, then there must be the 1st and 2nd. There is a bounty on this man's head, and even a plaque with his name on it will be proof enough of his death. Looking to the side, the young master saw the father and son who were already ready for the journey. Zhang tied the assassin's head to his horse but couldn't understand why the man wanted him to do it. However, the man only smiled mischievously, hinting that this is exactly the case. They went forward through the desert. Zhang walked in front and father and son followed him. The boy who survived this battle looked back at the place where the bodies lay. A few hours ago, these people were fighting, and now they were lying like trash. The father noticed his son's reaction, but what could he do? Seeing how Huang's hand was shaking, he simply took it in his own and held it tightly to him. He hugged his son tightly, trying to warm him somehow. Wind, rain, and wild beasts will destroy everything left behind. No one knows whether they will become dark ghosts of this world or be reborn as people in another world, but they hoped that they would be able to overcome all life's difficulties here. These involuntary thoughts were the only things that helped them not to despair in this darkness. After a while, night came, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. They organized a halt as usual by the fire. Sitting opposite each other, they silently looked at the fire, and various questions began to appear in their heads. Zhang understood that the boy who was riding with them would not last more than a few days in this condition. He sat on the horse, feeling that he was on the verge of death. If he moved faster, his father's wounds would begin to bleed again. The man urgently needs a doctor, and their delay may cost him his life. Jangon asked if there was a doctor on their way in other villages on the way to Jeonsangok, and the old man replied that there was one village where they were thinking of spending the night. This small settlement near the lake is called Jak-ho. Travelers rarely go there. However, they needed a doctor, and it was important to find out how far it was to go there. If they go at the speed they traveled today, they should be there by noon tomorrow, said the man. Otherwise, they will arrive closer to the evening, and it would be better to rest today and leave tomorrow with new strength to heal him. The man apologized for surviving and causing so much trouble. However, Jangon pursued his goal in this journey, and everything was not only for the sake of the wounded man. He was looking at the head of the murdered bandit, wanting to get a reward for it. The fire burned out, and they decided to spend the night there. A new day came, and they set off on a journey. Meanwhile, the Battle Alliance army found bodies in the desert. It was obvious that these people had died yesterday afternoon. They were all killed around the same time. However, these were not the bandits they were looking for. It looks like someone else killed them after they robbed the caravan. The army realized that it had overestimated the strength of these robbers. No one could imagine that they would be destroyed so quickly. But there was something else. Bandits were usually divided into 3 squads, after which they gathered together to divide the loot. There was only 1 squad here. It was good that there were fewer of them, but one of the soldiers immediately realized that 2 people could not handle them all at once. They will have to pay for the medicine and treatment allocated to them by the Union, and then, if necessary, they will be able to pay more. However, one of them had another interest. He noted that the people from the caravan did not put up much resistance. What happened then? Perhaps there was one more person who did not go with the caravan. The female commander was sure that this was the work of one person, and not a group. The road was not easy. While traveling through the desert, a man noticed that Jangon's horse looked as if it was about to die. The young master also paid attention to this, but did not fully understand the reason. It seemed to him that the horse slept all night with its tongue sticking out like a man. It was so strange that even the boy remarked that his grandfather once had the same bull. Jangon replied that his horse had decided that he were friends. Huang remembered that his grandfather had a bull that also behaved like a human, and because of this, his grandfather often quarreled with him. It has been 5 years since his grandfather passed away, but his son still remembers it. Huang couldn't forget because he always loved watching them. The young master looked at the man whose skin was as pale as death, and realized that they needed to find a doctor today, or the man would not survive. Gon turned his attention to the noise coming from afar. The robbers were already here. They relaxed, thinking the danger was over, but these scoundrels caught up with them faster than the young master expected. When asked if it was still far to the village, it became obvious that it was. They had nowhere to hide as they were being chased by a group of annoying idiots. The man was amazed by what he saw. He survived 1 battle, but will not survive another. He even asked if they were friends or enemies, but judging by the way they aimed their spears, they were clearly not allies. The young master took the man and the boy off the horse and told them to go to the village without him, and he would distract the robbers and then catch up with them. The man tightly hugged his son, who was constantly trembling with fear of what might happen. He understood that it was dangerous to go to the village by himself, but in his condition there was no other choice. The young master will take care of everything. If you want to live, do as he says. These scoundrels have come for revenge and will not stop until they catch up with them. Gon remembered that the man had promised to pay if he delivered them to the village, so both the man and his child must survive. And let them not linger with such facial expressions and run away, said Jangon. They still decided to run away, promising that they would wait for him and take care of housing and food, so don't delay. Jangon warned the man, you better take care of your son. As soon as you arrive in the village, immediately find a doctor. These instructions were clear. The man quickly sped away. The young master began to concentrate chi energy, and his eyes lit up with fire. The desert was merciless, and a falcon circled above them, waiting for new bodies. And so the young master stood in front of a whole horde of robbers. They looked at each other and, without greeting, simply prepared for battle. These robbers were following the monster that killed their brother, and this trail led them to him. The captain of the first squad, Kim Sang-jung, reacted categorically when he saw the losses and asked how to react to what happened. The young master understood that there was no point in talking with them, so he only smiled mischievously. He raised the head of the slain scoundrel as they found the one they were looking for. Jangon threw that head in front of them and said, "Here is your brother from Sundok Grand Squad." The head rolled like a ball across the cold sandy ground, straight towards them. The warriors looked at it and could not believe their eyes. It was exactly that man in his own person. It seemed to them that he was invincible, but his head was rolling on the ground like a ball. Then the captain of the first squad, seeing this, was enraged and his eyes filled with blood. The loss of such a soldier was an incredible blow to their unit and the entire organization. Some of the robbers turned pale when they realized that Sundok had died. The warriors turned to each other, realizing that the one who killed Sundok was not as simple as it seemed. The captain decided that this enemy must pay dearly and ordered his men to bring him alive to make him pray for death. The warriors raised their spears in preparation to carry out the order. The second captain swore that they would capture this rascal alive and do it in honor of the third captain and his comrades. The warriors raised their hungry swords for revenge. It was an incredible loss for them, but they will do everything to get justice. The young master did not react in any way to their threats. He looked at these soldiers as a target, realizing that as soon as they approached, he was ready. His gaze slid over each of them. Meanwhile, the scouts of the Battle Alliance followed the tracks, trying to understand who they were chasing. Sen Ying led her partner forward in analyzing the murders and came to the conclusion that they were bandits from other squads. If one of them was beheaded, then their leader was precisely this one who was killed. The killer acted professionally and took them all down quickly and without hesitation, so this man was incredibly strong, perhaps even superior to their captain. And maybe he will be able to become the new leader of their squad, since the current old leader only knows how to sneak up on his superiors. Sen Ying carefully examined the footprints and noticed that there were a lot of them. It was obvious that a large detachment was following that boy. Sen Ying ordered her partner to shut up and concentrate as she couldn't work in such a commotion. He pushed his horse to go faster and accepted the order. Sen Ying couldn't understand who could it be who possessed such power in these lands. How he managed to deal with a gang that used demonic power so easily was unclear. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the young master galloped on his horse, making the robbers pay for their pursuit. Although their sharp swords were aimed at his head, he skillfully dodged. He dodged every blow, as if he felt them before they happened. His quick counterattacks were so rapid that the enemies did not have time to notice them. His attacks made the soldiers beheaded without even realizing what happened. These stupid idiots attacked all together, which was their fatal mistake. The young master realized that it was their mistake and he would deal with everyone without hesitation. When he met the first captain, he could not contain his disgust for this scoundrel who killed his comrades. But the captain had to be distracted as a blow from the young master's sword pierced his shoulder. Our hero stood on his horse. Pushing away from him, he rushed past the captain, taking away all his confidence. The speed of his sword was so great that you couldn't follow it with your eyes. He was able to dissect not only the air but also the face of this scoundrel. After performing the maneuver, Gon jumped to the ground. Looking back at the result, he saw that everything around was covered in red blood. The captain's eyes froze in one position without having time to react. He fell to the ground, and his life cycle ended there. Today, the whole land was colored red, and the young master felt that all these scoundrels were using demonic power. The first captain, seeing how the second captain was made into an omelet, began to get nervous. Jang Un looked at these scoundrels with undisguised hatred, ready to destroy every one of them. Looking at this demonic captain, the warriors felt mixed feelings of fear and admiration for his power. The captain himself could not come to terms with the fact that some rat destroyed his huge army. He drew his sword, infusing it with demonic energy. He vowed to single-handedly destroy this scoundrel, who fancied himself a master of martial arts. Gon looked at the captain and knew that words are unnecessary here. Only in battle he will be able to show what he is capable of. But watching him, Gon felt that the captain had the same aura as the other demon warriors. And suddenly the ground under my feet shook. The commander realized that his opponent possessed martial arts at a high level. It promised to be a fun battle. After all, the captain had strength that was far from simple. His energy was incredible. Gon saw this scoundrel and knew he wasn't bluffing. Although his strength seemed cloudy, the captain's sword radiated a weak but menacing energy. And the battle was approaching its climax. The young master had no choice but to take off his hat. He was not going to feel sorry for his opponent if he himself called for a fight. Gon threw the hat that was spinning in the air to finish with this gang. What do we know about demonic forces? They allow you to accumulate combat energy 10 times faster than with conventional methods. And the temptation of this power that not everyone in Murima can resist. Since the supreme demon Chuk Hanyu seized power, people began to use demonic power to accumulate energy faster. But even Hanyu himself was unable to cope with the insane energy of the demonic forces in the end. And now the young master is facing a powerful blow from one of those who use demonic energy. To achieve incredible results, they use this energy to expose themselves to danger. Most of those who use demonic arts eventually go insane due to their cruel and mysterious nature, which turns them into true demons. But the main question remains, why is such power needed? The force can set mountains on fire and divide seas. If a person has already turned into a monster that thirsts for blood and is unable to recognize its mother or its own child, the young master's lightning strike pierces the demon's arm. This enrages the demon, and he starts swinging his demon sword even faster. He laughs at the excitement of the fight, wanting to see if the boy can dodge his next blow. Gon feels a strong resistance that grows stronger with each blow. And at one point, the young master's sword begins to crack. The energy that was cloudy at first now cleared and filled the demon's sword. His opponent's strength had grown so much that Gon began to feel insecure. The demonic captain shouted and laughed, saying that some cockroach would not be able to destroy their squad. He would definitely pay for it. The demon's strike reached its peak, but failed to kill our hero. The young master thought that he had never met such a strong opponent in these parts. It turned out to be more difficult than he expected. He promised himself that he would come back and he would definitely manage, but at one point during the encounter with the demon's sword, he saw how his sword broke in two, leaving only a splinter. The demonic warrior stared at him with his chakra blazing. When the weapon breaks, there's only one question: is this the end? But the young master no longer needs the sword. He throws it on the ground. The demonic warrior's punch flew straight at him, but the young master had incredible self-confidence. He knew that it would be difficult to win this battle with a sword, and decided to use his speed. He warned his opponent that it would hurt a little. Having overtaken him from behind, Gon charged a blow with his fist directly on the spine. The demonic scoundrel even gasped in surprise. He felt thousands of blows from which he could not recover. All these blows were aimed at his acupuncture points, but one blow to the jaw radically changed the course of the battle. The young master stunned his opponent with this blow, and he was able to overcome a huge distance that almost brought him victory. The force of the blow was similar to the Thunder Emperor's crushing strike was incredible. She destroyed his opponent, who fell to the ground breathlessly. It seemed that his demonic soul had left his body. In his last breath, the demonic warrior still asked if his opponent was from the Imperial Army. But the young master replied that he had nothing to do with the Imperial Army. This technique is called internal destruction, and he developed it himself. It seemed a rather strange name for the commander. But Zhang Gon advised not to worry because a dying person doesn't need it anymore. And that was the end of the miserable existence of this strong opponent. At the moment when the soldiers arrived at the scene of the bloody massacre, the soldiers looked at this horror that remained on the battlefield. It was incredibly disgusting for them to look at this sight, similar to what they saw in the morning. Sen Ying ordered her partner to shut up. She saw him. It was the same man they were looking for. After the battle, the young master drank water because he was very thirsty. Sen Ying drove up to him and asked, "Did you kill all these people?" Without a doubt, the young master answered, "Yes, it was I." She introduced herself by name and quickly approached the young master. Taking off her hat as a sign of respect, she turned to him. She started looking for something in her pocket. It was something very important. She identified herself as Juk Seng Ying of the Murim Union's 71st Patrol Squad, but she did not know who was standing in front of her. And all that came out of the mouth of the young master was his name. "My name is Zhang. After this information, Sen Ying proceeded to examine the commander, who was the leader of one of the gangs. She began rummaging in his pockets, which somewhat confused the young master, who did not understand what she was doing. To his surprise, the partner replied that she was looking for a source of demonic power that is usually stored in them. Sen Ying soon discovered that, which is said to be the source of demonic power, and threw the blood-stained book at her partner. She ordered him to burn the book. As expected, they found it. The young master asked if their purpose was to pursue these bandits through this book. The hostess's partner, who forgot to introduce himself, called himself Sung Ho, and thanked the young master for defeating this evil demon. It was their job, but they were a little late. Zhang Gon had heard that there were many demons on the new continent, but he did not think that they literally flooded the roads. Sen Ying confirmed that this guy killed the first squad captain, who was standing to the west of this place. If he killed him, he probably killed the second captain as well. She pointed with her finger to the place where the second captain lay, not far away. The squad could not believe that this had happened, and Xiang Ho was tasked to check if the second captain had another book. They looked at the young master and could not believe that he single-handedly defeated about 36 warriors. Zhang Gon remarked that if they were from the Murim Union Patrol Unit, he only wanted to ask one question: if they could pay him the reward. since as far as he knew, there was a reward for the head of these bandits. He wanted to know where the branch of the Murim Union was located in order to hand them over there. The young master explained that he just wants to get a reward because by killing these scoundrels he is only defending himself. But they are constantly chasing him like a criminal. Mistress understood why he was doing this, and fortunately she had the authority to give him a reward for the heads of the demons and for the work done. However, she only had bonds with her, so she offered them, noting that he could exchange them for money at the trade association or the imperial city. Jangan thought about these bonds, but in the end decided to accept them, who now easily needs to take what is offered. In the end, Jangon decided that sooner or later he would be able to exchange the bonds for money. So he asked to give him everything that Sen Ying had. Wasting no time for small talk, he took the bonds and drove on. Sung Ho wondered if they let him go too easily without even searching him, and suddenly he stole the demonic book. But Sen Ying understood that this man's skills were far superior to any demonic arts. He simply didn't need demonic power if he was capable of dealing with these scoundrels with his bare hands. Now they would have to go and search for the Alliance, or solve other illegal matters, but the partner asked what was their original goal. While examining Kim Sang-chong's body, Sung Yin noticed that his internal organs were seriously damaged. His opponent's blow was similar to a crushing blow of thunder, and maybe the woman wanted to say that this guy was a soldier of the Imperial Army. They should look into this matter. The partner couldn't understand why they were always so busy. Maybe it would be better to take a break, but Sen Ying found the map of the bandits' lair from the leader of the demonic scoundrels. Usually these bandits kill adults and kidnap their children. They need to save these children. They quickly got on their horses and set off at a gallop. Sen Ying didn't know if the guy who killed these thugs knew about their brutal methods. However, she was sure of one thing. This warrior has incredible strength, and they will meet again. She hoped for it. Meanwhile, events shift to the village of Jakho. The young master was met by a boy and his father, joyfully greeting him. Everything turned out well. The young master was glad to see their smiling faces. Before leaving for Changsonggok, they examined his wounds, put the horse in the stable and fed it, and gave first aid to Jangong himself. They decided to rest a little and deal with their affairs. And the young master understood that tomorrow he would complete all his affairs and hoped that he would be able to rest a little. He heard that the next day there will be a fair in Changsonggok village. The city was full of life, filled with merchants who filled the streets with their goods and interesting offers. It was a common occurrence for local residents and soldiers who gathered here. The young master led the boy through the simple streets to see his aunt. They walked block by block and were looked at as strangers. But it was such a pretty village that the young master was amazed at how it was possible to organize several shops in such a place. The man noticed that his woman was not at all like the others. The aunt went to the meeting and was surprised that they arrived so quickly. She had not seen them for a long time and did not wait so early. She invited them to enter and go up to the second floor, but also noticed that they did not come alone. She invited the Zhonggon warrior to enter with them. The young master looked carefully at this woman. The man began to tell that this Zhonggon warrior saved his life. Everyone was very grateful that their son-in-law's life had been spared, and they brought a bag of money as a thank you for his kindness. The aunt poured this gift into Jangan's hands. He accepted the acknowledgement and thanked him sincerely for the gift. However, the aunt stressed that this gift was nothing compared to what the warrior Jan had done for them, and they would like him to stay with them for a few days to rest. However, Jangan was more interested in where to find a forge or a trade association. Upon hearing this, the aunt kindly agreed to tell him and show him the way. They went to this place, but the boy Huang decided to go with Jang, even though he was told to stay with his father. The boy tried to hold on well and asked the master where he studied martial arts because he was so strong. To this, John replied that he studied here and there. Lately, he has often asked this question. He also knew that there are several masters in Zhongwon who teach for money, although their abilities are not brilliant, but they teach well. The boy was amazed to learn that martial arts can be studied not only in special schools. He heard that in the traditional schools and family wooden houses in the new continent, most of the schools in Changwon are preparatory courses for those who want to join the Imperial Army. Only after joining do you start learning real martial arts and earn money from it. That is why the soldiers of the Imperial Army are considered true masters. They soon reached their destination. The woman said that this is the best forge in Jeonsangguk. The young master thanked her and turned his attention to the forge's emblem, wondering every time he saw it. He went to the master in his office and looked at the swords for sale. As payment, he threw bonds for the sword. After that, He went to look for a new hat that would suit him. Having found the hat, he paid the merchant a few coins. He liked it here much more than in the previous village. When he had finished all his work before sunset, he was offered a drink of good wine, but he refused as it was time to move on. The young man tried to stop him, promising that his aunt was a great cook and he would like to learn to fight from him. But Jangon replied that it will be difficult for the boy if he does not follow a certain direction in his studies. If this has already happened, it is better to let his aunt teach him, because she is also a master. Huang looked at his aunt in surprise, not believing that she was really a martial arts master. But his aunt understood that her secret was revealed, because the warrior turned out to be very observant. Jangon thanked them for the food, attention, and the way they showed him. He looked at the boy and wished him luck. On this note, he left them, ordering his horse to go faster. The aunt looked at the warrior, and Huang watched with tears in his eyes as this warrior left them. The aunt noticed that Huang kept his eyes on the soldier who was leaving. She reminded him that boys don't cry, but Huang replied that he is not crying, although he may remember this moment forever. The boy realized his potential in martial arts and asked his aunt to teach him because she can. It was a chance to give the child a dream, and the young master left the village with a clean soul, having dealt with all his affairs. Having moved a little further outside the city of Jangon, he decided to go to one institution. He had no idea that he was playing dominoes so badly. The scoundrels in the bar started a conspiracy against him, doing everything to make him lose. They made excuses, saying that there is no point in conspiring, he just doesn't play dominoes well. Jangoni felt depressed about this game. The men in the bar noticed that he looked like a good person, but the situation was not so simple. After they won his money, they asked the owner for another bottle. Jangon thought about using his battle energy to see if these people were cheating, but it seems they were playing fair, and this meant that his skill in dominoes was simply terrible. The men noticed that Jangon always carried a sword, despite the fact that he was a Morim man, and advised him not to carry such a damn thing with him if he could not even win in gambling. They warned that one day they could kill him for his words, but the young master assured that he would take care of everything himself. Nevertheless, he lost everything and decided that it was time to go. The men waved him goodbye, happy that they had taken his money. "See you soon," they said, inviting him to come again. These words felt like an arrow to the heart, and Jangon admitted to himself that he was never a good player. Looking around, he noticed an interesting silhouette. A man was sitting nearby with his legs crossed on the table. He was playing strange music, and Jangon couldn't understand where it was coming from. This man played the mandolin, creating a melody that echoed through the sleepy afternoon. The music was very pleasant, and the young master liked it. And not only Django, the whole audience in the bar listened to the magical sounds. Everyone in the bar was captivated by this mysterious music. The music really mesmerized everyone, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and peace. Jangon was interested in the life of this musician who seems to be traveling from city to city. Could it just be wandering around the world, blowing in the wind without a permanent home? And if so, can such a life be joyful? The guy caught himself thinking, "Look at me sitting dreaming in solitude after losing all my money." Soon, several tough guys burst into the bar. The three of them entered and began to examine everyone present. Their suspicious eyes were searching for someone in particular, and soon they found the one they were looking for. The young master did not understand what was happening. They approached the musician and seemed to have decided that her name is Ju Yen. The girl drew attention to them and asked, "What do you want from me?" One of the guys introduced himself as Hell Yen from the Big Shuda family. Even if she didn't know his name, he was sure that her surname was familiar to her. She guessed why they were looking for her and apologized, saying that their master was acting like a scoundrel and making noise in an empty place. At these words, the soldiers began to shout at her, calling her a bad slave and asking how she dares to speak about their master like that. But all she did all this time was play the mandolin and make a living. She shouldn't be responsible for his longing for love. The warriors demanded an end to this nonsense, and the people in the bar already began to pay attention to her words. They were sure that she had deliberately seduced their master. The young master also paid attention to these scoundrels. He liked the music, and their appearance spoiled his mood. They not only disturbed his peace, but also demanded that the girl tell how she seduced their master. What worried them most was that she allegedly stole the family's treasure from the young master. Ju Yen couldn't believe that these scoundrels were serious. She thought it was utter nonsense. "What kind of treasures does that fool even have?" she asked. She advised them to question their master properly if such a foolish thing really happened. One of the warriors couldn't stand it and ordered her to shut up. calling her shameless, because he didn't believe that their master could lie about such a thing. The warriors were indignant that they would have to use swords to make the girl tell the truth, but it seemed to her that all this commotion was because of some teenager. But they denied it, claiming that their master is the heir who will celebrate his coming of age this year. In her opinion, the 16-year-old boy was still a child, and she doubted at all whether these boys really represented the young master's family. When asked why she thought so, the girl answered that if the family really cared about him, they would not have sent 3 fools like them. They would send a true warrior who would proudly carry the name of his family. These words made the warriors angry. She insulted them, claiming that they were not important enough. They shouted that they were high-ranking warriors, and that was enough to deal with a girl like her. The young master, sitting next to him, noted that if this is so, then it turns out that 3 will attack 1. Raising their swords, they shouted, "Kill her!" The girl quickly got up from the chair and hit one of them on the leg. The next one pointed the sword at her. Did not have time to react because she was already above him. He just managed to look up and see, as 3 throwing knives fly into his head. He could do nothing but take these blows. These were really serious blows that left him without a chance. After that, the girl landed on one of the nearby tables. One of the brothers lay breathless, and the girl warned that they were the first to draw their swords, and it was just self-defense. Seeing the chaos, the people in the bar began to think that they needed to call the sheriff urgently, because the situation was getting worse. The owner of the tavern, seeing that his establishment had once again become an arena for fighting, realized that he would have to spend money on repairs because of such fools. The waitress told her uncle that if this devastation continued, they would have no money left, and they needed to get out of here safe and sound. The young master watched her from the side while sipping alcohol. He admitted that she fights well and is also a real beauty. The girl expertly wielded the sword, directing it at her offenders. When 2 brothers rushed at her, she moved like a swallow in flight, quick and light on her feet, and seemed to use martial arts. Jiang Gong had never seen people using the art of flight in this new world. But this woman had the potential to pioneer the martial art of flight on this continent. She reached for her sword almost gracefully, and the martial energy of art shone in her eyes. She was already fed up with these annoying scoundrels, and her swift sword pierced the head of one of them, leaving his words behind and the other's body breathless. They just managed to shout something like a sword, hit them where they could not even imagine when they came to this institution. Her self-defense was successful. She sheathed her cold sword and said that they should excuse their young master from this. These 3 warriors received, according to their merits, in her opinion. She was already tired of being chased by someone and having to constantly fight. Jangone came up behind her and gave her a standing ovation for her skill. He caught her eye and smiled at her. The girl looked at him like he was crazy. What the hell is wrong with this guy? She thought. After all the chaos, it was necessary to collect one's belongings. The girl reached for her hat, which was successfully placed on her head. However, her instrument flew to the side and may have even been damaged. The owner of the establishment was shocked by the mess left after the fight. However, they all remained alive and unharmed, which seemed like a great relief. Yen apologized for what happened, for the mess in the tavern, and for these scoundrels. The owner of the establishment thanked her for her words, but noted that she often encounters such incidents, and she should not worry about it. But she felt responsible, saying that if she had not come here, this would not have happened. She got the money to pay for the repairs that the owner would need. The young master, observing this, remarked about himself that she seemed to have a conscience. However, he was not sure that she had time to talk. Even if it was self-defense, she could be prosecuted, because there was only one witness left if the head of the Moram Union came. If she doesn't want to get into an even more difficult situation, she'd better get out of here. And the same goes for Django. Zhang harnessed his horse and set off through the forest. The calm landscapes of this world did not give him the opportunity to calm down. Constant travel tired him, and the thought that he had lost a large part of his money in gambling made him look for a way to earn more. To earn money, he needs to find problems. This was the sad fate of a warrior. Suddenly, his horse noticed something and stopped. When asked what was wrong, Zhang looked in the direction where his animal was looking. The same girl from the bar was standing near the rock in the forest, and her opponent threatened her, saying that she would pay for her unwillingness to cooperate. Yen explained that she does not see the point and does not consider herself responsible for this situation. However, the husband insisted that the heir of the family hanged himself and did not even leave a normal will. The will was only for a simple dancer. Fortunately, he was found in time and he is still breathing. Maybe he will even come to his senses. But doesn't she think that the elders in the family deserve a proper explanation? The man pointed out that his task is to be responsible for the child, and if that child hanged himself of his own free will, is that an excuse? The young master carefully watched everything, amazed that no one gave the girl peace. The man continued. Young Miss Shimjian testified against Yen, saying that this woman was too close to the young master. Even if it's not true, they are sure she had something to do with it. If she is sure of her innocence, she should come to the house and prove it. But Yen explained that returning there is like signing a death sentence for herself. She considers the young master a real suicide and believes that she is unjustly accused. She does not believe that she will be able to get out of there alive. The man insisted that of course she could leave if she was sure of her innocence. Holding on to her principles, she felt in danger because this man seemed to be full of delusions, and he killed her horse as soon as he arrived. So now she had almost no choice. Zhengong watched everything that was happening with interest. He noticed that this man was a very interesting master. He was different from the small French fries that Zhang Gong had seen during the day. This guy was a real master of ancient martial arts. And even though Yen has good fighting skills, he may not have enough strength to deal with him. For Django, it was just an interesting sight. As he already said, if she is sure of her innocence, it is unlikely that anything will happen. Just as the master wanted to go on with his business, his horse suddenly ran at them. The horse was forcing its owner to intervene, but Zheng'an didn't want to, because this man was a real master, and he didn't want to interfere. However, the horse simply did not give up. He literally ordered Zheng'an to intervene, and you can't argue with such a view, so Zheng'an decided to intervene after all. Like a ghost, Zheng'an descends from the mountain. Jumping into the abyss, he levitates in the air, and when he lands, the ground cracks under him. He nonchalantly interrupts their conversation, holding onto his hat. Everyone present did not expect the appearance of an unknown boy on the battlefield. However, this guy seemed familiar to them. The young master emphasized that if they call him this guy, then let them know his name, Chang'an. The girl recognized him as the guy from the tavern and wondered how he ended up here. The martial arts warrior remarked that this Chang'an jumped from such a great height and landed spectacularly. The warrior warned that if Chang'an knows what is good for him, then let him go his own way and not interfere. Otherwise, it will end badly. But Chang'an, realizing that this guy was saying terrible things, decided to listen to what was happening here and what was waiting for him. The soldier explained that either arrest or prison awaits Chang'an. The girl understood that this also applies to her, although they promised to let her go if she proves her innocence. It turned out that they were still going to lock her in a cage, and the guy tried to stop Chang'an by asking him not to interfere in his business. However, he warned that if Chang'an intervenes again, his name will be remembered as the name of the man who was killed. He reaches for his sword. Chang'an, in turn, is not going to delay. He has foolishly gotten himself into a stupid situation, but it is too late to back down. He understands that he will not allow an innocent person to be taken away, and looks at his opponent as a prey. For a martial arts warrior, the situation looked ridiculous. He did not expect to meet someone so reckless, who was ready to risk his life so carelessly. Both rivals kept each other on the hook. The tension was on the edge. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, everyone present listened to this sound. The young lady did not understand why this guy was following her and where he came from. But both warriors were very strong, and they both had a huge bloodlust. It was a fight she couldn't stop. They seemed to destroy each other with their looks. And which of them is stronger? It seemed that this battle would decide everything. The martial artist felt incredible energy, but something even more amazing happened. Chang'an overshadowed him with his bloodlust like a red lightning flashed past him. He instantly drew his sword and ran the blade through his opponent's body. A mirage engulfed the warrior's consciousness, and then he understood that if he challenges such an opponent as this scoundrel, he will be defeated. Where did such a strong warrior come from? The warrior thought that maybe Chang'an belonged to the Imperial Army because his strength was incredible. But this guy was unknown to him. Young Master Chang'an's cold gaze covered the battlefield, and his opponent almost lost his temper in fear. He immediately understood that this guy was dangerous, and wondered if he was from the Imperial Army, because an experienced fighter could already predict the outcome of the battle. The young master, looking at the thoughtfulness of his opponent, noticed that he has a sharp premonition that comes only after long, disciplined training in martial arts. We could only wait to see what he would do next. The man asked if the young owner's name was really Chang'an. He noticed that Chang'an had exceptional skills and was interested in which clan he belonged to. The man hid his sword. When the woman saw Chen Yingsong retreating, she opened her mouth in incredible surprise. The young master, understanding that the fight was cancelled, replied, "Yes, my name is Changon. But if you have not heard of me, it means that I am not one of your people." The man concluded that if Changon does not belong to a famous clan, then maybe he is from the Imperial Army. Changon just smiled and answered, "No, I am not from the Imperial Army. Are there not many masters who do not serve the Emperor?" Then there was only one question left. Who is this mysterious warrior who intervened in their battle? Chen Yingsong accepted his fate and decided to leave the battlefield today. However, this did not mean that his clan was giving up its claims on this woman. He introduced himself and warned that he would prepare better next time and see if Chang'an could handle the power of his clan. Chang'an watched as his opponent went to his horse and indifferently noted, "Well, if you don't want to fight, that's your decision, you better." Yen did not understand what was happening. She couldn't believe her eyes that this scoundrel would just leave like that. But that's exactly how it all turned out. Master Chang'an understood that the martial arts of these famous clans were really of a high level. They are able to foresee critical situations when the sword is already drawn. A return without bloodshed is impossible. Moreover, it seems that in their enlightened clan, family pride takes a back seat. Obviously, these people were different from the others he had met in Muram's world. Now the two of them were left looking at each other. After a long silence, Chang'an said that he just did what needed to be done, and no thanks were needed. But Zhu Yaran started to shout at him, indignant that he had to kill him. Chang'an did not understand what was the matter and asked what was wrong with her. She explained that those boys were not going to leave her, and now the whole clan would try to kill them both. If they had killed the one who escaped, they would have had more time to escape. Chang'an looked at her surprised by how easily she talks about murder as if it meant nothing. But then Murim realized that, and here such things are common. He saddled his horse and thought with a sigh that hardly anything would change even if they killed that warrior. However, Yiran insisted that they could buy more time. Chengwan still didn't understand why this dialogue. She didn't even thank him. After thinking about it, she finally introduced herself. "My name is Zhu Yiran. I'm from Gamseon Song, and I'm very grateful for your help because thanks to you, I escaped from being unjustly captured." The young host was interested in whether Hamsun's son was her hometown. She explained that she is not a fan of the emperor. Yes, it is true that the city flourished thanks to the imperial family, but she still does not like them. If her life was better, she would not have to wander the world. Chang'an agreed with her and was about to leave. He advised her to leave quickly as well since Jen Insun had promised to kill them both. They would most likely go after her first. Yeren asked in surprise why he helped her then. Chang'an wondered why he should even help someone in need. Lady Yeren could not believe that there are still people in Marima who say such things. He commanded his horse Jojo to move faster, finally leaving the place. Yeren thought about the fact that this man is quite experienced, because he forced even a warrior to retreat without crossing swords with him. She could not just let him go. She ran after him begging for help because they have known each other since Hamsun's time. And this, in her opinion, is true fate. She promised to pay him quite handsomely if he agreed to help, because without him, she would not be able to deal with the scoundrels. After hearing about the payment, Chang'an still decided to listen to it. The girl began to assure Chang'an that she would give him appropriate compensation. She added that the boy must have had to work a lot because he does not belong to any famous school or family. If he helps, she will teach him a special martial art. Chang'an just laughed. When she asked why he was laughing, the guy joked that she could learn better herself if she knew something so special. But Yaran insisted that it was a martial art of the Imperial Army and explained how difficult it is to be accepted as a member of the Imperial Army. It requires not only outstanding qualities but also loyalty to the Emperor, which is a key factor. Chang'an was interested in this information, but not too much. He stressed that transferring the martial arts of the Imperial Army to civilians is treason. But Yaran assured that this is not the case, since what she can teach is only a 4th grade art, a basic technique that is allowed to be transferred to freelance students. She explained that even if this art is not the highest level, it was still passed down by emperors from generation to generation, and its knowledge can already be useful. She noticed that her offer was beginning to tempt Chang'an, but he was worried about the lack of loyalty to the emperor. Yeren calmed him down by saying that he would only be a nominal student and everything would be fine. She even said that she would force her mentor to teach him because of the debt he owed her. But Chang'an still doubted whether Yaran could be trusted. She assured that she would not risk her life for a lie. Sitting on a stone, he thought. He had heard stories of retired Imperial Army soldiers passing on their knowledge for high prices. If he became a nominal disciple, the origin of his skill would no longer be in doubt. Once he helped her, then maybe he would be able to help himself by gaining new martial knowledge. However, he was still worried about who else he could help. Yeran informed that in 2 days' journey there are rivers and valleys where they will be able to hide and erase their tracks. She was grateful to Chang'an for his kindness. But the boy expected only one thing for her to keep her word. Yeran promised that she would not change her mind, but noted that her horse had died, and she asked to ride with him on his horse until she found a new one. They did not even suspect that they were already being watched. The people of the Gen clan were preparing an ambush for them tonight. Their leader ordered not to try too hard, but just to test their skills. They were not going to back down. The leader had a well-thought-out plan, and all this was closely watched by his eagle. The eagle watched them from a height, and his master could not understand what kind of warrior this is. Is he an ordinary person? Or does he really have a special power? Soon they will find out and check this brat who stood in their way. Lady Yaran decided to make a halt, but for Chang'an, it seemed too risky a decision, considering the danger that constantly followed them. She assured that their tracks were erased and no one would be able to find them. But despite this, it seemed to her that the pursuers were already on their way. Her expression remained calm, but Chang'an noticed that something in her demeanor was off. If she really thought they were being chased, she wouldn't be so relaxed. The lady mentioned that if she reported everything to the Muram Union or the Empire, they could get help. But would that really be the case? And was it worth contacting them at all? She was not sure of her rightness, especially because the events related to the persecution had witnesses. Among these witnesses was a girl named Som Jian, who was the bride of the young master. Yeran couldn't believe that that girl was so jealous of her musical talent that she decided to destroy her reputation by lying to her fiancé. Som Jian told the master a lot of fabricated facts about Yeran, which led to the fact that she became a target for pursuers and got into such trouble. The lady was sure that because of jealousy and hatred, Som Jian provoked all this stupidity, and because of this Yeran was now forced to hide and constantly fight for her life. Gon carefully looked at the girl, analyzing her behavior. She did not seem like a person capable of anything bad, and this only added to his doubts. A question arose in the boy's mind. Does he regret having intervened in this story? After all, he may have to face the warriors of the Gen clan. But if he was really sorry, he would hardly start helping Lady Yeran made it clear that people like him rarely live long, and these words touched him. Gon suddenly exploded with anger. How could she say that? But the girl smiled and dismissed it all as a joke, trying to relieve the tension. However, after that it became clear that something was wrong. They began to feel the presence of alien energies all around them. Suddenly ninjas appeared from the shadows with red glowing eyes. They attacked from all sides, quickly surrounding them. Gon realized that Jin Sung, their enemy, turned out to be much faster and more aggressive than they expected. Soon they found themselves in a complete trap, surrounded on all sides by enemies. Lady Yeran could not believe that they were found so quickly. All this time she thought that the tracks were erased, but the ambush proved that they underestimated the enemy. They found themselves in the forest, surprised by enemies when they had no idea of the danger. Nothing suggested that their journey would end with such a sudden attack. Lady Yen couldn't take it anymore. She decided to inform either the Marine Alliance or the Empire once they reached Hamsun. She is ready to put all her wealth on the line to report to the governor about these warriors, and then these scoundrels will learn the consequences of their actions, even if they belong to a famous clan. But it is obvious that the soldiers did not care about her words. They weren't going to listen to the woman's stupid threats. Their goal was to kill her. Gon analyzed the situation. There were only 10 warriors, but their leader's son was not among them. He could not understand what these warriors were up to. Most likely, they are just being checked, and if they die here, the clan will not even care about them. Gon did not have time to think as one of the soldiers rushed to the attack, picking up the rest after him. They were attacked from all sides, and the battle began. Yen couldn't take it anymore. These bastards really want her dead and don't even think about bringing her back alive. Their only goal is to kill her here and now. With a smile on his face, Gon pushed Yan to show the fighting spirit she had shown in the tavern. Now is the time for her abilities to come in handy. Yen held throwing knives in her hands, aiming at her opponents. She quickly threw the knives, and they hit the target exactly. One of the knives bounced off the burning flame, creating a brilliant light. Swinging the knife, she hit one of the soldiers. The light of the fire blinded him, and the warrior could not see where he was going. But only the sword of the young master, which pierced one of the warriors through, was visible through the burning light. The fire illuminated his face, giving him an eerie seriousness. However, enemy blows continued to fall from all sides. With each passing moment, it became more and more difficult to dodge the attacks. It seemed that the one who would deal a fatal blow to the lady would come out of the shadows. The danger was very close, and cold-blooded warriors did not retreat. Their restraint and skill in battle was impressive, and their battle aura was full of unprecedented power that made even experienced warriors shudder. The young master could not stand these bastards, and using incredible speed jumped through the three warriors. His blows were deadly. He took them off the face of the earth, and then rushed to the mistress to protect her from a dangerous attack from... Yen did not even notice how the young master moved away from her. She felt only relief realizing that he had saved her from a sword strike. Out of a dozen warriors, only 2 remained. They stood looking at each other in confusion, realizing that their chances of survival were minimal. Their chances were extremely slim, but they could still try to attack if they dared. Now, seeing the dark blade of the young master's sword, they hesitated because they understood that their own swords were dull. They had been too careless when using them, and now the only question was whether they really came to kill. Their leader, Chen Song, sent them to their deaths, and they could not understand why. Then Gon gave them the option to take their comrades and get out of here. Yen thought that her partner had lost his mind because these bastards had come to kill them. However, the boy clearly ordered the enemies to withdraw quickly, and if they wanted to save the lives of their friends, they should act immediately. The warriors did not test fate, realizing that the chance given to them was the last. They hastily took their wounded comrades, hoping that they would still be able to save them. Mistress and Chen Gong watched as the enemies took away those who could still be saved. After that, they set out to run in the direction where they could be given medical assistance. Fleeing through the forest, the soldiers quickly moved away, carrying their wounded, who could still be saved. The cold wind pierced them, reminding them of the danger that was constantly waiting for them. Chen assumed that their dream ended there, and now it was necessary to put everything in order and continue the journey. However, the girl did not understand what he meant. The young master tried to ignore her doubts and called his horse, in order not to waste time. They were in a hurry because they didn't know when they might be ambushed again. But the girl did not understand why he left the enemies alive. Because they can pursue them again. She annoyed Gon all the way by asking why he decided to keep them alive and whether it would be better to get rid of them forever. She also suspected that their route was now known and they might face enemies again. But he already had a headache from her constant talking. Despite this, they continued their journey, knowing that they had to defend themselves in any situation. Finally, they reached the city and began to walk the streets. Children selling various goods asked them to buy something. The woman, showing kindness, gave a coin to one of the children and asked to treat her friends. Han remarked that she has a kind heart and obviously loves children. Her stories about her brothers showed that she grew up in a warm and loving family. All 4 of her brothers were intelligent and dreamy children who always brought a smile to her face. If the circumstances were better, they could become wonderful adults. Looking at her sad eyes, it was clear that she was hiding some pain. As she watched the children, it became obvious that this moment had stirred something in her heart. Despite the fact that it was the first time they were in this city, her eyes told a different story, something painful and hidden. Han felt that something was wrong, but did not dare to ask directly. He just looked into her eyes and remained silent, trying to understand her emotions. She said that she had been here before and knew the city, in particular the post offices, which could not be overlooked. This meant that when they were looking at the city from the mountain, she lied to him about it being her first visit. The woman realized that Han exposed her lies and felt that she could no longer hide the truth. She began to beg him to hurry and send the letter by pigeon so that they could receive an answer the very next morning. But the young master just stood and remained silent, realizing that something was not right here. The post office sent the letter to the musician's cabin in the mountains, and 3 coins were enough to pay for this service. All that Yeren wanted to convey was a request for help, and she hoped that the person to whom she wrote would come to meet her. The name of the sender was indicated as Yeren, and the local postman issued the shipment through a pigeon. Yeren paid for the service. The pigeon received the letter and flew to deliver it. He went on a long journey to deliver this message. You could still find horses in the city, and Yeren bought one that looked quite sturdy. The young master analyzed the situation and noticed that no one was following them closely. But why are the streets so quiet? In any case, everything looked peaceful, but if their opponents wanted to stop them, the city would be a key point of attack. Han noted that their opponent, Sun, seemed to have more intelligence than he previously thought. Until the end, his actions remained inexplicable. However, they needed to continue their journey. There was a shelter nearby that they knew about. It was a cave hidden in the Rocky Mountains. There they stopped and lit a fire to warm themselves. Thoughts about this incident did not leave Yeren. She assumed that their enemies might have surrendered. She believed that Song must have realized that Gon's skills were better than he expected, and because of that, he either gave up or decided to prepare for a better opportunity to attack. But tomorrow morning her friends should come to meet them, and their problems would be over as she hoped. Zhang Gan naturally agreed with her, but with a certain note of skepticism because promises to see the martial arts of the Imperial Army did not make a special impression on him. Undoubtedly, if there is an opportunity to see the Imperial heritage, it will be interesting. Yeran did not understand why Han, despite his talent, did not join the Murim Union and asked about it. With his skills, Han could easily achieve results in any martial arts faction, be it Empire or Murim. But he just wanders aimlessly, losing himself in such problems. Han explained that he adheres to the philosophy of freedom and does not like to be tied to any organization or group. He was a real vagabond with a calm look who did not seek fame or greatness. Yeren looked into his eyes, as smooth as a quiet lake, and she felt that this boy looked at the world with boundless calmness. She was very anxious to know the real reason why he helped her, and she wanted him to answer honestly. She even jokingly suggested that maybe he helped because she was beautiful. Han was a little embarrassed by such an answer, although it seemed strange to him how she could say such a thing. But it was partially true. Yeran laughed, guessing that if this is one of the reasons, there must be another. She suggested that another reason might have to do with her Imperial Army martial arts, but Han flatly denied it. The real reason was that he was defending himself. He wasn't sure if those enemies were just around her, or if they could become his problem too, so he decided to intervene. But in his heart, as he said, there was always a pair of eyes watching this world. Those eyes could do nothing but stare helplessly into the void. Compared to the forces that filled the world, these eyes were weak and helpless as a passing glance. Once he himself was the one who got into a similar situation when his eyes begged for help. Those eyes looking at him tried with all their might to convey their request, as if wordlessly crying for help. His words sounded strange, leaving many questions in Yeran's mind. She realized that she had touched something deep and painful. Han admitted that his explanations sounded like those eyes were crying out for help, which was not what he had been learning all his life. But those eyes were weak, and if he ignored them, they would not be able to do anything to him. Han explained that this was his reason for helping. He couldn't just ignore these feelings. This presence on his soul was so strong that he knew if he continued to ignore them, those eyes would lose their power, and they will probably disappear forever, just as youthful carelessness disappears during adulthood. Looking at the fire and thinking about it, he felt a deep insecurity. He just couldn't stand aside and let those eyes that had watched him all his life disappear. After all, these were his own eyes, and if they disappear, then a part of his past that he will not be able to return will disappear with them. And so, he decided to act and help. It was his way of keeping a part of himself. This help to her was not just a manifestation of nobility, but an attempt to protect herself. Through these eyes, he now looks at her, and therefore helps. It was a special connection because of which he tried to stay close, even though it seemed strange. The silence that followed his words filled the space around, causing more questions than answers. Yeran looked into his eyes for a long time, trying to understand what exactly he meant. It was really very strange, and she admitted it. But somehow this strangeness fascinated her. Without holding back, she pulled herself to Han and kissed him passionately. Han did not resist and accepted this kiss in the silence of the cave. Something changed between them the moment their lips met. Something more than just a kiss happened in this cave. Even Jojo, who was grazing nearby, heard strange noises from the cave and became a little worried. He did not understand what they were doing inside. In the morning, the sun's rays illuminated Murim's landscapes, filling the day with new life. The atmosphere in the cave changed, leaving behind a sense of unease. Changgang stood up, wringing his hands as he remembered how hard he had worked last night. He noticed that Mrs. Yanran had left him a note. Not understanding why she did it, he began to read what was written there. In the note, she expressed her gratitude for the past few days and asked him not to follow her because it was too dangerous. Changgang was stunned to realize that he had been cruelly deceived. He rushed to his horse, shouting, "John, we have trouble. Yanran has disappeared. The worst thing is that she stole his horse." "Oh, curse!" he thought, realizing all the implications. He could not believe that his precious horse had been seduced by that treacherous woman. This realization made him furious. After all, his horse John turned out to be a real little scoundrel and was betrayed. Quickly orienting himself to the terrain, Gon began to move along the sides of this murim, choosing the most convenient route. He has not used the martial art of flight for a long time, although it used to be his trump card in battles. But today's situation demanded immediate action, leaving no room for thought or procrastination. Of course, there were reasons why he avoided flying. This technique had a negative effect on his body, and because of this, the art of flying over long distances was poorly developed in him. The weather today is really great, but after his death he was supposed to turn into a cloud and not a person, which annoyed him a little. He moved so fast that soon he came across the tracks of his horse. This gave him confidence that he was heading in the right direction, although doubts still remained. The woman must have been riding all night before she had come so far, and he couldn't believe that she had let go of her horse and saddled him. He wasn't sure about everything else, but he would bring Jojo back because his horse is still young and smart and can last him another 10 years. Thinking about it, the young owner missed a blow that was directed in his direction. The collision caused an incredible explosive reaction that scattered debris in different directions. When the whip whistled near him, he sensed danger and quickly jumped back. It was extremely dangerous, so he tried to avoid such situations. Turning to the side, he narrowly escaped death. But the danger was not yet over. The impact of the whip caused chaos that could be seen on the destroyed tree. The master who wielded the whip clearly directed his energy at this blow, demonstrating his power. He concentrated his energy into a whip and struck with incredible speed. After the attack, the master quickly returned the whip to his hands, ready for the next attack. He couldn't believe that this scoundrel was able to avoid his attack by highlighting his speed. Changang reached for his sword, not understanding who this brat was that appeared before him. Judging by his clothes, it was clear that this was not a simple robber, but someone important. Perhaps he was even from a famous clan, and the Gen clan might have persecuted him. A well-known person came out of the bushes and asked him to calm down and not to jump to conclusions. The young master was amazed by her appearance. He did not expect to meet her here. She immediately scolded him why he followed her, took her horse, forcing him to stay in place. But he managed to run incredibly fast such a distance. The man realized that this was the same person she wrote about in the letter 2 days ago when they met during the fight with Sun, and this man helped her get rid of the killers that night. However, the man next to her could not understand why this brat was still alive. The girl did not know what to answer to this. The fact is that Song was more restrained in his actions than she expected. And after the first day when he tested their skills, the attacks did not happen again. If he decided to wait until they were separated, she thought of using him as bait to distract Sun for a while, and so she just left him thinking she wouldn't have to kill him. That's exactly what she thought if she took his horse. No one would know about her or him, and her plans would remain a secret. The man started laughing at Yan, saying that she doesn't understand anything at all. She should have brought him to them. If it was difficult to kill him on her own, her brothers would have helped her. But her decision was too soft, and she will definitely be punished after returning to the clan. While listening to their nonsense, Han heard the word clan, which immediately alarmed him. The man continued that the girl was talking about a master who was with her and was able to outrun Sun without even drawing his sword. It was an incredible feat, and she even said that he was not trained in the martial arts of the Imperial Army or a famous clan. Han emphasized that in some sense he is a genius, and they are really interested in him. If they had not met under such circumstances, he would have invited him to his clan as a guest. Introducing himself as a warrior of the Yen clan from Hebei, Yan greeted him respectfully. The young owner began to understand the situation he was in and realized that it was quite dangerous. The Yen clan is one of the big and famous clans, like the Gen clan. But unlike the Gen clan, which was almost banished to a new continent, the Yen clan still remains influential. It turns out that even Zhu Yanran belongs to the Yen clan. Now, he is really involved in the conflict of interests of two famous clans, and again across a new continent. He got into this shit, and now the situation seems even worse. All this imperial delusion about martial arts or something like that has already lost its meaning. The young owner explained that it was all a hoax. Jen emphasized that it was all true, and even though she lied to him, she had no choice but to escape from Jen's clan. Besides, she didn't think that a random person she met on the street would be able to handle the clan and was convinced that this guy would die on the way. But for some reason, he was able to avoid the trap that was prepared for her. And I guess you're surprised. emphasized the young master. This was the reason why she ran away so quickly. But what is the story of the young master from the Gen clan? It all turned out to be a lie, and it was just part of her cunning plan. In fact, she seduced that guy, stole the clan's secret book, and then made him kill himself when he realized what he had done. And now the young master understood the truth. The bride. Song Jian was not lying at all. Yan emphasized that the young owner was simply lucky. He asked the boy if he understood why Yiran had just told him everything, and at that moment, his hand began to grip the whip with increasing force. The boy adjusted his hat on his head and decided to see what was happening. The young master assumed that they were looking for an excuse to kill him. Yan emphasized that his opponent turned out to be smarter than he seemed. He thought that the boy was stupid, because he was just a vagabond. But it seems that he is not empty-headed at all. Our hero realized that there was really someone else behind him, and now it became clear why his back itched from foreboding. A man with a huge spear appeared on the horizon, shouting that it was pointless to resist because a wild tramp would not be able to resist the warriors of the Yen clan. Analyzing the situation, the boy realized that it was a real curse. He found himself between two warriors of an ancient clan. For him, it was an extremely dangerous situation that could end fatally. The boy laughed at the fact that the great warriors of the Yen clan are so strong that they have to fight together. But they don't consider it a battle, but an execution. It will definitely confuse Sun even more if they find this boy's head and follow his trail. Just imagine he not only brought their sister Yeren safely to them, but also led Sun right into a trap. They even thanked him on behalf of the family, and Chang'an said, "These guys did a good job." But today his life is coming to an end. Yiran apologized. She was really sorry that she stole his horse so that he could not chase after her. But something in the soul of our hero broke at that moment. It was really a shame, but her brothers didn't care. They asked Yiran to leave better and not interfere, promising to do everything quickly and efficiently. Changzhong looked at the sky and realized that everything was going exactly as he suspected. Again, they tried to deceive him and kill him in this Murim world.
Why the hell didn't I reincarnate into that cursed cloud as I wanted and ended up in a human body where these scoundrels are attacking me from all sides?
A huge blow of the whip flies right into the head of our hero, forcing him to react instantly. The blow shatters his hat and he falls to the ground. However, the energy surrounding him protects him from serious damage by forming an invisible protective barrier around him. The force begins to twist his body like a jig, trying to throw him off balance. Despite his skill, a warrior with a spear is already flying at him from the other side, ready to strike a fatal blow. He quickly removes the remains of his damaged hat, deciding to use it as a weapon. Throwing the hat directly at the opponent with a spear, he fills it with energy that turns the hat into a dangerous weapon. The hat, filled with ki energy, begins to spin like a spinning top as it approaches the opponent. The warrior with the spear did not expect such a reception, and instantly raises his weapon to block the attack. With a blow of his spear, he cuts the hat in half, seemingly stopping the danger. But it was noticeable that he only managed to partially block the attack, and the tension still hung in the air. This warrior possessed incredible combat skills, capable of surprising even experienced masters. Yenren watched the fight from the very beginning, waiting for the result that was supposed to decide the fate. She couldn't believe that even the clansmen couldn't push this guy back. The blows were so strong that anyone else would have died from them a long time ago. But the boy deftly fought off every attack with incredible precision, reacting to every movement. For every stroke of that cursed whip, he found a counterattack, even when going on the offensive. He not only defended, but also moved towards the attack, showing incredible courage and skill. Yan Yang saw this monster flying straight at him. Not believing his eyes, the boy easily cut through his whip. Who the hell is this guy anyway, and how does he have such incredible powers? He thought without finding an answer. He always fought from a distance and couldn't let this guy get close to him. He forces his whip to wrap around the young master's arms, restraining his movements. The blow of the whip stopped as if time itself froze for a moment as it bound the opponent's body. But the hand filled with energy still flew straight at this scoundrel. He did not expect that the boy possessed such power that he could direct chakra directly at him. And when the young master's hand hit Yen Yang's body, blood began to flow from his mouth. His clothes began to tear and twist from the energy wave that hit his body. The young master's blow penetrated inside, destroying Yen Yang's body from the inside. Yen Yang fell to the ground, releasing a whip. His body could not withstand the blow. But the warrior with the spear was behind, and it was impossible to avoid his attack. The boy couldn't dodge that cursed spear. The spear pierced him through, pain exploded in his shoulders, filling his every cell. The young master realized that the spear pierced him through. Blood was flowing from the wound, but something happened that no one expected. The man with the spear definitely could not have foreseen such a turn of events. Despite the fact that the spear was still in his body, the young master with his sword destroyed the enemy's face with one blow. After that, he delivered several more powerful blows to finish off his enemy. The man with the spear fell to the ground already breathless, but the spear still remained in the body of the young master, restraining his movements. The enemies who stood against him fell to the ground one by one. Their bodies hit the ground hard, and it looked as if the Yen clan warriors could no longer continue the fight. Their lifeless state shocked Madame Yen Ran, who was watching all this. She sees her brother Yen Yang, covered in blood, still looking at this scoundrel with burning eyes. With a spear on his shoulder, Zhong Gang holds onto his sword, trying to keep his balance and not fall. He understands that this wound is a real hell and the pain becomes unbearable. Yen Yang, spitting blood, asks the boy, "Where did you get the Heavenly Thunder Fist?" It was similar but different in its roughness. It was a stronger and more perfect martial art. And this is clearly not a demonic art. It was far superior to him. Meanwhile, the boy grabbed the cursed sword that was stuck in his body and began to slowly pull it out of the wound. Yen Yang, with a bloodied face, asked Changgong who he really was because his skills were completely out of step with his age. He suspected that a powerful martial family was behind him. Changgong threw the cursed spear from his body and painfully released the blood that flowed from the wound. He admitted that it was so. Many of his peers could invent martial arts simply by using their imaginations. But this did not make his family unique among others. But it doesn't matter, Yen Yang fell to the ground, lifeless. The young master who stood over the corpses of his enemies and watched the consequences won this battle. Lady Yen Ran opened the dialogue by admitting that the boy was truly incredible. She could not even imagine that two experienced warriors from her clan could not defeat him. It was clear that she had drawn her sword and was probably going to engage in battle with him. Looking at her, the boy asked, "Are you really that confident in your abilities?" Yen Ran defiantly confirmed that he had correctly understood her intentions. Meanwhile, the boys from the Gen clan watched everything from the side and saw that their time had finally come. They took their time watching the battle between the young master and Lady Yen Ran, waiting for the moment. They decided to go down only after the situation was finally resolved. The soldiers carried out the order that was given to them without any doubts. Not long after, Zhong Gang dealt a fatal blow to the scoundrel, leaving a bleeding wound on her body. Although it pained him to do so, he could not back down. Why did she start all this? He thought as she fell to the ground coughing. The boy approached her and watched her suffocate from the blood filling her lungs. She rasped that martial artists were different, and she was amazed that he was still so strong, even with these wounds. Yonggang looked at her and informed her that she was only bleeding slightly. He knows a method that can stop the bleeding and give her a chance to survive. She was aware that he deliberately avoided hitting her vital organs, and this thought did not leave her head. Her consciousness began to take her back to the night that changed everything. That flawless night when she did the irreparable. Then the boy told her that he felt like eyes were looking at him from the inside, like some invisible forces were watching his every step. It seemed to her that she again felt this familiar, long-forgotten sensation. It was the same feeling when she killed the man she once seduced. His eyes in the last moment looked at her with incredible power, as if trying to penetrate the very soul. Those eyes were bright, full of life and passion, even in death. A large number of people stood behind her. These were the eyes of those whom she once loved above all, the adults and children whose lives she had betrayed. But when she turned to look at them, she saw the same eyes of people who never seemed to leave her. And at that moment she realized that with her own hands, she destroyed the memories of those people who once existed in her heart, taking their images with her. Gradually, those eyes disappeared and there was more and more blood on her hands. Because unlike the young master, she did not protect those eyes of memories that will never let her go. She understood this when she heard his story about how he kept the same eyes that watched him. She realized that these eyes will disappear only when she dies. Because although her body is still breathing, it has long been dead. Shanggong listened intently to her story, but did not say a word as he watched her suffering in silence. She, in turn, asked him for forgiveness, turning to him with a last request. She wanted him to finish what he started, and for her to be able to go with her brothers and sisters. Pulling out his bloody sword, the young master did what she asked him to do. He would never have expected that this story would end like this. At her request, he helped her leave this world. And only a note of regret slipped into his soul, along with the blood of his enemies that forever left a mark in his heart. Looking around, Zhonggon saw that the situation had changed. The Gen clan army stood nearby watching him. The man commanding them was impressed by Jonggon's skill. He did not give them any chance to interfere in the battle. Yunggong sheathed his sword, asking if the Gen clan was chasing him or trying to kill him. It turns out that their master, Sang Cheon, who recently hanged himself, finally woke up, and thanks to him, they were able to confirm the plans of this woman and the Yon clan, as well as the fact that Junggon intervened in the situation. Although it was not intentional, but what did it change in their intentions at all? At first, they planned to get rid of everyone who was associated with this woman. And because of that, they just watched her waiting for the right moment. They decided not to interfere, but only to ensure that everything went according to their plan. They were going to help Jonggon if the situation got dangerous to repay him for the information his spear wound looked serious. So they offered him good medicine. And suddenly the warriors of the Gen clan turned back after seeing a horseman rushing towards them. The horse was fast approaching, and Yunggong recognized this scoundrel. He immediately understood that this was the same shit trader who appeared only now. Where was that damn goat hiding before? He thought, enraged by his appearance. How could this rascal even dare to think of abandoning his master? If he betrays him again or changes his plans, Yunggong promises to sell him to a farm as punishment. The young master stretched out his bloody hand in his direction, glaring at him. He began to slowly approach him, but there was a problem. The cursed wound on his shoulder was poisoned, and his condition was rapidly deteriorating. Then the commander still decided to warn Jonggon that the organization behind Yon's plans has no problem using poison and other nefarious methods to eliminate their enemies. He offered Jonggon his help, warning that refusing could put him in grave danger. Before mounting the horse, Jonggon ordered a careful inspection of the mandolin. He suspected that the documents she hid were right there. The warriors of the clan immediately set about this work, thoroughly searching the mandolin. Sitting on a horse with a wound on his shoulder, the boy looked at what had happened, trying to make sense of the events. He never thought that everything could develop as it did. However, as they say, everything happened as it should, even if it was unexpected. His servant came up to the commander and asked if it wasn't foolish to let Yunggong go in this state, because poison could be used to eliminate him. To which Commander Sun replied that it is better to leave him alone because he is not the person they see as their enemy. Moreover, he left them secret documents without any problems. "Let him go his way," said the commander. "It will either break completely or overcome this path." The commander was even interested in how his further history would develop. Meanwhile, the Battle Alliance was gathering information on Jonggon. The woman found out that he is about 20 years old, and his martial arts can be compared to the level of the master of the initial patrol of the Morov Union. All this information is the only thing they could get, because if he is in fact a secret agent of the Morim Union, then they have very little information about him. He only recently started his activities after chasing senior ranks. There was almost no information about him because he was not a famous person or a warrior of some famous clan. Many martial arts masters are now wandering the desert, but this guy was only found because he received awards several times. Sengho surmised that if this person came from Zhongyuan, he was local and probably came from some village or town. Perhaps he had a family or a clan. Sanho agreed with this information as it was partially true, but they also wanted to find out if he had hidden connections with other clans. However, that was all the secret agent could say. Also, he didn't use the Heavenly Thunder Fist. Although the body of the slain bandit didn't look damaged on the outside, his internal organs had turned into minced meat. This martial art was strikingly different from the Imperial Army's Heavenly Thunder Fist. It was much less sophisticated, but deadly. These two techniques are similar in how they destroy the internal organs of their victims, especially the Fist of Heavenly Thunder. If someone is hit by this fist, their body is completely covered in horrible bruises and blood flows from every pore, showing the true nature of this destructive force. The amount of internal energy that is transferred in one stroke of the Heavenly Thunder Fist is so great that only veteran monsters in the Imperial Army can use it. The woman suggested that this might be a new martial art developed on the basis of the Thunder Fist. However, the man claimed that the Fist of Heavenly Thunder consumes so much internal energy that even the Imperial Army only knows about it from books. He explained that with this amount of energy, one could make 10 sword strikes. Although these techniques are similar in strength, they are classified as A-rank martial arts and are protected by the state. He couldn't understand why they suspected that this guy was a martial arts master of the Empire. Just because he is young and a master doesn't mean he is connected to the Imperial Army. Maybe he's just gifted in martial arts. In addition, it can be seen that he likes bounty hunting, which in principle is normal. Since he helps the Moram Union, Sen Ying confirmed this and asked if the boy had received information about the Red Division, a human trafficking organization. He laid out scrolls on the table that contained all the information about the 6 kidnapped children and the cities to which the criminals returned them. The volume of information was considerable, and the partner of the young hostess suggested that it would be better to explain it in more detail separately. But for her, it looked like a decent job, and they decided to confirm it on the way. She apologized for taking up a lot of this mysterious man's time. They said goodbye to him and left. When the soldiers left the office, the mysterious man took off his hat, exhaled heavily, and realized that Zhang Hyun had become really famous. Now we learn that Yan Gaian, a secret agent of the Muram Union, is connected to the Dark Dragon Intelligence Organization on the New Continent. John Gaian realized that he had not told all the details about that boy, and that he had no important information to share. All he knew was that Chan Gong, the second son of the Chan family of Hanam, was known from an early age for his exceptional talent in martial arts. His father was a merchant and wanted him to become an imperial soldier. But for some time he had misunderstandings with his family. After the infighting, he wandered all over the New Continent learning from many martial arts teachers. However, none of them were experienced warriors who were superior to ordinary soldiers. Why were they so eager to learn more about this boy? Ian saw this as a small problem, and he at least understood that the family feud was an important part of his story. That guy was really able to defeat a monster that single-handedly defeated more than 30 enemies, and even used a technique similar to the Heavenly Thunder Fist. The Imperial family and the Murama Union may be big in size, but they lack substance. The Imperial family and the Muram Union still don't know that Zhonggong, perhaps one of the legendary warriors of the future, and the secret union seems to have stumbled upon a big fish. The next morning, not far from the river, one of the local women came to wash. The river water was refreshing, and it was a usual ritual for her. But suddenly she noticed something strange, a red liquid floating on the water. She was amazed and frightened, not understanding what it could be. She was horrified when she realized that it was blood. The woman began to look around the area, trying to find the source of the blood. She discovered that the tracks lead to a warrior who was lying not far from the shore. He was slowly bleeding out while lying in the water, and it shocked her to the core. Bright and vivid memories flashed in Changgong's eyes. He saw how his child's eyes looked at the modern world full of miracles, the world where his parents were and their love that warmed him. He held his mother's hand, looking at his father's sincere smile, which always brought him joy. He was still a small child, carefree and happy. The modern world surprised him with incredible things, and every day brought something new. The balloon rose into the sky, and people joyfully waved their hands to it as if welcoming a new day. It was incredible. These moments were forever etched in his memory as memories of a happy childhood. In his memories, he saw the silhouette of a woman. Her image was clear and inescapable. She looked at him so intently that it seemed her gaze penetrated right into his soul. And she looked at him with such loving eyes that he remembered this look all his life. She always met him with a smile on her face and tried to always help him in everything. It was his mother, and he clearly remembered her warmth that warmed him, even in the coldest moments. And suddenly he hears someone nearby say, "He started smiling." "Perhaps he is having a pleasant dream," suggested the people standing around him. Soon he opened his eyes, and those present could not believe it because they did not expect him to come to his senses so quickly. Opening his eyes, the boy saw unusual scenery around him, something completely different from what he remembered. The people around noticed that he looked even more beautiful with his eyes open. They even said that he was more beautiful than the people from Junyani who lived in the lower village. The young owner was lying with a bandaged wound on his shoulder, feeling pain but recovering little by little. Parents told their daughter not to pay attention to his beauty because it doesn't matter, but she just stated the fact. Because there is a saying in these places, good news is just a good thing. The guy slowly got up, holding his head, exhaling heavily, and suddenly realized that he had heard this language somewhere before. Realizing that these people sheltered him, the boy asked for some water, feeling thirsty. People were amazed that this guy spoke their language with such ease. The chief of the tribe was also pleasantly surprised to hear how the foreigner speaks their language fluently. "Well, he can't speak our language if he came from far away from the mountains," said the leader, thinking about it. The girl representative of this tribe had never seen anyone speak their language so fluently in their lands. She realized that the boy understood most of her words without any problems. And this surprised her. And even more, she understood that if he understood her language, he definitely heard how she praised him for his beauty. She felt ashamed for talking about his appearance, and it visibly embarrassed her. At that moment, someone from the tribe called a girl named Blue Wolf, asking where she had gone. She nervously explained that she just went to get water, trying to hide her confusion. The man laughed at her reaction, seeing how she was embarrassed because the boy heard her words about his beauty. For a girl who is usually decisive, this was very unusual. Holding on to his wound, the young master asked why they were speaking Chinese. The leader replied that on both sides of the mountains there are people who have known each other well for over 100 years. Then the boy noticed that there was mud on his wound. The mud had a strong smell, and maybe it was not just mud but something more. It was a serious wound that could have left him crippled if not treated properly. He thanked the tribal leader and introduced himself. "My name is Chan." The leader answered, "My name is Red Wind." He remembered how they found Chan lying in the river completely unconscious. The leader was surprised when the Blue Wolf first discovered him. But in the past 2 days, he had watched the boy's remarkable recovery. It was clear from his wound that even without their help, the boy could recover on his own because he has incredible regeneration abilities. It was noticeable that he has a natural inclination to martial arts. The leader assumed that someone might be hunting him because such abilities do not go unnoticed. The guy replied that everything is fine, no one is chasing him. "But then why were you lying wounded by the river?" asked the leader, trying to find out if the boy was dangerous. The leader was not just questioning, he wanted to be sure that the person they sheltered did not pose a threat to the tribe. Changong noticed that this man had the spirit of a true warrior, even in his name. Changong assured him that there was nothing to worry about. The people who persecuted him were already dead, and the tribe was in no danger. When he went outside, he saw a beautiful tribe that lived peacefully and harmoniously. And then he realized that he was the one who found this land, which was discovered 100 years earlier than written in history. His heart was filled with the feeling that he was not here by chance. This moment became part of his destiny. These people lived carefree lives, unlike the helpless and weak natives he had read about in his past life. Their strength and confidence was something new to him, different from those stories. They happily fed his horse and sheltered him with hospitality. Changong praised their porridge that they served him and was surprised that he was able to get out of bed thanks to them. The young master approached his horse Jojo and noticed that this trickster looked very pleased with himself. The girl asked if his horse had a name, because he seemed smart, although at first he did not let her near him. He replied that the horse is rather cunning and not smart, and his name is Jojo. The girl thought it was strange how people from Jinan give names at all, but the name was interesting to pronounce. Jiang Gong mentioned that he named him that because it sounds fun, although now he thinks that maybe he gave him the wrong name after learning how cunning the horse is. The problem was not in the meaning of the name but in its original owner. When the girl asked about the history of the name, he hesitated a little because he would have to explain a history that was lost a long time ago. But when he was about to say something, he was stopped by the chief of the tribe who noticed that Chonggong was already healthy enough to walk. The young owner agreed that it was thanks to them, but noted that people need to move in order to fully recover. The leader also emphasized that this is good because the elder wants to talk to him. Their elder is a person who has a connection with spirits and is the oldest in the tribe. It was he who insisted on his healing. Without hesitation, the young master went to greet the elder and was shown the path that he should follow together with the chief. At that moment, the girl seemed to want to follow him, but her father noticed it. He told her to stay, explaining that he wanted to meet Zhang Gong alone. The girl was a little embarrassed, but accepted it as a fact and did not contradict. The young master turned to her and felt a strange feeling as if he had missed something. He remembered that he had forgotten to formally thank her for her help. He thanked her for being his savior, expressing his gratitude with sincere words. The girl was impressed by his words, but understood that he had to take this step to pay tribute. She was a little embarrassed and replied that it was nothing special, but as a thank you she would like to hear more stories about Junyan. After that, the boy went to the elder whom he was supposed to meet. The elder lived a little away from the village in a separate place, hidden from prying eyes. He lived in a small but very special tent that was different from all the others. This place was considered sacred for the inhabitants of the tribe and was treated with great respect. It was clear that a priest or a person with a special connection with the spiritual world lives here. When they entered the tent, they were surrounded by a strange smell of herbs that filled the space with thick smoke. This smoke enveloped the elder monk who, seeing Changgong, said, "Finally you have come." His one eye glowed with an incredible power that seemed familiar to Jiang Gong. The elder realized that he was standing before him exactly the boy that was mentioned in the ancient predictions. Chin entered the tent and told the elder that he wanted to see him. The elder was impressed by the young man's impeccable pronunciation and asked where he learned this language. Chin said that he studied the language on the southwest coast in the city of Chunhu, the largest among the new cities built by the emperor. Many people from those regions work there. Among them are people who teach tribal languages for money. And the elder came to the conclusion that Chin probably worked under the leadership of someone from the central district. Most of these people sold their pride and many other things because of lack of money. Chin noticed the elder's new southern accent and thought the locals were showing regional patriotism. The elder introduced himself as One-Eyed Cloud, the oldest resident of this village. He is so old that not even in all the surrounding clans can you find someone older than him. Some wonder how he managed to live so long. Some people believe that his longevity is the result of demonic art, although the elder himself attributes it to the protection of his ancestors. Of course, he did not leave these people alone. He begged his people for help. He always believed that there should be etiquette and respect between clans, even if they are from different lineages. She was once the witch of this village. Young people often lose their way when they hear such words. Chin understood that if he didn't stop her, he would listen to it forever. The boy interrupted her when she was too insistent that he stay here for treatment. He was interested in why she did that. She remembered that she had to order the blue wolf to leave the boy to his own devices. But she decided that a person with the heart of a horse cannot be evil. That was why it was wise to help him when he was hurt. Chin stood up. He understood her motive and thought that she had no other reasons, although it seems that she had a personal interest in him. Chin couldn't understand what she meant. At that moment, the old woman inhaled the aroma of herbs that filled the room. She opened her eyes and it became clear that one of her eyes was light and the other was red. It looked incredibly creepy, but there was a certain power in it. She noticed the young master's reaction and said, "All right, Chin." It was clear that her red eye was enjoying this second life. This sight shocked the boy. He could not recover from what he saw for a long time. All this was happening right in front of him. But she continued her speech. Like everything in this world, not everyone shares the pleasure of such abilities. The old woman continued to laugh, watching him with her unhealthy eyes. The elder did not suspect that the boy had a connection with demonic arts, but she heard that such things happen often. Although she did not expect to see such things with her own eyes, such things can only be observed in a very old age. Probably, this is exactly what interested her in him. She recognized that Chin is a truly unique person, and asked him if he was interested in how she lives a second life inside herself. She was very surprised when she saw his face. At first, it seemed to her that she was in front of a real demon. Chin found her gaze very interesting and thought that maybe she could see his spirit or something. The old woman will lose her strength if she explains how it works, so don't ask such questions. The people of the central district risk their lives for the secrets of martial arts. But Chin asked if they did not live in peace. The old woman assumed that he teaches martial arts for money. The boy admitted that he would like to do it, but it would put him in a difficult position because he developed his skills by performing various activities. However, the old woman thought that there was nothing wrong, because all he needed to do was to meet her forever. It sounded a little scary. After talking with the elder, Chin went outside and looked thoughtfully at the silhouette of the village. He noticed that this place was well hidden and keeps his peace of mind and security. The tribal chief asked what Chin had heard from the elder. The boy replied that she wanted him to teach them all to fight against the martial arts master, and it seems she had good reason to believe that something was going to happen in the village. The leader noted that Chin perceives everything that is happening very quickly, but this is not what they usually tell foreigners. However, now is not the time to hide information. Once, a young member of the clan they sent to the lower village, a young clansman came back with some people from the central area and insisted that they sell this land. However, their clan has lived in this valley for over 100 years. How can they sell their land? Where would they go if they did? This land cannot be sold. It cannot be bought or sold. They were shocked by this situation. Those people spent a long time in the lower village trying to convince the clan members that this was a great opportunity. Their accent was so strange that the chief wanted to hit them. He felt that a snake was hiding among them in the sea of people. The men from the central district listened to their frank refusal and calmly left, but they thought that they would not leave the matter so easily. After some time, these scoundrels returned already armed. They stated that they had already bought this land and the clan would have to leave it. They showed some ridiculous document. It was a letter confirming that Swift Raven had sold the rights to this land for 500 silver coins. He betrayed the whole clan and ran away. By this act, he left them in danger for a year. Thus, they were simply deceived. For this clan, the land is an inheritance. This is what their ancestors left them. They believe that land is a gift of nature and do not understand how residents of the Central District can own it. Chin asked if the leader remembered the name of the organization that stamped the document. The leader thought about it, but could not remember exactly, although it seemed to him that it was something similar to the trade union. He heard that this is a clan that protects the authority of merchants and the rights of distribution. Chin was happy at this thought, because unfair trade is prohibited by the merchants' union, and even the empire forbids such actions. Chin began to suspect that the people who drew up that document were acting in collusion with some members of the trade union to deceive them, and the leader expected such a development. The smartest solution would be to send someone to the Murima Union to distract them. They also met with the head of the local branch of the Murima Union. He was not an evil person, but I wonder how he will react to their bribes. This bribe could give them enough time to destroy their entire clan. But there is a reason why this land is so important to them, Chin suggested, even though the place did not look particularly promising. Maybe the reason was that in this valley, there was a hidden gold vein somewhere in the mountains. The young master understood the importance of the golden vein, and all the consequences it can cause. He got nervous and made it clear that it could be very dangerous. But tomorrow he will be able to act more comfortably because finally the hand will start to move better. He asked the chief to gather all the residents to start protecting their gold vein and find a way to save it. The next day, all the warriors of the tribe were gathered. They had strong arms and legs in place ready for battle. Their physical condition was quite good. Looking at these guys, you could see that there were about 10 of them. But the most important among them was that the young master paid attention to the blue wolf, who was also present. She saw his attentive gaze and was a little embarrassed. The boy could not even think that she was a warrior. Chin began his speech by saying that even the rangers that can be found in the cities are not as impressive as these warriors because they will probably try to win with their numbers. Then they will have to face 2 or 3 people. Although if there are more of them, they are sure of their superiority and will be able to resist them. However, the boy was not so categorical, suggesting that perhaps they will not fight even with such a number of people. If they are so worried, why don't they have a match? One of them, known as Medvid Skalolas, a huge man, wanted to see what the boy considered martial arts. The young master looked at the huge man and laughed. His austere appearance did not make much of an impression on Chinny. Although even he was sure it wasn't the worst way to start, it seemed a bit abrupt. However, he decided that it was necessary to act right now. Everyone focused on him. The people of Soklinov began to joke, wondering why the blue wolf brought a corpse, although everything looked more like a festive mood. She seemed to feel completely at ease. Everyone wanted to see the skills of the young master, and brought him another rival. The boy understood that they planned to evaluate his skills from the very beginning. If they insist, he will show them what he is capable of. Blue Wolf had heard many stories about the young master. His main advantage was his quick recovery, but she didn't expect him to fully recover so quickly. A huge man stood before him and prepared to attack. The boy, as always, calmly watched him and analyzed his actions. And at the moment when the battle began, he kicked, instantly knocking the giant off his feet. The giant, having received an unexpected blow, missed. He looked at his opponent and could not understand what had just happened because the boy's speed was incredible. Chin flew past him like the wind. People watching the match were simply amazed at how fast Chin was. Mountain Bear could not believe that he lost so easily. The strength of this guy was simply incredible. The bear looked at Chin, not understanding what happened to his leg because the blow was so strong, as if a load was tied to it. He kicked him and his head rings as if he was hit with a stone. The guy assumed that maybe Medvid is not going to do anything else. But Medvid, filled with rage, began to attack again. However, he couldn't catch any of Chin's punches. His attacks had no effect on the young master at all. Chin realized that he didn't have much strength left. Because his opponent was incredibly strong and unusual, he invited the bear to stop because he thought he had shown enough, but he could not stop. He announced that he would now show his true strength. Even his clansmen were surprised to hear these words. What did he mean by true power? Is he going to go all out? It was noticeable that Bear got angry and began to use an aura of incredible power. If his fellow clansmen had not tried to stop him, that scoundrel lunged at Chin with incredible force. His fist flew like a rock with such ferocity that it seemed as if it would break everything in its path. Chin admitted that the move was fast and quite powerful. He deflected all his blows but felt that this force was not from the central area. This was the original strength of his tribe. Feeling it on himself, Chin realized that his guesses were correct. These people weren't bluffing when they half-jokingly said that each of them could stand up to 2-year-old martial artists. He didn't want to continue this fight, but he had to stop it now. and then the boy made a lightning strike with his elbow, hitting the scoundrel right in the kidney. He did not have time for long battles, and these people already got him good. The great bear flew away from the blow. He slid along the ground like a small grain of sand, flying a considerable distance. The bear stopped only near a stone after flying about 10 meters. All his comrades looked at this giant in a daze. They could not understand what happened to him. Chin's martial arts were simply impressive. He hoped that he did not kill him because the blow was quite powerful. However, Medved was persistent and admitted that the boy was really good. When he attacked Chin, he felt some incredible force protecting his body. The guy said that this technique is very interesting, and in order for him to continue teaching them, explanations are needed. It was a rare power among the residents of the Central District. Medved called it the power of spirits. Spirit power sounded quite strange, but it was true that not only residents of the Central District can use mysterious powers. In the end, it was necessary to move the mountain bear to the village, and fortunately, he only lost consciousness. Of course, it would be difficult to bring him back to his senses, but Chin had never seen the tribe members use this power. Not all members of the tribe could use the power of spirits. It is not such an easily accessible power as it might seem. This power was similar to his inner energy, but Chin wondered why he couldn't feel its center. It seemed strange. Blue Wolf approached him and said that in order to use the power of the spirits, he must first meet with the spirits. If he asks for their help with a pure heart, he will be able to receive the spirits of all creatures on earth and the power of their ancestors. The leader of the tribe began to shout at the girl, ordering her to shut her mouth, but she did not understand what she had said wrong. The members of her tribe were furious that she had told their secrets so easily, even though they were also going to tell the outsider everything. However, the leader only planned to reveal the fact of their existence, and now it looked like she had made a mistake. It was a secret known only to the tribe, but if that had already happened, they decided to act further, because in the end they themselves asked him to teach them how to fight with martial arts masters. The leader ordered all the soldiers to gather again. One of the men asked about the Blue Wolf. Does the leader think that he will be useful to them? She looked at him with her watchful eyes. Chin recognized that the Blue Wolf would be useful to them and was sure that he would help them in the future. Therefore, he decided that the girl should stay. Chin reasoned that as a tribe it was better to win battles with martial arts masters. The martial artists were straightforward, and the best way to defeat them was to lure them into the forest using the trees as shields. In this way, they will be able to block the strongest attacks of opponents. The spirit power they used was sufficient, and Chin had seen it work before, which gave him confidence in the result. However, there were still some misunderstandings in the strategy. The boy would feel much more confident if he knew the level of their opponents. He wanted to ask if they had resolved the issue he was asking about. They appointed 2 warriors to keep watch when they returned to the village. As agreed, they set traps in the forest. So everything goes according to plan. But if it turns out not to be enough, they will have no choice but to fight for their lives, hoping that maybe the difficulty of their life will become easier after the victory. Blue Wolf examined the weapons that needed to be chosen for battle. Suddenly, a young master appeared on the horizon. She inquired about his condition, but he replied that the weapon is here, and as he knows, she wields it skillfully. He also noticed that she seemed to be the youngest among all the warriors. The girl noticed that he looked down on her a little. It's all because of her youth. She is the fastest of all the warriors in this tribe, besides her uncle and the martial master. They won't have time to catch up with the arrow before it reaches its target. Chin was amazed that she knew how to use arrows, but laughed at her stubbornness, although he did not expect this. However, the girl is tired of the fact that everyone thinks the same about her. She took the arrows and began to prepare them. Wasn't he wondering what she was talking about? However, it seemed that he was not even surprised. Other tribes were also interested in how they used arrows. She clearly wanted the young master to ask about it. He understood her hint and decided to inquire. She began to answer that if he was interested, it was a secret, and she added that when the time of the spirits comes, they will probably come for him first. As soon as this happens, he must open his heart, and then he will become a real warrior. It is not clear what she meant by opening her heart and what it really means. She didn't seem to know how to explain it herself and began to hesitate. She didn't even know how to answer exactly and started scratching her head. It was funny to watch her attempts to explain, although she herself did not quite understand what she was talking about. If she talks about opening the heart, what does that even mean? She pondered how to open her heart because she didn't know how to explain it herself. Her confusion was obvious. However, this was not a problem for Chin. He came closer to her, deciding to test everything in practice. With a strange expression on his face, Chin asked the girl for her hand in marriage. His behavior seemed as if it had a special meaning for her. Without hesitation, she held out her hand to him. The guy decided to apologize in advance, and then when his fingers began to touch her veins, the girl felt that nothing unusual was happening. And Chin, closing his eyes, began to accumulate consciousness and concentrate energy. Everything happened as he predicted. The meridian core of her veins was open. The vessels were concentrated around the heart, and this was their center of energy. This is not just a passage of energy, but a real hole, through which her body could breathe along with its true key energy. The girl was amazed when she realized that the boy could feel it. He took his hand away. Chin couldn't see it, but he could clearly feel it. She did not fully understand what he was trying to see, but the boy decided that it was not what he thought. However, if the martial artist tries to grab her hand, she must not allow him to do so. Rare masters can neutralize her with one move if they grab her hand. She must always be on guard. Keep your hands to yourself at all times was the key rule. Then the girl replied that she would not allow anyone to touch her hands, except for the young master, and was ashamed when she said it. Chin didn't understand what the girl meant when she said, "besides him." Suddenly she ran out, embarrassed. "Well, she's really strange," Chin sighed, taking it for granted. That night he sat looking up at the starry sky. He seemed to understand where the flame got its power from because of the blue wolf. But the kind of meridians and cores it had were impossible for him. He has already created this energy in the center of himself and placed it inside. But if he opens his veins, the energy will slowly flow out through them. Although he did not expect help from others, he still managed to achieve a similar result. It was enough just to see how the energy flows from the open vein, and now he had to think how to work with it further. Some time has passed, and a lot has changed. Chin discovered many valuables of diamonds and gold in this clan. He taught them how to make traps, and the soldiers were very grateful to him for this. The girl started to shoot the bow even better. She wanted to prove to the young master that she was strong. After 4 days, something finally happened. A noise was heard in the gorge. The army was accompanied by falcons that checked their path. Martial arts masters rode their horses, wanting a battle with the stupid tribes they planned to crush to dust. But the girl, together with her uncle, closely watched them from the horizon. There were a lot of soldiers, and they knew that they had to act quickly. They must report this to Chin and the other warriors. Without delay, the girl ran to fulfill her mission. Maybe the fight will be uneven, Chin thought. There were so many soldiers that even the eyes were afraid to look at them. And at the head of the army rode that cursed merchant who saw nothing but the destruction of this tribe. The army moved forward, not suspecting a possible repulse from the tribe. The owner of the Black Snake was asked if they should kill that union member. But he replied that there was no point, because the coward planned to arrest them all together with the head of the Murama branch, without showing any fear. Nevertheless, the former leader of the Jade Pipe Group, Kang Ren, did not feel confident about the situation. So he took his personal army with him, consisting only of swordsmen who knew nothing. Black Snake argued that it was not worth wasting time on nonsense. It was a status that should be abandoned. They would still achieve their goal. However, it is not so easy to get gold. Black Snake was sure that the gold would reach their hands, but this did not guarantee that they would not have to perform a certain amount of mining. The places they targeted were a gold mine, but it was just an excuse to drive the natives out of there. After hearing these words, Kang Ren realized that he was dealing with a real scoundrel who only knew how to talk but did not create or support an army. He spent all his money on hired swordsmen who did not even know how to fight. He hoped that the story of that primitive scoundrel would turn out to be true. However, the Black Serpent was already indignant because of that boy's bloodline, believing that revealing a person's lineage so easily was not an accident. Perhaps it was a divine beast with a great spirit. It fit perfectly into their plan, and the mother would be very happy to hear it. However, he didn't say anything about this plan, and he seems to be stuck in the process. He hoped that the native inhabitants of the valley would be frightened and soon retreat, which would allow him to create a new army. The order to the soldiers sounded simply stand. After all, the ground suddenly began to collapse under their feet. One of the horses was drawn into a trap, and he was in danger. The horse and its rider fell into a pit with sharp spikes. The warrior's cry made the others understand. That begins bloodbath. After this incident, the warriors turned their attention to traps. They were shocked by such resistance from local residents. Another trap was waiting for them ahead, so everyone had to stop at their places. The soldiers were sure that it was the work of those wretched natives. They were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. After all, a figure appeared ahead. A guy came out of the darkness. His face was hard to make out. You could tell by his clothes that he looked like a local resident. The soldiers started shouting at him, asking who he was. If he is just passing by, let him do it slowly, because it is better for him that way. From the darkness, Chin began to speak to these scoundrels, and the entire army that the crooks' dishonest contracts against the natives would result in them being severely punished by the Merchants' Union and Murim. He offered them to leave and surrender to prison, spending the rest of their lives in the Murim prison. To the soldiers who came to restore order here, it sounded like some kind of nonsense. This strange guy appeared out of nowhere and talks nonsense. Black Snake thought that the Dakare tribe living in the valley considered this boy unusual and that this complicated their situation. Karen accused this scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere for trying to stop them and even demanding money. Now he sees no other option but to kill him. These words made Chin understand that these scoundrels treat the natives as savages. Chin suggested that if there was a misunderstanding, he should expel them all because there is a mine in the valley. And although there is an opportunity to mine gold jointly by exchanging it for a share in the mine, even if they drive out all the locals, that's enough gold to support a small group. However, Karen began to shout that he was not going to share a share of the gold vein with the Dakars. It was stupid because he bought this land for 500 silver coins. He was not going to share his wealth with savages who did not even understand how much it all costs and decided to destroy these primitive scoundrels immediately. He ordered his soldiers to immediately kill all the natives if they didn't get out of here now. If anyone survived, they would sell all the women and their huts. He glanced at the children running around and said ominously that they must be very fertile. But his speech was interrupted by an arrow. The arrow flashed through the air. She hit Commander Canron directly in the body before he could finish his sentence. The arrow hit him right in the heart. It became clear that it was an ambush, and the natives began an attack. The warriors did not want to fight. They began to flee because their leader was wounded. In desperation, Canron reached out to the Black Snake, begging him to save him. He begged to do something to help him. However, Black Snake wasn't going to do anything while staring at him with indifference. Canron tried to grab his clothes and continued to plead for help. But he did not take into account that the Black Snake was not going to save him, because he did not see the point in this. For the Black Snake, such a scoundrel as Canron was simply unnecessary in the living. Black Snake just smiled as he watched his current ally fall. Canron's hand weakened as he addressed the Black Serpent one last time. He fell from his horse and hit the ground hard. It was clear that he was lying on the ground, breathless. His mercenary swordsmen hid behind the trees. They watched as their leader had just given his soul. Chin looked at this action and said sarcastically, "They sure know how to say goodbye!" Looking back at his group of natives, he noticed that the Blue Wolf had aimed well. The natives who sat in the trees were full of strength and determination, ready to enter the battle. If the soldiers wanted to know, the savages, as they called them, hid in the forest. They were eagerly waiting for the battle to begin. Blue Wolf's uncle came up to her and praised her for her excellent work. Even he had a hard time hearing what that scoundrel said and restraining himself from anger. Now that their leader has died, the tribe wonders what the swordsmen will do. The swordsmen hid behind the trees, not knowing whether to run or not. Who will pay them now? The commander is dead. What's the point of fighting if they don't get anything? Black Snake stated that they were all idiots. Canron said that if they continued up this road, the native village would be full of gold. Hearing the word gold, the swordsmen alerted their ears because they were attracted to a gold vein. They couldn't return empty-handed because they had come such a long way, and besides, they had killed the barbarian citizens of Junan. Of course, he talked a lot, but shooting at him because of this, will the residents ignore it? Black Serpent was waiting for the warriors to get even more excited. The young master drew attention to the swindler in black clothes who was inciting everyone. It was unclear why he was going so far. But his dark energy, which he seems to have enveloped the soldiers, reached the young master as well. He felt this eerie energy. Her pungent scent filled everything around, and it couldn't be what he thought. It was not just energy, but a poisonous poison that was spread to cause rage in the warriors. And this poison spread very quickly throughout the forest. The young master understood this too late, and the poison had already absorbed all the soldiers. He noticed how it strongly affected their characters. He tried to tell them to hold their breath, but it was too late. The only way to deal with this poison is to sever its connection with the inner energy. To do this, you need to break its chains in your body. The Black Snake watched as the infection took place and looked at the young host in surprise. Chin began to shout at the entire forest, releasing his power. With his incredible strength, he broke the chains of poison in front of him. The explosive wave passed through the entire forest, dispersing the poison. An incredible star explosion surrounded the entire forest, dispersing this poison. An incredible wind arose. The black snake could barely hold on to his horse, being so frightened that he almost ran away. It was the same technique that Lion Roar had heard about. He could not understand how this person was able to perform this incredible lion's roar. If the boy was able to do this, then he is a student of Shaolin. Black Snake remembered that lion's roar can only be used by those who have reached the level of senior, high-ranking monks. And from this incredible roar, the body of the soldiers who came under its influence suffered. But if you think about it, the body of Qin himself remained intact. But it wasn't quite the lion's roar, because he didn't carry destructive evil. Black Snake did not know how to start a dialogue with Qin, because it was not just a voice. It was so powerful that it dispelled the effect of the poison. He asked if it was not a secret where Qin learned such a technique, because usually such a loud sound bursts the eardrums of everyone around. Qin explained that he controlled the vibrations of his voice with internal energy to stop the destructive effect and stabilize the body. After this cry, even the natives began to check if everything was okay. For example, Blue Wolf did not understand what happened. Her uncle also didn't understand, but he was suddenly overcome with a mad rage and he couldn't control his consciousness until he heard a loud sound that brought him back to his senses. She saw that it was Qin and felt that he saved her and the other warriors from the effects of the poison with his scream. He saved them by making this loud sound. Black Snake addressed his warriors, promising money for killing the natives, and pointed to the name of the true leader. He turned to the swordsman, promising them a reward to go and kill the natives. But the swordsman called the Black Snake a fucking bastard, who just orders them even though he himself probably wants to die. They decided that it was better to go and not risk their lives. Black Snake noted that they came to this job knowing what they were getting into. They knew they came to kill and rob barbarians, but now they want to leave as if they knew nothing. He felt their fear, even though they were all just empty words. They were not at all like their employer, who had the courage to say so. And then Black Snake drew his sword, unexpectedly attacking the swordsmen, who were not even going to obey him. They barely had time to raise their heads, when one of them was instantly killed by the Black Serpent. It is not clear why he lost consciousness because it happened so quickly that no one noticed. The swordsmen were distraught over the death of their comrade. It was clear that the Black Snake had a hidden weapon. He was a difficult warrior. Black Snake again turned to the swordsmen, ordering them to shut up and do what they came to kill and rob these scoundrels. If everything goes according to plan, gold and women from the village will be theirs. Black Snake promised to take care of Qin, who was standing in front of them, and the swordsmen were to go kill the weaklings. In desperation, the swordsmen raised their swords, thinking, why not? At least it's worth a try. They decided to kill everyone and take the gold without leaving anyone alive. There was nothing to delay, and they chaotically assembled for the attack. Qin watched this performance and noted that this was only the beginning. He gave a hand signal for the natives. They immediately understood what this meant, and everyone immediately got ready. The battle began as planned. They lured the enemy into the forest. Everyone, including Blue Wolf, took their positions as instructed. So far, everything has gone according to plan, and today it will become clear how it will end. Qin looked at the girl. She thought about him too, about his caution and confidence. The swordsmen saw the tribe fleeing from them. Black Snake realized that the tribe had prepared something for them. Do these barbarians think they can defeat the swordsmen? The swordsmen rushed after the tribe, and only Qin and Black Snake remained on the battlefield. Black Snake smiled, pleased that his swordsmen looked like cruel people. But he was not worried about them. He would be better off worrying about the situation he got himself into while holding his sword. These words sounded pleasant to the Black Snake, because he wanted to see how fast his opponent's sword was, and was looking forward to the fight. The battle began, and Black Snake's daggers rained down on Qin like rain. Qin wielded his sword skillfully and parried all of his opponent's attacks. Black Snake used a completely different martial arts style in an attempt to defeat Qin, but when his tricks ended, the young master began to gain the upper hand in battle. During the relentless attacks, Qin turned out to be so powerful that Black Snake realized he was fighting a real monster. His stealth techniques proved useless, and he could not harm Qin. Meanwhile, Qin's sword cut through the air with such precision that he almost missed his opponent. However, Black Snake managed to dodge like a ghost by leaping into the air. It became clear that gold is not his real goal. Qin shouted at him that he was not a merchant and that it was all just a disguise. Black Snake laughingly replied that gold can be found anywhere, and their main goal is in this tribe. Black Snake asked Qin why he was standing in his way, saying that he was going to die anyway and not to interfere. But his hidden tricks didn't work, so he picked up a sword. Who knows what kind of sword it is? Said Black Snake, hinting at his unusual strength. Dark and cold energy radiated from the Black Snake. He tried to outsmart Chin by doubling every attack using a hidden technique. He had hidden weapons of poison and even demonic arts. Black Snake was a real ghost. Who the hell is he anyway, thought Chin. Returning to the swordsman, huge stones began to fall, overwhelming them. They thought that they would be met with bread and salt, but traps awaited them. However, the natives met the swordsman not with bread and salt, but with swords and traps at every step. To them, these swordsmen were like cursed insects, who had to be expelled from their land. One of the natives was stabbed in the back by a cursed swordsman. The swordsman shouted, "Dita care!" It seemed that he would kill him now, but the arrow flying with incredible speed pierced the air and destroyed the swordsman, along with his cheeky grin. The bear noticed that the blue wolf was watching everyone, covering them from the side, watching from above. She was a true warrior archer and would not allow any of her fellow clansmen to get hurt. Her arrows cut through the air, hitting the target precisely. They mercilessly shut the swordsmen's mouths, immediately neutralizing them. Soon the number of swordsmen began to dwindle, and the axes of the natives brought more and more chaos. One of the warriors remembered Chin's words. We are suppressing them on both sides, and they only had to hold out a little longer to stop the invaders. The Black Snake fiercely attacked our hero, using some strange martial art that was unlike anything seen in the desert. This was the true martial art of Zhongyuan, which developed outside the Yu Empire. Chin had to dodge these blows because they were dangerous and fast. The Black Serpent's sword was so powerful that it could cut a tree into pieces like a salad. This incredible confrontation against the demonic enemy was the most serious test for Chin. It was the strongest opponent the hero had ever met. A fallen tree separated their territories, and they stood looking into each other's eyes. Chin understood that his opponent possessed a lot of inner energy and looked a little angry, but not completely lost his mind as the leader of the Red Division. Judging by the way Black Snake wielded a sword, he was definitely a master. Black Snake noted that Chin had a bad temper, and suggested that he was not from a well-known clan, and might be receiving support from the Murima Union or a member of a secret unit. Chin had no intention of talking to him for long. This scoundrel was sure that Chin was up to something. Chin only told him that he was just a traveler, which made Black Snake laugh. The snake did not know who was in front of him, a person with tight lips or just a fool, but he did not like such people. He threatened to silence Chin after he lost his arm. They ran away, running at each other, are ready to show which of them will remain alive in this deadly battle. At some point, it seemed to Black Snake that he got the upper hand in this match. If he wasn't in the alliance, he would have invited Chin to his group to learn new martial arts together. However, he felt that Chin's inner energy was stronger, and if he continues to press, it will put him at a disadvantage. Black Snake decided to finish the fight, and his sword suddenly lit up with incredible power. He was going to end it. At that moment, the opponent jumped into a tree and pushed away from it, and Chin rose from the ground, looking him straight in the eyes. Black Snake noticed that the eyes of the young master had changed. "It's time to see the winner of this battle." A huge number of blows circled in the air aimed at Chin. The villain Black Snake tried to find his opponent's weak spot. His black energy demon sword swept through the air and seemed about to strike, bringing a sinister smile to Black Snake's face. But the blow was useless. The sword passed by. Black Snake realized that he was in a hurry in such a critical situation. However, Chin's eyes blazed with chakra and his sword formed several rings of energy. It seemed that not one blade but 3 appeared before the eyes of the Black Snake. He did not understand what was happening. How could the blade be divided into 3 parts? He would not be able to stop these 3 blades in any way. And like an incredible hook, all 3 blades penetrated his body. It was a flat defeat. The force of this blow brought Black Snake to his knees. All he wanted to ask before his death was the name of his opponent. Chin sheathed his cold sword and answered, "My name is Chin." With his mouth wide open, Black Snake accepted the answer and could no longer. He could not utter a single word. His body fell to the ground lifeless. The battle ended as quickly as the day drew to a close. The soldiers who remained alive needed to sum up and heal their wounds. Some of the natives were wounded, but they were immediately given help. Most of the swordsmen died. Their bodies had to be examined. None of the natives died, although many of them were wounded. However, the blue wolf disappeared without anyone seeing him. She recently went in search of him, and the girl was not even punished for her act. They all had to hurry before the sunset. The girl ran up to Chang'an, who was inspecting the enemy's body. The only thing was that he had a small wallet and an envelope. He did not find anything that could help to know the person's identity. However, the envelope was very well hidden on his body. There could be something important in it. Opening the envelope, the boy read the letter and was shocked. To the girl's question, he answered that there are no clues inside, only talismans. When he opened the envelope, incredible black energy burst out of it. The girl retreated, unable to stand this negative energy, and asked to remove it from her. When she was asked why she behaved like that, she answered that she felt terrible energy from this paper. She didn't know how to explain it, but her body was covered in goosebumps, and she felt something disgusting. There were strange symbols on the paper that disturbed her. Chang'an didn't feel any disgust, but the girl had other feelings, and he didn't understand why she disliked the amulet so much. Maybe they should consult One-Eyed Cloud. She thanked the warrior because he really helped everyone, and they won a great victory without loss. However, this is not the end. They will have to apply to the Murim Union branch to obtain permission for self-defense and the right to own the valley. The cloud assured them that everything will be fine, because their peaceful life in the valley continues. After that, the boy put the envelopes that he found with that scoundrel. These envelopes had been hidden in that dangerous man's coat since yesterday, and when Blue Wolf saw them, she was very frightened. This interested the young owner, and Kamara examined the envelopes. The owner continued to explain that the purpose of this valley was not gold at all. It was only a cover to expel the tribe from these places. The cloud noted that this is a 5-level black magic talisman, surrounded by very evil forces. And now she understands what these people really wanted. When asked what kind of talisman, Kamara was silent. She explained that this spirit could not appear before them, but it lived in this valley. He was the one who opened the hearts of their warriors and inspired her. It is part of the nature of this area, and at the same time, its entire being. He was once their progenitor, and his descendants are now the natives whom he taught wisdom. He taught them to live in harmony, maintaining happiness and love for each other. Therefore, they do not want to leave the valley, because this spirit is always with them. She heard that in this country it is called spiritual existence. In her native land, there were rumors that people who live in harmony with nature are caught there. They are forced to abandon their beliefs and way of life. They sought to improve the level of their so-called martial arts. This was the original goal of these scoundrels. The purpose of the talisman was to drag the spirit to the ground and inflict pain on it, using evil forces that wound the soul and destroy the will. No wonder the Blue Wolf felt the pain. She was destined to become the heir of the cloud, and the girl understood this perfectly, thought the young master. After these events, the tribe began to celebrate. They lit a huge bonfire and danced around it. They rejoiced at every ray of fire as a new life. The young master watched it from the side. He took this ominous amulet to the fire and burned it, scattering the ashes. After all, this amulet had no place among the tribe. It blocked the spirits. Soon a child came up to him and asked if Chang'an would stay. Chang'an replied that his mission here was completed. The child said curiously, "You are a traveler. The road is your home. The sky is your ceiling, and you are the only support, a pillar that stands alone." It's cool in a way. These words seemed quite strange to the young master, and he did not see who said them. But the boy laughed. His expression was quite interesting. However, the young master felt a strange energy emanating from this boy, as well as his manner of speaking. In his eyes, it seemed that all the wisdom of travelers was imprinted in them, as if a whole village. Maybe he even guessed that this guy could be the same spirit, the spirit that came to personally thank the traveler for not allowing his children to suffer, and simply burned the amulet without harming his friends. Chang'an explained that he thought he would be forced to carry this medallion with him, but now everything is different. To this the spirit replied that no one likes those who smell of treason, and people who did this will not be popular. He held out his little hand in which he held a gift for a good person, because good people should always be rewarded. At first he was going to open his heart like he did with his children, but he thought that the young master might not like it, so he prepared this item for him. He told him to put it in his pocket already. It was like a miracle pill or something like an elixir, and wondering what would happen when he ate it. The spirit began to disappear, crumbling into dust. When the young master looked around, the spirit had already disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen, and simply disappeared as if he had never been there. The young owner realized how valuable this gift could be, and decided to use it. He thanked the spirit for this gift. People gathered to see off Chang'an. The girl ran as hard as she could. After all, this young owner simply left without saying goodbye. He didn't even intend to say goodbye to them. He just sat on his horse, jumped on it, and rode away. He didn't even look back at them. But people were infinitely happy and saw him off with their eyes. The girl felt a strong attachment to this person. Her gratitude for his actions was incredible. Maybe one day their paths will cross again and she will thank him for everything, while Chang'an went his own way. Soon the representatives of the Battle Alliance arrived to understand the situation because this man Kenren is suspected of killing Kanchung. Kwok Soon, the head of the branch, claims that they notice unfair contracts directed against the indigenous population. But it was obvious here you don't need to be too strong to understand it. This man tried to hide all this, but everything was ruined for him. Only one of the 30 swordsmen remained alive. It seems that the village of local residents was not affected at all. Mrs. Senying still doesn't understand how they managed to defeat the swordsmen and blame the Ren clan. If he makes a mistake, it will be a problem for him because this scoundrel Kang Ren killed his friend from his hometown and ran away taking money with him. There is no evidence that he bribed the swordsmen. He decided to say that he did not expect such an act from Kang Ren. If he had known, he would have been detained in Kangshan village immediately. If he is called incompetent, he will put up with it. Mrs. believed this manager. If so, let them detain all the swordsmen and return to the village. The merchants from the guild should be told that they have prepared compensation for the actions against the residents and issued a document recognizing the rights to the land with the seals of the head of the branch. Kwok was shocked, but promised to prepare the documents and personally monitor everything. The partner asked Sheng Ying if she was just going to leave everything because she didn't find the bribe book in Kang Ren's safe, and he needs to be captured. However, she understood that if they let him go now, it would transfer many cases to the law enforcement agencies. In this case, this place will become an attractive prey for other scoundrels who may be nearby. She decided that she would take advantage of the moment and let them forget about it, because when the Inspector General arrives with the new head of the branch, he will take care of everything. By the way, they learned the name of the person who helped them. They say that it was a person who fought for them. After examining the body of the enemy, they saw that he possessed the demonic art of swordsmanship. He remembered well that it couldn't be the Tang clan. After all, it has already been 100 years since the Tang dynasty was destroyed by the Imperial Army, and everyone hoped that this was the end. But it was about the same time when a new world was discovered. It is logical that some people managed to escape across the ocean. Does anyone really believe that this dynasty and clan were able to be revived? After looking at the body of the deceased, she realized that this was not the case. Perhaps they were inspired by the story of the cursed Tang clan, and she decided to write a report about it. And he will prepare everything for an important event. Mrs. Sen Ying watched the swordsmen who were detained, and the bodies that were taken from the battlefield did not give her peace either. The thought of Chang'on's master kept running through her mind. Once again, they were a step behind him. Somewhere in the mountains, the young owner decided to rest. He was so tired of all this nonsense that he just lay there and did nothing. He took the same pill and continued wandering around the cave. The spirit of the tribe gave him Yanggang, a crystal of pure energy. However, this crystal was so strong that it also contained a dangerous toxin that he could not purify on his own. If he succeeds in neutralizing the toxin, the energy will transform into layers and spread throughout his body. If this does not happen, he will not receive even half of this power. Clenching his teeth, he screamed in pain. He screamed as he struggled with the incredible spirit within him. A flame of pure energy erupted from his soul, and his body began to glow, radiating a mysterious power. Every cell and every muscle in his body was filled with the power of this pill. He felt as if he had been cleansed of all the old and filled with something new. Now he needed to direct and dissolve the energy. In order for it not to dissipate uncontrollably, it had to be directed to his Qijing and 12 meridians. All this spun in an incredible way in the body of the young master, and it seemed that he exploded with this energy, and even his horse felt this power. Power burst out of the cave, filling it with an incredible spirit. After some time, he still managed to control this process. He sat in meditation, and the only sound was his steady breathing. Finally, he achieved what he wanted by dissolving the necessary amount of energy. Now he could deal with the remains of her frozen in the center of his body. It was an incredible achievement, and it wouldn't take him long to absorb the rest. He returned to his horse, which must have been waiting for him for a long time. They had to move to the war, find a place to sleep before sunset. If the horse behaves well, he will treat him with something very tasty. The young master felt that his body became much lighter. It was an amazing pill that greatly improved his condition. Now with new strength, he had to continue his journey. Soon he arrived at a village called Xiongsu. It was evening in the village, and one of the boys greeted him. The young owner was interested in alcohol and food and asked if it was possible to find it here, but the guy replied that they have special rooms for rest. The guy personally recommended taking a smaller room because he did not see a big difference between them. Chang'an felt a warm and friendly atmosphere in the village. It was very joyful. The guy who talked about everything in his village was very honest, especially emphasizing that they have cheap white wine. Honesty was his best virtue. Chang'an, appreciating his honesty, threw him a coin to take care of his horse Joju. The boy harnessed the horse and led it to feed, and the young master went to the tavern. Opening the door of the institution, he saw that there were almost no people here. Only a few men sat at tables drinking. Some were having dinner, but it was already late and the place fell into silence. The waitress greeted him and asked what he would eat and drink. She also reminded that they have two types of rooms, small and special, and she personally recommended the special because they are quiet. However, understanding the local business, the boy chose a small room and ordered white wine with the meal. The woman held out her hand, expecting an advance payment because such cases required an advance payment. The main character enjoyed the food that was served to him, and he liked it. Suddenly, a boy ran up to him, joyfully announcing that he had managed to saddle a horse and also feed it with hay. The main character asked whether the boy had already found a room for the night. After hearing an affirmative answer, he wished him a good rest and suggested that he relax and enjoy his meal. "Why not relax?" asked the waitress, bringing another portion of dishes to the table. She carefully placed a glass of white wine on the table to complete the meal. Hearing the compliment that her son is smart, the waitress just smiled. However, she quickly corrected him by explaining that the boy was not her son. She was surprised by this assumption because she considered herself too young for such a child and told that he was her sister's son. She explained that after the tragic death of her sister and her husband, raising the boy fell on her shoulders. The main character felt curious, wanting to know more about the boy's story. However, the waitress decided not to go into the details of her personal life in front of a stranger. She briefly explained where his room was, then turned and started walking in the other direction. Chong stayed at the table pouring himself some wine, wondering if there was anyone in Marima without a story of his own. Over time, the number of people in the tavern became more and more, creating more and more noise in the hall. The boy ran around the hall, bringing the ordered dishes to the men at the tables, without stopping for a moment. Meanwhile, several men were already sitting at the table, passing the time playing cards, which began to attract the attention of others. The girl watched Gon, who hesitated a little at first, but then decided to join the game. She carefully followed their every move, analyzing the players' strategies. Her experience made it possible to recognize who was a big fish and who was a simple novice. Serious conversations began at the table, discussing the sale of land and raising important issues. The mustachioed man began to talk about how his grandfather had managed the ranch for 20 years and how the master, son, had left for a short time. He must have been horrified to see his grandfather's house on fire, he added bitterly. He continued his story by mentioning the death of Mr. and Mrs. Ho, noting that he didn't even have the courage to call it murder. It was such a dark affair. However, the conversation gradually moved away from the topic of the game they continued to play. Noticing this, Gon in a serious tone suggested everyone to focus on the game and not be distracted. At this point, it became obvious that Gon wasn't listening to their conversation at all. His concentration on the game was at a high level despite his normal skills. Suddenly, a man entered the room and addressed Han, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gon instantly recognized the voice and answered, asking how he was doing. The newcomer, seeing a familiar back, immediately thought it was Brother Chan, but Gon quickly asked the others not to pay attention to him, saying that he would just observe for a while. It's definitely him. Where did this guy come from? A thought crossed Gon's mind as he saw a familiar sight. That man came closer to the table and, addressing the others, began to joke about why their faces were so gloomy, asking if he had been robbed again, and raising various topics for conversation. After some time, the two of them were already talking, having gone outside, where they continued the dialogue without any extra listeners. The man admitted that he was ready to resign if he didn't see him by tomorrow. Gon sarcastically asked if there was such a big bounty on his head that he was so diligently looking for. However, the interlocutor explained that it is not about the award, but about the fact that he needs a person whom he can trust. At the moment when Gon took a sip of wine, there was an unexpected proposal to work together. It was a big deal. Besides Zhang Hyun, there were 3 more, and even his own older brother wouldn't be able to handle them all at once. Gon asked if there were 4 of them, including himself. Why did they need anyone else? Gildon thought about the fact that Gon's martial art was of unknown origin, and he was interested in the identity of this martial artist who might have belonged to the secret royal army, and was also afraid of Murim's patrols. However, he decided to talk about something else. He needs a reliable person whom he can trust. What was this adventurer up to this time? Gon asked himself, asking to explain everything in more detail first. Their goal was a wagon full of gold and silver. Gildong knew very well that such carriages are usually reserved for the rich. But this carriage was headed to Hamsun Seong, and to be precise, it is Seong Guan's personal belongings that is being handed over to Seong Hwan from the association. Gong didn't even know who Song Guan was. So Gildong explained that this person is one of the 5 leaders of the Hamsan Ascension Association. They were believed to be a side branch of the Canal Song family, but this was not without confirmation. Song Guan was a man of great wealth and headed the association. Most of his ranch and mine properties were located here on this side. Gong asked if Song Guan's bodyguards were really as strong as they said they were. Dong didn't object and agreed that the guards were strong because the manager of the ranch and the mines was a man named Shu Wei Liang, appointed by Song Guan. He recently seized all the ranches to monopolize the pastures and rivers in this region. Dong remembered that dozens of civilians and farmers had lost their ranches and homes due to the actions of Shu and his men. Some even died in their burning houses, and then Gong remembered that the locals had told him about these tragedies before. Gon wondered what the Muraima Union was doing in this situation. Don explained that Song Guan, who is the head of the local Muraima Union, was covering up all his actions. Gon slammed the flask loudly on the table and questioned whether Don really wanted him to deal with such people. Dong continued to convince him, saying that they will remain unnoticed if Gon is hooded, and if they manage to deprive Song Guan of his wealth, then there will be a chance to win. A merchant's struggle ends when he runs out of money, Dong added. He believed that Song Guan would be so busy attacking other fighters and union leaders that he wouldn't have time to look for them. Don also emphasized that they will manage to rid the area of this garbage and all their plans will work. When Gosen got up, he asked a key question. Don't you have to stick to a certain position to do something really big and make money? Don argued that at least Gon would have the opportunity to be famous for depriving the evil merchant of his wealth. At this moment, Gon began to remember his first meeting with Don. He seemed to him to be an ordinary conman who played dice and drank. But now, Gon understood that Don was much more dangerous than an ordinary conman. Everything sounded perfectly acceptable. But Gon was left with one problem. Can he trust Don? Don explained that neither he nor the 3 others he had gathered could fully trust each other. The only thing they were all interested in was money. Gon also needed money, and this motivation made him part of this dangerous game. Even for local residents, it would be nice if this group disappeared because their actions only made life more difficult. However, in order to act, Gon had to make a decision whether to trust such a treacherous type as Don. Hearing about the money, Gon became more and more convinced that he should answer yes. Don said over and over, "We have to do it. Let's do it together." A slight smile appeared on Gon's face as if he had made his decision. "Hongil Dong sounds enticing," said Gong, holding out his hand to show that he was joining the cause. They shook hands, confirming their agreement. Don thanked Gon, feeling that now their plan was definitely coming to fruition. They planned to leave tomorrow. The other 3 went ahead and waited on the carriage road while Gon and Dong were to spend the night here and begin the plan at dawn when everything was ready. Already ahead, they saw their accomplices waiting for them. Gon was ready for a new acquaintance with his colleagues in this dangerous business. He became interested in learning more about them. They were the Gong brothers and their accomplice, Kim Jung-chan. The Gong brothers are known for their skillful swordsmanship. The elder, Gong Pyong, and the younger, Gong Ran, and Kim Jung-chan, as it turned out, was a skilled archer, which was the reason for his participation. He carried with him a gatgun made from the horn of a wild bull from a new continent. It was a powerful bow that was fearsome, especially when shooting at long distances, and was very expensive. It was because of this bow that he did all this work to preserve it, and therefore it is better not to touch it at all. Who came with him? The brothers asked when they saw Gon. Don explained that this was their new swordsman, which surprised the brothers. They believed that there were already too many of them to carry out the plan. Chan just stood silently observing the situation, displaying the most balanced demeanor of all. Meanwhile, the dispute between them continued. Dong insisted that it was his plan, and Pyong's opinion was of no importance here. Pyong came closer, grabbed Don by the collar, and began to express his complaints, resenting the fact that he made him wait under the scorching sun, which was already driving him crazy. Pyong threatened to tear his face off, but then Dong suddenly started to take out his blade. The threats stopped instantly and the big man fell silent, taking a step back. When the blade was at his neck, the big man no longer seemed so formidable and was forced to fall silent. Don once again explained to him who he was, and reminded him that you should always respect each other regardless of the circumstances. "We are not bandits to rob ordinary people on the roads," he added. Younger brother and Chan watched this from the side without interfering in the situation. Don continued to insist that this was his plan, and all the information for this plan was gathered by his informants, thanks to his connections and opportunities, and the guy was just a pawn in this game. Gon, watching this, was amazed. He had no idea that Don had such a determined side. This is nothing like the gambling con man he used to know. Don turned to Gon and invited him to introduce himself to everyone. Gon mused that maybe this determined side of Don was his true self that had been hidden until now. After some time, when Gon introduced himself, everyone was already sitting by the fire discussing the details of the plan. The carriage should arrive tomorrow around noon. There will be a coachman and 2 other men in the carriage, a total of 7 people, including 4 guards. First, Chan will kill the coachman with an arrow, and then the others will immediately set up an ambush. "If Chan continues to shoot, no one will be able to get out of the wagon," Yang and Dong explained. However, one of them asked if Don was sure that there were no martial arts masters among the guards. Don explained that the most likely 2 people in the carriage will try to take control of the situation, but they will not be able to do anything. In the end, the main threat is the 4 riders who will have to deal with... In addition, Chan had to help them with his bow, destroying the most dangerous opponents from a distance. In short, tomorrow they only needed to eliminate the 4 riders, stop the wagon, and then deal with the 2 left inside. However, Gon interrupted Ian by noting that the task is not to eliminate all of them, but to leave one of them alive since it is Ian's informant. It was true Yang explained that his name was Kang Sun, and due to a large gaming debt, he agreed to hand over the information in exchange for mercy and some money. Kang San promised that as soon as the work was done, he would return the debt and move away so as not to leave any traces. This was their agreement, and it had to be taken into account during the operation. Chan then asked what their plan was after they successfully completed the case. Zdrovan was also interested in how exactly they would divide the money after completing the task. Yang explained that after they eliminated all 6 guards, they would go south and divide the money on the spot during the day, after which everyone would go their separate ways. He added that Songguan, the head of the Hamsun Union, would probably try to deal with the other leaders of the union, so their trackers would not be able to pursue the group for long. The brothers laughed and exchanged words that this job looks like it will be an easy walk in the park. However, Gon mused that in theory the job looked simple, but he was concerned that they didn't have accurate information about the presence of masters among the guards. The limited information about the informant also caused him great concern. In the morning, they extinguished the fire and prepared for the task. The entire group set off to accomplish their mission with caution and determination in their hearts. Each of them saddled his horse, and now they stood on the slope ready for action. Wei Yan looked ahead and saw what he had planned earlier. Everything went according to his calculations. He reminded everyone that everyone is responsible for their own life, and no one should expect to be saved if something goes wrong. The brothers agreed and added that they would not be sitting here if they did not know this simple truth. Chan and Gong just nodded silently without expressing any objections. When Jan was sure that everyone was ready, he suggested going down to start the action. Suddenly, Gon raised his hand, asking everyone to wait. "What happened?" Yang asked, a little surprised. Gon pointed to a rocky mountain in the distance and asked him to look there. When they turned their eyes, they saw horsemen rushing from that mountain with swords and axes in their hands. They wore masks on their heads, which made them even more mysterious. "Who are these bastards?" Yang muttered, having no idea who they were, and was startled by their appearance. It was not difficult to guess that these people were also hunting for a carriage, and there were quite a few of them. One of the brothers looked worriedly at Ian and asked Ian what is going on here. "You should know." However, Ian sharply ordered him to shut up because he himself felt uncomfortable not understanding what was happening. Their plan went awry. Looking down, Ian noticed that the carriage had changed its direction, which added even more problems. It was a real curse, because if they went in that direction, Kim Jung-chan wouldn't be able to hit the coachman with his arrows. Meanwhile, those horsemen who appeared earlier continued to chase the carriage and approached it closer and closer. Yang's group could not afford to lose the carriage to these uninvited pursuers. Yang ordered everyone to rush forward. Now whoever captures the carriage first wins. He also ordered Chan to act together with them, because the target is full of money. Yang himself rushed forward first. ordering the others not to wait and to move as quickly as possible. It seemed the plan had failed even before they had time to implement it. The carriage was rushing at full speed, and other robbers were already chasing after it, adding to the chaos. Jan's group noticed that someone was also following them. When Jan came closer, one of the riders asked, "Who are you?" But Jan wanted to ask that question himself. They argued among themselves whether the opponents were aware of whose carriage they were attacking. "Who does not know this?" Jan replied sarcastically, calling them bastards and ordering them to stop the carriage. However, in response he heard only a defiant insult. "We are not as crazy as you." They continued to chase the carriage for several minutes, arguing among themselves. Meanwhile, Gon was calmly jumping behind, his sword firmly in his hands, ready for action. He was amazed at this situation. Unable to find words to describe how absurd it was, Yang ordered Chan to fire his arrows to deal more damage to the enemies. Chan quickly reached into his quiver, pulled out one of the arrows, and drew the bowstring. His eye carefully searched for the most convenient target where he could hit. And so he let go of the bow, and the arrow instantly flew forward with a whistling cut through the air. One of the robbers received an accurate shot in the back and fell to the ground before realizing what had happened. Both groups of robbers could not understand who their real enemy was. But one thing was clear. First, they needed to capture the carriage. One of the most important questions was, what will they do even if they capture the carriage? Meanwhile, arrows continued to fly past their heads. Yang complimented Chan on the shot, saying it was a great job, and ordered him to continue shooting, taking out the guards first. However, Gon felt something was not right. His instincts told him that the anxiety did not appear just like that. They should have already understood that it is pointless to chase with an archer behind them. Are they up to something? He pondered. During the battle, one of the enemies fell with his wounded horse, raising a cloud of dust. The bandit from the enemy group, gasping and coughing, hit his back on the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. The rest of the enemy robbers shouted among themselves that they had already lost 2 of their own. The order was given not to sit still, because if things continued at this rate, their group would be destroyed. At this moment, Chan was intently searching for his next target, keeping a watchful eye on his enemies. Chan noticed how 2 robbers ran closer to the chest attached to the back of the carriage, and a hand peeked out from the hatch. The man began to climb onto the roof of the wagon, demonstrating his strength and dexterity. Just looking at his height was impressive, but even more impressive was the weapon behind his back and the incredible energy radiating from him. Yang clearly did not expect to see such a guard. It was especially unexpected because Seo Sang-jung himself was standing in front of him. "Do you know him?" asked Gong Che, the son of Soe Ran, the owner of the carriage. Yang answered, "This bastard is extremely dangerous. They say he studied martial arts in the Yan clan." Yang added, feeling tense. At that moment, Yang ordered Chan to eliminate him, but suddenly there was a warning. "Be careful!" So San launched his first strike from the top of the carriage, the blade flying straight towards Chan. When Chan saw the blade approaching him, he thought it was moving incredibly fast. Fortunately, he managed to dodge, but he did not have time to save his sword. The blade slid across his shoulder, tearing off a piece of skin and leaving a bloody mark. What kind of spear can fly so fast? The brothers discussed among themselves, marveling at the incredible speed. However, what Chan was most concerned about was not the wound on his shoulder, but the fact that his bow, his precious gakken, had been blown to pieces. Because of the wound in the shoulder, Chan will no longer be able to use his bow. Gon realized this by observing the situation. "So that these parasites know their place!" San shouted as he pulled another spear from his back. He was going to kill them all, but the robbers, realizing the danger, decided that it was better to run in different directions. "Rather, split up," Yang ordered his men. The brothers immediately jumped in the other direction, following one after the other. San quickly fired 2 more spears in the direction of the riders. They flew at such a speed that even metal heated up in the air. Although the direction of the spear was obvious, there was no chance to dodge it. And yet another rider was injured by San, this time fatally. His body, along with the horse, fell to the ground with a loud thud. It was Mr. Gu, and one of the bandits screamed his name in grief. Gon immediately recognized this voice. It was a woman's voice, so there was a woman among the bandits. He immediately guessed that these bandits were not ordinary robbers. One of the big men asked Jan whether it would be better for them to retreat, since without an archer it would be very difficult to deal with such an opponent. Meanwhile, the carriage began to slow down, and the tired horses almost caught up with it. San held his spear firmly in his hands as he stood on the roof of the carriage, confidently displaying his strength. He laughed loudly, feeling the superiority over his opponents. "You have no chance," he shouted. "You will all die before the carriage stops." Meanwhile, Chan, sword in hand, rushed forward despite his wound. Despite the pain, his gaze radiated unwavering confidence and determination. The fact that Chan dares to challenge San with a sword instead of a bow only fueled the latter's passion. San was ready to throw his spear and finish the job this time. Gon, turning his head in their direction, noticed the impending danger. He also understood that with such a serious wound, Chan had no chance in this fight. This was not at all part of Gon's plans, but he decided to act immediately. Jumping up and placing his feet on the saddle of his horse, Gon prepared to jump. Pushing off the saddle, he flew into the air, performing a masterful acrobatic trick. In flight, he accurately landed on Chan's horse without losing his balance. Chan could only see Gon flying over his head in disbelief. This struck Chan so much that he did not expect such quick and decisive actions. In the air, Gon felt confident as the spear flew in their direction, but he was ready for any challenge. Suddenly, the spear abruptly changed its direction. This happened because Gon kicked him in the air, deftly changing the trajectory of the flight. San stared in disbelief, as he had never seen anything like this before. Gon's gaze radiated confidence in the next course of action that he had clearly planned. Kicking the spear in the air and striking it at the back end, Gon launched it back towards San. San watched this scene with horror, not believing what he saw in front of him. His own spear was flying straight at him, but now it was illuminated with blue energy instead of red. It was the energy that Gon embodied in this blow by adding his strength. Fortunately for San, the spear only flew past his clothes without harming him. It slammed into the roof of the carriage next to him, causing a thud of metal. Now Sana had an element of surprise and uncertainty in her future actions. Gon, who was already approaching sitting on his horse, instilled real fear in San. His skill was amazing, and what he just did will be remembered for a long time. The brothers began to echo among themselves, asking each other where Yang found such a master as Gon. Yang himself could not believe his eyes watching this scene. He had no idea where Gon had come from at this point and how he had mastered such incredible skills. Enemy shouts echoed across the field, "Seize him at once." A group of bandits quickly realized that their ranks were almost empty. Behind them, Gon easily slashed through one enemy after another with his sword, knocking them off their horses. They fell to the ground, throwing their legs up without even realizing what had happened. Did he kill them with his bare hands? Thought the leader of the enemy gang, shocked by what was happening. He couldn't understand who this bastard was, where he came from, and what martial arts he possessed. But his gaze radiated tremendous energy. At this moment, San had already prepared another spear in preparation for the next throw. He took them in his hands and started swinging at the nearest riders. But his main target was Gon, and he decided to throw both spears at him. Besides, Gon was closer than anyone, which made him an ideal target. However, Sun hadn't taken into account how fast Gon was. Gon held out his hand, concentrating the energy in his palm. He didn't even have to catch this red-hot spear with his bare hands. He twisted it in his hand and sent it flying back towards San, who was standing on the roof of the carriage. San panicked when he realized that things had not gone according to his plan, and he was in danger. Gona's Kai has increased significantly due to the elixir he took earlier. He could now use the Valley Tribe-inspired absorption rack technique. San was horrified to see his own weapon pointed straight at him, and cold sweat running down his face. "Will you help us stop the carriage?" Gon asked as he prepared to drop his weapon. A moment later, the carriage was overturned, scattering its passengers. The horse pulling the carriage was also lying dead on the ground, crushed under the weight of the overturned wagon. The brothers were amazed by Gon's skill, and enthusiastically ran up to him and began to praise him. Yang was equally surprised, although he tried not to show it, because Gon destroyed the carriage with one precise jab. Approaching him, Jan offered to look inside the carriage to see what it was carrying. But at that moment, a group of horsemen appeared on the horizon and ordered them to stop and move away from the carriage. "So Weiran appropriated the gold and silver belonging to the people of this land," said the woman sitting on the horse. She added that all this wealth belongs to the villagers of Jeonsu. One of the brothers shouted at her that she was crazy because they took over the carriage and called them bandits, asking if she wanted to die. "To be precise, Gon did all the work," remarked the other brother, raising his eyebrows. However, looking at these people, Gon noticed that they did not look like ordinary bandits. The girl introduced herself as Su-yeon, the daughter of an exploited rancher and the sister of a miner, suffering from an illness that causes him to vomit blood. She explained that they had disguised themselves as bandits to return what belonged to their family. At first glance, these people seemed completely defenseless. But Su Yan continued to warn that if they tried to take the gold from the carriage, they would have to kill everyone who stood in their way. This surprised Yan's group because they realized that these people are residents of this area and not ordinary bandits. Gon noticed that they took off their masks, revealing their faces without fear of being arrested. This was a clear display of their determination. Yang, however, was not ready to back down after they passed and believed that these people were only bluffing. He stated that as soon as they start killing, their views will quickly change. Gon stepped forward and offered to check the contents of the carriage first, noting that if all the ranches and mines belonged to them, not all the gold could be theirs. He also offered to take a moderate share and keep the rest, adding that first you need to look inside to understand what they are dealing with. The older brother joined the conversation, supporting Gon. Gon is right. You need to see what's inside the carriage. People from Su Yong's entourage looked at each other, deciding what to do next. The old man standing next to Su smiled at her and nodded his head in agreement. Su Yeon hesitated but decided to trust and agreed to do as Gon suggested. Gon realized that there was no way he could stop San, even if he wanted to. Suddenly there was a whistle in the air, and a flare flew straight towards the mountain. After this whistle, a powerful explosion was heard immediately, which could be seen from afar. What was it? People began to look at each other, alarmed. Near the carriage there were confused shouts about what the hell it was, and why there was smoke in the sky. It was Sun's last-ditch effort. He launched a flare. After that, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground completely exhausted. Pyong relaxed and thought that this loud sound was in vain because nothing happened. Chan called him a fool and explained that it was a signal to call for reinforcements that would soon arrive. A dispute broke out between them, and the older brother immediately turned to Yan, reproaching him. Why didn't you warn about reinforcements? We should have looked for a safe instead of wasting time arguing. Everyone rushed to the carriage trying to find something of value, and Gon watched this chaotic action thinking that one problem followed another. However, he understood that among them, there is one person who may know how to get out of this situation. The elder brother rummaged through the carriage and discovered a person. Yang immediately said that it was his informant Kang and that he should be taken with him. They began to retrieve and drag Khan's body out of the carriage. Meanwhile, Ian found the safe for which they had come all this way. A smile appeared on his face as he finally approached him, but he noticed that one of the boards of the safe was cracked. Was he injured when the carriage fell? Ian thought. You could look inside through the crack. However, the most unexpected thing was that the safe was empty inside. Everyone immediately stopped, not understanding why the safe was empty. Ian had no answer, and his older brother, grabbing him by the collar, demanded an explanation. Ian asked him to let him go. Then he pointed to the informant, claiming that all the information came from him. A group of people were also confused because they expected a completely different result. Gong approached Su Yan and told her that there was one thing that distinguished this carriage from a normal transport. He explained that this carriage was a trap from the very beginning. Everyone turned their heads to him, waiting for an explanation. Gong continued. We already have experience with attacks on So Wei Ran's carriages, and this man does not look like someone who just sits and watches his property being looted. He probably set this trap to get rid of everyone, Gon added at once. He also noted that this was only his guess, but he couldn't think of another reason for the empty safe. Everyone turned their anger on Ian, calling him a bastard, but he insisted that it was impossible. Gon also suspected Yan at first, but if he was really behind this, he would have disappeared long ago, instead of staying in place. The older brother panicked more than anyone, shouting that they would all die soon and that a plan must be quickly devised. Gon thought that this was all complete nonsense and that he had made the mistake of trusting this idiot and going all this way. Finally, he told everyone that there was no point in wasting more time and it was better to get out of here because the informant needed to be interrogated and find out what really happened. Chan asked Gon where they were going since they were in the middle of the desert with no shelter. Gong approached Su Yan and said that she should answer this question. He was sure that after the successful attack on the carriage, they had prepared a hiding place in advance and told her directly about it. He also added that they have no choice but to cooperate. Su Yong quickly replied that there is a campsite nearby that is one of their shelters. Although some members of her group were not happy with this decision, she continued to explain. She spoke about the man who was called So Wei Ran's son and noted that he possessed incredible abilities. He could not be compared to ordinary guards. Pointing to Gon, she added that it was thanks to him that everything turned out differently. Maybe we would all be dead today if it wasn't for him confessing Su Yan. Gong only did it for the money, and Su Yan jumped on her horse and reminded her not to forget to take the informant with her. Gon scratched his head and sighed. What did I get myself into? He realized that he was involved in a very difficult matter and thought, oh, it's a mess. After some time, night fell over the desert and the stars looked extremely beautiful. The wounded man was lying in pain with a bandage over his eyes. Above him stood the head of the Gamsun Union and the owner of local ranches and mines. So Wei Ran himself. Was this work so difficult that my son had to die? So Wei Ran asked the two men standing nearby. Wasn't it supposed to be pretty easy to take down a gang of thugs? He added with a sigh. When one of the men said that he had no excuses, so Wei asked him to repeat what he had just said. When asked what happened there, the other man began to explain that another group of bandits appeared out of nowhere whom they had not seen before. He also added that his son fought bravely trying to protect the carriage. So Wei grabbed his head and asked, "Are you saying that it only happened because there were more opponents than you expected? And is it true that in addition to everything, you were not even able to track down the bandits who escaped? And at the same time you have the audacity to return home alive?" he asked, pressing even harder. The man only begged for mercy, tears and snot flowing from his eyes under Su Wei's pressure. Another man regretfully reported that the information about the transportation was probably leaked from the inside. A bodyguard named Kang San was riding in the carriage with his son, and judging by the fact that his body was not found, he probably sold information about the transport and hired a very experienced craftsman for this task. Hearing this, So Weiren smiled widely, feeling a certain satisfaction. He let the man go and began to discuss the issue in more detail. Realizing that the plan failed due to a leak from the inside, his laughter grew louder, especially when it came to his plan to get rid of the rats that were stealing from his farms. After that, he adjusted his beret made of gold with the look of a man who already knows what to do next. So Weiren said that later they would be punished for not being able to control their subordinates. But first he ordered to find those who did this and bring them at all costs. He didn't care if he had to kill all the villagers or drive the miners into the mines and burn them alive. "The main thing is to bring me those bastards who killed my son," he warned, adding that if they failed again, he would tear out their hearts with his own hands. Pointing his hand to the exit, So Wei ordered to go immediately and catch the culprits. He himself remained near the dead body of his son. Standing over him, So Wei promised that he would do everything in his power to ensure that everyone responsible for his death was punished. "I will accompany you to the underworld," he whispered, looking at his son's body. Meanwhile, Khan was interrogated in the desert in a shelter. He was tied to a post dug into the ground, and Jan personally interrogated him because he had to complete his part of the deal. Yang scolded him that Kang knew from the beginning that Sun would ride in the carriage, but didn't tell him about it. He also knew that their reinforcements would be watching them from the very beginning and hid the fact that the safe was empty. Yang put his elbow on Khan's neck and asked if he really thought he could escape after putting everyone in such danger. Confused, Khan did not understand what Yang was talking about and what the empty safe meant. Meanwhile, Gon and Chan discussed among themselves that this was going to be a long night. Gon asked Chan how his injured shoulder was doing. Chan looked at his deep cut and said it was just a scratch. Gon disagreed and asked permission to take a closer look at the wound. Coming closer, stepping over the fire, he began to examine the cut. Gon remarked that Chan was lucky that the bleeding stopped immediately, despite the depth of the wound. He also determined that the ligaments appeared to be intact and asked Chan to try to raise his arm. Then he took out a piece of cloth and carefully applied it to the wound on Chan's arm. It should help at this point, and he advised Chan to apply ointments to the wound regularly. After that, they turned their attention to Yang, as Su suddenly asked him if he had just mentioned Kang Sungju's name. At first, she couldn't recognize him, but now she was sure she had seen him before, especially when Mr. and Mrs. Ho were killed a few months ago. It happened on the day when a terrible tragedy happened. They were burned alive by So Wei Ran's subordinates. Su recognized Khan as one of those who participated in this crime. Khan began to make excuses, explaining that he didn't want to do this, but it was Ran's order and he had no other choice. He said that Mr. and Mrs. Ho should have given their land when they were simply asked. But at that moment, Su jumped out of her seat. She interrupted his speech and demonstrated her skill by unexpectedly kicking him. With the first kick of a thick heel, Su checked Khan's breathing. She delivered a powerful blow directly to his chest, so strong that the stick to which he was tied broke in two. He exhaled all the air, and his lungs were empty as he fell to the ground. Su shouted that Mr. and Mrs. Ho were their hope. She remembered how after their ranch was taken, they were left to die in the desert. But Mr. and Mrs. Ho gave them food and water and accepted them as part of their family, and these good people were burned alive. just because they interfered with the plans. Gon listened intently as Su screamed that Kang would pay for her debts. At this moment, the elder brother asked her, "And all you managed to do was to disguise yourself as the Chaos Sect?" These words made everyone pay attention to him, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. Su didn't seem to like it when he called them the Chaos Sect. When he saw Su's burning eyes, he embarrassedly said that he didn't mean to offend her and didn't mean anything bad. Su asked, "What is the difference between the Marima Union and the so-called Chaos Sect? Do you really want to say that it is right for people with money and power to abuse their position by oppressing cities and communities under the guise of justice?" She continued. She also asked him, "Why do you think our grandfathers, fathers, and mothers risked their lives to go to a new continent?" It was difficult to answer him. Su herself gave the answer, because they could no longer bear the powerlessness and did not want to be exploited. The crackle of the flame in the hearth echoed, emphasizing the tension of the moment. She asked him to forget what he said earlier, because even though they were robbing people, it doesn't change the fact that they wanted to return what they had stolen. However, the only thing they wanted was to return what was taken from them. That was their only goal, but she couldn't contain her anger any longer. Yang clapped his hands and asked everyone to stop arguing because they couldn't afford to waste time. The news of his son's death should have reached Ran by now, and his tracker was most likely already on his way. Besides, it would definitely make him furious. He added that the place where they are now is dangerous, and offered to separate from this moment. His arguments were well-grounded, and everyone started packing after hearing it. At that moment, Gon approached Su and said that he wanted to ask her something. He explained that he happened to walk into a tavern in Jeonsucheon and saw a child working there. Gon said that when he asked the owner of the tavern, she said that she was not the child's mother. She explained that she was just taking care of him because his parents had died. Gon didn't have time to finish his story when Su lowered her eyes and quietly said that he was right. "This child is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Ho. He is just as smart and clever as his late parents," Su admitted. Gon wasn't really going to ask what she told him. He just wanted to ask why they weren't raising this child themselves. Su answered this question herself. "We can't bring ourselves to teach the child who saved us the same crime. What if this child will suffer because of us?" she added in pain. Gon understood her position and said that he had heard enough and had to go. The girl stopped him and thanked him for the fact that they were able to survive in the trap thanks to his help. She handed him the money, saying that she did not steal it, but earned it honestly. Gon took them without hesitation, explaining that he had no right to be picky now and would accept the money. They wished each other to take care of themselves and agreed to lie on the bottom for a while. Both parties decided that it was better to go their separate ways. The brothers again called Yan a bastard and said that he was lucky only because the woman gave them even a little money. Yang then approached Gon, asking where he was going to go. Now Gon replied that it shouldn't worry him, and asked only one thing the next time they meet, not to mention work, or he will kill him. Yang smiled and noted that Gon would do it anyway because he said the same thing last time, but eventually got down to business again. Ian asked Gon not to worry and assured him that at the next meeting he would offer him something that he would not be able to refuse. "How shameless of you," answered Gon and ordered his horse to move on. After that, he set off on his journey. Chan followed him with his gaze, staying close to Yang. Yang asked Chan what he thought of Gon after seeing him with his own eyes. Chan replied that, without a doubt, Gon is a very interesting person. Although he has no relation to the Imperial Army, his ability to return San's spear back to him is impressive, as well as how he acts like a master despite his young age, Yang added. Chan immediately thought that maybe Gon was a descendant of the demon clan. However, he could not detect any traces of demonic arts in him, even though the demonic clan's techniques are known to have the least amount of side effects compared to other demonic arts. Chan noted that they could get an opportunity here on the new continent. 100 years have passed since the opening of the sea route to a new continent. This time is enough for an ancient family of martial arts masters to descend from the mountains and inconspicuously establish themselves here. Chan continued Union leader Murima was able to increase his power through similar methods, even though he himself was extremely strong from the start. Hearing this, Yang asked if Chan meant to say that Gon was just a rookie with great potential. Chan replied with a smile, "I can't say for sure right now. Maybe he practices arts we didn't know about." And then it became clear that Chan was actually a Secret Service agent undercover as Agent Number 3 of the Imperial Intelligence Organization. Even Ian was amazed by the technique that altered the musculoskeletal system, allowing muscles and bones to be changed to change the appearance. Although he had seen it many times, it fascinated him every time. Jan asked the agent what their next plan was. She explained that even one level of Gon's martial arts was enough to put him on the watch list and offered to keep an eye on him. She also noted that he originally planned to increase his fortune with the money from the carriage and asked permission to contact headquarters with a request to convey this message. In turn, he had to keep an eye on Gon and let her know even the smallest details about him. Meanwhile, Gon rode his horse, thinking that if the news of the carriage had already reached them, the trackers were probably already in place, and the road to the village should be safe at least until the evening. He was sure that no one would have thought that a group of bandits would be hiding not far from the village. Gon decided to rest that night in a tavern and set out in the morning. However, when he got closer, he noticed that there was a light burning in the middle of the village at night. Looking more closely, Gon realized that it was not light at all, but something else. He drove his horse, kicking it in the sides, trying to get closer to that glow. He could hear the screams of people, and the houses in the village were on fire. People stood and watched their homes and work go up in flames. A girl who worked as a waitress was grabbed by one of the crazy bastards. "What does it all mean?" she asked, clinging to the hope of salvation. But the attackers had long swords in their hands. "Shut up!" shouted one of them and explained that they had brought this trouble on themselves. Bandit asked her, "Did you really think that we will not find out that you people and these bandits are on the same side?" They accused her and the people of the village that this was their punishment for hiding these bandits for so long. She couldn't understand what he was talking about and said, "Even if they steal from your vaults, it doesn't mean you have to burn people alive." Tears began to roll from her eyes when she saw the little one she was caring for, bound and unconscious on the ground. However, the bandits did not care because they also lost a person. And even worse, this person was the son of their master. He even believed that she should be grateful to them, because this boy is not her family, and she is probably already tired of taking care of him. The girl's body trembled. She could not believe that she was hearing such words from a living person. Then the bandit told the other people that this was their last chance to save the child's life, to tell everything they knew about those they were hiding. While he was speaking, another thug noticed the warrior in the distance. The horse was quickly approaching them, and the rider was sitting on it. "Who the hell is this guy?" They could not understand looking at him from afar. A terrible picture of a burning tavern and the people standing in front of it opened in the eyes of the approaching Gon. He heard the cry of the waitress from a distance, and her tears told him everything that was happening. However, Gon did not see a child among them, and his heart filled with fear that this could be what he was thinking. He sat on the saddle of his horse, preparing for decisive action. As Gon approached, the enemy group started yelling at him to stop. But he did not listen to them and jumped off the saddle and flew up with incredible speed. He flew over the heads of bandits who looked up in surprise at his jump. However, they were not his target. Gon flew through the window on the second floor of the tavern, smashing the glass with his body. Bandits began to talk among themselves. Who is this? How did he even get inside the building? "What was it anyway?" gritted his teeth, one of them asked, not believing his eyes. From the middle of the tavern, there was only a loud knocking. It was Gon kicking the door. What the hell is going on? Why is everything around burning? He thought. But in front of him was only the body of a child lying in the middle of the room. Kyo lay with his eyes closed, and Gon hoped the boy hadn't suffocated. Gon could feel the power of burning fire on himself as he came closer. He knew that the building would soon collapse, and this added tension. The fire created a loud crackle that pierced the air. And suddenly Gon rushed forward when he saw large logs hanging over Kyo's head. These logs were barely holding on and were about to fall straight down onto the helpless Kyo. Meanwhile, the bandits continued to interrogate people, trying to find out who this warrior was. But they themselves did not understand, because where should they get the money to hire someone like that? Then their chief, insulting the people, called them insects and asked what they were up to. The people didn't plan anything, except that Gon was going to save little Kyo and give each of the bandits nuts. Gon, angry that the bandits insulted Kyo, looked at them completely differently. They almost killed this innocent boy, and they should definitely pay for it. They have to answer for the fact that they mutilated the body of the little one burned by the heat of the fire. Seeing Kyo, the waitress immediately rushed to him. She asked him if he was okay, and Gon placed the boy's body on the ground right in front of her. She ran up and started stroking his face, feeling that he was still breathing. Gon asked for a moment and pressed his fingers to several points on Kyo's body. At the same moment, Kyo took a deep breath. His eyes began to slowly open. He saw before him Gon and a girl who was crying over him. She immediately rushed to hug the little one, rejoicing that he was alive. Kyo called her aunt, but she quickly asked him to call her sister instead of aunt. Everyone was relieved when they realized that Kyo was alive. He is alive. Kyoho Ryong made it out alive. Everyone around felt this relief. However, this fact did not cancel the fact that the enemy was still on their territory. One of the thugs pointed a finger at Gon and ordered him to say his name. Gon stood up and said his name without hesitation. The other thug also pointed at Gon and said that they saw him a few days ago in the tavern. "You were a very bad gambler," he added, noting that he remembered Gon well and described him as a wandering assassin. Gon just looked at him as a foreigner who is mistaken, not understanding what is happening. The bandits asked him if he was aware of what he had just done. Gon responded by asking them, "Do you realize that you just tried to burn a child alive?" However, their leader replied that it was, on the contrary, mercy, because he was ready to exchange the child's life for other lives. "In fact, you should be grateful that we are ready to turn a blind eye to this and use this case as an example," added the leader, proudly emphasizing his words. He speaks too proudly, Gon thought, as he watched him try to justify his attempt to burn someone alive. Gon asked them how the Marima Union could sit idly by when a fire was burning and destroying an entire city. "Isn't there a representative of the Murim Union in this city?" he asked, looking at the thugs. The bandit just laughed when he heard about the Murim Union and pointed out that this guy didn't seem to understand the situation yet. "Where drums beat, laws are silent," he said with sarcasm. He explained that the Marima Union that Gon is talking about simply does not exist in the city. "The only law here is what we establish ourselves," he added with pride. The bandits said they would take Gon into custody for questioning and asked him to hand over his weapon and follow their orders. However, Gon didn't even think about it and reached for his weapon. In a cold voice, he asked them to think again before acting. The enemy realized that the atmosphere had changed and ordered everyone to attack Gon. Gon stood confidently in a fighting stance, drawing his sword. Two attackers were already swinging axes at him right in front of him. However, these two almost immediately went to another world to San. Their bodies were cut open by a single blow from Gon. The other thugs couldn't believe their eyes as Gon had just killed two masters with one blow. However, this angered them even more, and confident in their strength, they rushed at him. But Gon deflected each of their blows with skillful movements, easily defending himself. Gon's skillful moves not only surprised his enemies, but also drove them crazy. He then spent his sword slicing open the bellies of his opponents. After their bellies were ripped open, they fell to their knees without the strength to fight. But several more attackers appeared behind them, and these new bandits also went to another world. Gon cut off the head of one and the hands of the other, which were still firmly holding the axe. Gon was seriously enraged, constantly keeping the image of the little one lying under fire on the second floor in his head. The leader of the bandits watched as Gon killed 5 of their warriors in a matter of moments. "Where did a master like him come from?" thought the leader, as another enemy with a spear took his turn. When Gon came closer to him, the forehead of this warrior, if you could call him that, turned blue with fear. Without hesitation, Gon plunged his sword straight into the chest of the enemy, piercing him from the back. But suddenly something went wrong. Gon felt his sword stuck in the opponent's ribs. At this moment, the leader of the bandits rushed at Gon, thinking that this was his chance. "So the situation really looks disappointing," Gon understood, and so this bastard swung his sword screaming loudly in hopes of striking Gon. He carried the sword, convinced that he had won. But what he saw on the ground was not the head he was looking for. Gon dodged and immediately rushed to attack from below. He clenched his fist so tightly that every muscle tensed in preparation for the blow. The jerk didn't even have time to understand how he got the full power of the goon fist. Blood spurted from his mouth from the powerful blows. The sword fell to the ground with a clang, slipping from his hands. "You're finished, you bloody bastard!" Gon, enraged, dealt with the enemy with his bare hands. The one who was kneeling could not believe that an ordinary traveler had done this. Already crawling on the sand, he begged, "Where did you learn this?" Gon silently raised his sword and turned to the other. "Is your boss still alive?" Then he added, "Tell him that I am the one who killed your soldiers and I will come for him next. So let him get ready." He stammered out of fear and answered yes. Gon ordered him to leave the village immediately. He almost lost his shoes and ran screaming in terror. Afterwards, Gon addressed the residents. "Do you plan to burn your village to the ground?" implying that the fire should be extinguished immediately. Time passed, morning came, and they still managed to put out the fire. However, the fire managed to do a lot of damage, destroying a large part of the village. A boy approached Han and asked, "Are you not a knight who fights evil and helps the poor?" He considered Gon a knight because he defeated his enemies, saved him, and even helped put out the fire all night. Gon closed his eyes and thought and replied, "Knights are not like me. However, The boy scratched the back of his head and confidently answered, "And in my opinion, knights are exactly like you." Gon asked the boy, "Do you know where Rana's base is? If you want to defeat all pagans, take me with you," begged the little one. But stern words sounded from behind that he should not even think about such a thing. Ajuma appeared behind the boy, and the boy smiled when he saw her. She sternly reminded him that she had already asked to be called her sister. She asked not to do stupid things, and to stay in the village waiting for their return. After that, Ajuma set off with Gon riding horses through the rocky expanses. She asked if everything was really going to be okay. Her question was about Ran, because it is rumored that he has more than 20 warriors, and that he himself is a master of martial arts. Gon understood that if he did not enter the battle now, he would probably be awarded a reward, so he decided to face Ran now, while he still had few opponents. His desire to fight one-on-one made the girl assume that he was a secret agent of the Imperial Army. Just not the Imperial Army again, Gon thought with irritation. He asked her why she decided that he belonged to the Imperial Army. The girl explained that he is a young master traveling alone, and also works with Yang Guang. "And what does Yang have to do with the Imperial Army?" asked Gong. She explained that Yang worked in the royal palace, and that made him quite famous in the desert. She added that after Yang began working with the royal court, it seemed as if he had developed a bond with them. No wonder Gon sensed something strange about Yang from the very beginning. Now that he thinks about it, the information Yang provided was really unusual, and Gon finally realized that Yang was a spy connected to the royal court. Ajuma, who managed the tavern, overheard this conversation and also learned a lot of interesting things. And so they arrived on the territory of Rana. All these ranches belonged to him and Song Quan. He actually took over these people's lands by force. Gon, resolute in his actions, looked gratefully at the girl. He thanked her for her help and asked her to go back. "What you will witness will not be good. That is why I am asking you to go," he added. "Mr. Warrior Ni Changgong," the girl turned to him and he turned his head. She sincerely thanked him for saving them and Kyoho Ryan. And, of course, for what he is going to do. A small smile appeared on Gon's face. He joked that he would ask to get him a deluxe room at a low price the next time he visited them. The territory of Rana was filled with armed men. Despite this, Gon strode confidently towards him. Ran sat on a chair and said that he had already received a report from his subordinate, but he never thought that Gon would actually come alone. He added that he was wondering who killed his son and his subordinates. And now seeing Gon up close, he understands that he is not an ordinary traveler. Gon listened in silence without interrupting. Next to Ran lay 2 dead boys whom Gon recognized. Ran explained that they had been caught yesterday when they were passing by, and thanks to this he found out about the ambush on his carriage and that Yang had bribed one of his subordinates. They were 2 brothers, and they were unlucky enough to fall into Ran's hands when they were just passing by. Ran called them parasites, but admitted that he still didn't understand one thing. He couldn't fathom what a master like Gon was doing in this place, and asked if he was a special agent of the Imperial Army or an investigator from the Murim Union. Gon didn't see any sense in where he came from. After all, this did not change the fact that they still had to kill each other. Ran agreed, spread his hands to the sides, and added that now there's no point in finding out who Gon is. He even remarked that if they had met under different circumstances, they might have become friends. A multitude of armed men stood around Gon. The order sounded, and they all rushed to the attack together. Gon deftly dodged each blow as he ducked under the first attacker's sword. He then instantly struck, and the first enemy was felled in one precise move. Another was already running at him with a raised sword. Gon managed to dodge again by moving to the side and avoided another blow. Gon cleverly threw a left uppercut under the arm of the enemy, who was holding the sword, and hit him right in the beard. But this was only the beginning. A whole army of enemies that needed to be destroyed was still waiting ahead. He flew away in battle, fighting back with his feet and hands, leaving his opponents no chance. Some of Ran's men started calling him a monster and fled the battlefield. But as soon as someone tried to run away, Ran himself appeared in front of them and asked, "Where is this taking you?" Even before his leader, the soldier admitted that he was sorry and that they could not become his rivals. Ran answered with a cold-blooded smile that everything was fine and that he understood him. And then, without hesitation, he pierced the warrior's chest with his hand right in the place where the heart was. Perhaps this soldier would rather die in a decent fight than at the dirty hands of Ran and his creepy smile. His last vision was Ran's terrifying smile appearing right in front of his eyes. Ran tore the heart out of the victim's chest with his own hands, holding it in his palm. Gon finished the job. The last enemies fell under his sword. Fighting with them, he drew conclusions about their strength. These people were the same as those who attacked the village, a chaotic assembly of a disorderly mass. He wondered if Ran was different from them. At that moment, he saw that Ran was holding a human heart in his hand. What is even more terrifying is that he began to raise this heart to his teeth. Some even felt sick, and Gon just watched, not understanding what was happening. Ran's entire chin, along with his bloody teeth, was shaking, and his mouth was laughing wildly after he ate the heart. Ran spread his arms to the sides, looking up and laughing loudly. Red energy surrounded his body. His blood was throbbing wildly, and he had not felt such powerful emotions for a long time. He shouted about it so loudly that it looked scary from the outside. Even his own soldiers looked at him in horror and shouted that he had gone mad. They all decided to run away from there, not wanting to stay with him anymore. But Ran did not let them escape by catching up and knocking them to the ground. After that, he tore out their hearts while holding them in his hands. As usual, by absorbing hearts, Ran gained additional power. Gon wondered if there should be an exorcism ritual or something like that. Ran looked at his hand and said, finally. His voice changed and the power of demonic arts appeared in his hands. He apologized to Gon for waiting and offered to start the fight. The speed with which Ran moved on the battlefield was incomparable. Everything around flew in different directions. A ball of fire blazed in his hand, which gave him incredible strength. This is not just an attack with a sword. It is an attack with incredible power that swept away everything in its path. Gon barely had time to dodge these crazy attacks, and even he admitted that Ran's skills were very powerful. It was an art of blood and fire, and Ran admitted that he never thought the day would come when he would have to use it. He explained that if the Murim Union found out about his demonic art, it would be very unpleasant, so he did not teach this technique to San. Everything else was useless now, he said, and rushed at Gon with all his strength. Approaching him, Ran continued to talk about killing his son. He stated that he needed to stay alive to avenge his son's death. And again, Ran attacked without giving Gon a moment's rest. Ran's blows flew so close that Gon barely had time to dodge. The blade of the sword whizzed right by his chin. The amount of heat that Ran could create with his bare hands was incredible. Gon had never imagined that he would ever encounter such power. Ran only continued to shout that he would avenge his son and kill everyone. Gon, in turn, only deftly dodged his attacks. Ran's eyes grew redder and bloodthirsty. It was difficult to maintain balance in such a chaos of attacks, but Gon found a foothold that allowed him to rush forward and deliver more than a dozen blows with his sword. Blood spurted in all directions from Ran's wounds. Time after time, the blade swept through his body, leaving him no chance. Finally, the fire died in his fists, and Ran fell to his knees. "And what happens when you kill everyone?" Gon asked, standing behind him. He explained that Murima's union would send trackers to find him if he committed such a crime. Ran found the strength to get up and replied that after killing the trackers, he would go to the Imperial Palace. This art was given to him by the Imperial Court, and he believed that he would be recognized for his abilities there. Hearing this, Gon had only one question. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" But suddenly something incomprehensible happened. Ran's wounds began to heal quickly. It was a real monster. His creepy laugh sounded even louder, and he enthusiastically talked about his power, which seemed truly incredible. Ran himself criticized his power, but said that with such power he could even be given the rank of general. Pushing himself off the ground, he stood on the same spot and said that he was grateful to Gon. He believed that it was thanks to Gon that he would become a general. Then he declared that he was already a general, to which Gon responded by calling him crazy. But this characterization of Ran was fully justified given his actions. His creepy laugh literally drove me crazy. Gon barely had time to defend himself from the constant blows. It was not a good situation, and Gon was aware of it as he assessed the situation. The flames around Ran and his hands were extremely dangerous, but using his bare hands allowed him to make quick and continuous attacks. It was impossible to be sure if it was because of the eaten heart that was still beating, but Ran's stamina seemed limitless. He was the most troublesome enemy that Gon had met before. And the most unpleasant thing about his laugh was really annoying to the limit, and his devilish speed made it difficult to dodge attacks. There was a moment when Ran unexpectedly hit Gon from the side, and he flew back. Lying down, Gon thought about his ability to regenerate as he looked at his sword, which seemed too fragile to last much longer. It was necessary to act quickly. Gon wondered what attack to use to kill Ran without giving him a chance to regenerate again. Among his skills, Gon couldn't find anything suitable, but his thoughts returned to the same book. He had to remember this moment by pulling out his memories at the most necessary time. Even if it was just a theory, it should be more than enough. Gon slowly tilted the sword back into its scabbard. Standing in a combat stance, he decided to try. Ran just smiled, taking this gesture as a surrender. He declared that he would turn Gon to ashes as he deserved, and rushed at him with all speed. Gon took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. He then concentrated on channeling his inner energy. A blue energy began to appear around his hand, which spiraled around it. Gon channeled the internal energy by pushing it out through his joints. It was like threading through the eye of a needle. Precision and concentration were the keys. After Gon concentrated as much as possible, gathering all the energy from every corner of his body, he directed it from his head to his feet and through his joints. Focusing this rotating energy on the tips of his hands, he was ready. All that remained was to meet this scoundrel. The release of all this incredible energy created a powerful wave around them. The blast wave and streams of energy still didn't impress Ran, and he asked, "Is that all you're capable of?" Could this really affect his body soaked in the art of blood and fire? However, the energy of the fire became less and less, gradually dying out. The blue glow made Ran's expression change. He began to lose confidence. Enthusiasm faded as he saw his own energy transform. All of his strength was absorbed by Gon, and the blast wave threw Ran far back. The incredible technique and its perfect execution made the enemy understand that it is better not to contact Gon. Gon stood with both arms outstretched forward, overcoming his enemy. He told himself that it was not bad, even unexpectedly. A small fire remained on the tip of his finger. Gon brought it to the cigarette he was holding in his mouth, and lit it and thought that the secret of fire technique lies in the art of unquenchable flame. It turned out that this can be achieved if a large amount of energy is directed in the right direction. Of course, if you do it illiterately like Ran, you can burn your own energy streams, thought Gon. But thanks to Ran, he managed to learn something new. Lying on the ground dying, Ran barely managed to ask in a groaning voice, "What kind of technique was it?" "For now, I'm calling her Namotka," replied Gon. "The winding comes from the Tai Chi technique. There is a legend about Zheng Sanfei who used it. He became a deity at the end of his life. Ran understood why he lost, because this technique was legendary. The last thing he did was to blow the remaining air from his lungs and said that Gon had better run as far as possible. Because as soon as the palace finds out that he is lost even after using demonic arts, they will start chasing him." The palace that Ran spoke of was the residence of the real emperor. It was not the Yu clan that seized the throne by force, but the real emperor, the only true ruler, the one who controls the demons. Those who were expelled from the palace, who were tortured and killed for thousands of years, gather under his leadership and continue to build up their power. It was this palace that Ran was talking about. Although he was only a subordinate to them, he was truly nothing compared to the true masters of the palace. He warned Gon that if they started hunting him, he would not be able to escape death. Before his death, Ran realized that he was simply being used. The cigarette in Gon's hand allowed him to enjoy himself a little after the fight. Thinking about a secret organization that dreams of restoring power, Gosen remained at the thought that he did not want to be involved in it. Suddenly the words, "You are much stronger than I expected," were heard behind him. It was an older brother holding the body of his dead younger brother in his arms. He understood that he was lucky to survive, and his brother was not. He was kept alive thanks to Gon and his victory over Ran. He also admitted that even if Gon had come earlier, it wouldn't have helped since Ran had been unconscious since last night. The older brother thanked Gon sincerely for avenging his brother's death. Gon advised him to go to Jeonsu-cheon and say Gong's name there. It would help arrange the funeral. In addition, he advised to find one person to bring order to this mess. Gon added that he had heard of this scoundrel's ties to the imperial palace, and that whether it was the Marima Union or the imperial court, they would restore order as soon as they found out what had happened. "What about you?" Pyong asked. But at that moment, Gon was already whistling on his 2 fingers. His horse ran closer after hearing the master's call. Approaching the horse, Gon only said that he was going on a trip as usual. Pyong held out his hand and said that there would be a reward if he reported the thieves, but it didn't matter to Gon. Pyong couldn't believe that Gon was just going to leave after all of this. In Pyong's eyes, Gon was a real hero who single-handedly defeated Ran and his subordinates. The Murima Union should have awarded him a medal, but Gon just walked away. However, Gon once again repeated that he was not interested in this. He expressed his condolences for the loss and said goodbye, leaving Pyong sitting with his dead brother's body in his arms. But for Pyong, it was a real salvation, albeit a painful one. Gon always seemed to be the one who chose the path of the righteous even without rewards. After a while, the scene changes to Hamsun Palace. There was a quiet evening atmosphere here. Under the moonlight, The girl held a piece of cloth that she had recently received. She was an agent of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Service number 3. The cloth she was holding was the same cloth that Gon had wrapped around her arm earlier. She felt someone's presence and quickly hid the piece. A colonel of the Imperial Army, a stern man known as the Fierce Tiger, came to her. Holding the severed head in his hands, he said that the task was accomplished. The result turned out to be, as she predicted, the Ma clan was behind Song Quan, and it seems that it is the work of either Nam Gun or Moang. She asked if they used demonic arts, and the colonel replied that they probably didn't. It's just one of the bodyguards that guarded Song Quan. It seems that the Ma clan placed them here. The colonel explained that it was not only this, but also that he had destroyed all of Song Quan's subordinates. She realized that Sun was guarded by at least 30 people. Did he really kill them all without getting a single scratch? She was surprised, addressing the colonel. Then she asked what happened to Sun himself. He was taken into custody for questioning. Number 12 and number 17 are detaining him, and as soon as he sees his men being killed, he will immediately surrender, replied the colonel. He was incompetent from the start. That's why he left his noble family and became a merchant on a new continent, he continued. However, Fierce Tiger could not believe that Sun lived a good life under His Majesty's blessing, but was ultimately deceived by these losers. Who would have thought that a descendant of one of the largest noble families would make such decisions? Did he really think he could go unnoticed? Hamsun is a big city, and the competition for leadership in the Union is very fierce. Even if he claimed that he made these decisions to protect his position, it was still a stupid choice. Fierce Tiger said this and remembered something. I heard you met an interesting martial artist on the way here, he asked. He began to recall the name of this master. His name is Changgong or something like that, he said. She agreed that Gon was experienced for his age, but added that there was nothing special about him. The colonel suspected that something was wrong here, so why appoint a secret agent and allocate special resources for a master of martial arts if there is nothing special about him? The colonel didn't want to hear anything other than that she was hiding masters who could pose a potential threat to the imperial palace. In response, she only remarked that there had been a big misunderstanding. She meant His Imperial Majesty the Emperor? She also added that the Emperor had granted them an imperial secret intelligence organization that allowed them to operate independently of the Imperial Army, and emphasized that even the Fierce Tiger had no right to interfere in the affairs of their organization on the new continent. She pointed out that she didn't mention Zhang Gong's name in the conversation, which meant that the colonel had his staff investigate without her knowledge. She asked if the colonel objected to her raising the matter at a higher level. Colonel Fierce Tiger laughed back. He was fascinated by how proud she was of her work, and he switched to you instead of you. However, he noted that her pride would remain intact only as long as she enjoyed His Majesty's blessing. After finishing the conversation, he said that he should go and leave her alone, but also asked him not to forget to remove all traces of the involvement of the Imperial Army. After that, the colonel left her alone with her thoughts. She thought about the fact that she had no intention of covering for Gon. The fact was that Gon seemed to be well-versed in martial arts, and despite his lack of education, everything would be fine if she filed a report on the need for additional investigation into his case. However, she did not leave one thought that is constantly spinning in her head. She couldn't understand why she was trying so hard to protect him, even when she came into conflict with a colonel of the Imperial Army. She threw the burning torch to the ground, and the flames engulfed everything around, burning everything to the ground. The flames spread behind her, destroying everything in its path. She walked down the street, not paying attention to the panicked people who ran out of their houses because of the fire. Real chaos reigned behind her. People shouted that it is not possible to approach this place because it is a matter of national security. Her beautiful eyes reflected the flame she left behind, and in her thoughts there was only one thing: where is Gon now? Meanwhile, Gon was thinking about the palace he was talking about. It's the same one where the real emperor lives, not the Yu clan that took the throne by force. The real emperor, the only true ruler, is the one who controls the demons. In all his thoughts, Gon repeatedly repeated to himself that he had no intention of contacting either the Imperial Army or the palace, and that he must stay away from Hamsun. An incredibly beautiful mountain spread out in front of him, the top of which was covered with snow, and the slopes were wrapped in a winter blanket. His horse's hooves thumped dully on the ground, carrying the rider forward. Gon, sitting on his horse, shivered from the cold, and began to think that maybe it would be worth going in another direction. But this place was the headquarters of the Murim Union, and he did not want to go there. Ahead, he saw a small town that seemed to him an ideal place for rest. He decided to find a tavern and rest for a few days. However, something caught his attention and raised a question. Directly in front of him was a public execution of sinners who were hanged for their crimes. A man with a scroll in his hands announced that the man would be executed for armed robbery and murder of 3 people. A girl named Sun also had a noose around her neck. She was accused of poisoning her husband. Gon, observing this from his visor, silently watched the events. The crowd in front of them shouted loudly, demanding a speedy execution, not wanting to hear the explanations of the criminals. The elder asked people to shut up, adding that if anyone has complaints about the sentence, they should contact the Black Dragon Gate. Gon heard the order, "Begin the execution," and became a witness of what he probably shouldn't have seen. The Yomho fortress in this region was famous for its lake that naturally produced salt. In the tavern, the bartender told Gon about this, adding that the salt from this area is known throughout the country and is especially valued abroad due to its unique taste, which it acquires on the new continent. The bartender put some salt on the table and said that it had an incredible aroma. Gon dipped his finger in the salt and tasted it, but didn't taste anything special, except that it was slightly less salty than regular salt. The seller, while wiping the glass, continued to praise the salt, saying that it is like selling water instead of gold. The bartender added that the salt is sold only to the imperial court, but some of it is secretly resold in the vicinity of Sinsachon. But if the imperial court finds out about this, they will not be happy at all. You never know when an emperor might change his mind and decide to colonize a new continent. If that happens, tens of thousands of soldiers will come here on ships, warned the bartender. Later in the conversation, the bartender asked Gon if he had found a job. As a seasoned warrior, why don't you try your hand at the Black Dragon Gate, he suggested. Suddenly there was a creaking of the door, which attracted the attention of Gon and the bartender. A man entered, asking if food was served here and saying that he would like to rest for a while. He was kindly invited inside. The weather was incredibly cold, and shaking off his jacket from the snow, he sat down at the bar talking about the difficulties he faced due to the snowstorm. The bartender offered him a little rest and promised that he would soon serve hot noodles while Gon was on his guard. Looking at this man, Gon began to suspect that he was not just an ordinary guest. It seemed to him that this man was a rare visitor to the new continent. After some time, the guest ate enough and thanked for the meal. He put some coins on the table and asked permission to ask the bartender something important. Introducing himself as One Sang, he explained that he was looking for one person. He was looking for a woman named Yang Soso, who is rumored to live somewhere in the area of Yomho Fortress. Although she is no longer a child, he noted that it was about a loss of contact many years ago. The bartender scratched his beard and tried to remember, but was unsure. However, he seems to have heard this name in the neighborhood. This was the only information he could provide, but Wonsan added that she probably has a daughter and the child is sick and her husband is rumored to be a simple laborer. The bartender replied that it would be difficult to find someone in the area without knowing more details and asked if she was a long-lost family member. Something like that, Wonsan answered, noting that this was his long-lost sister. He took out a bag of money when the bartender said he couldn't help anymore. Gon saw this bag and concluded that this man was quite wealthy. However, the bartender was unable to help, saying that the only way was to look for it yourself, because they had changed names. He asked Vaughn not to despair and expressed the hope that he would still find his family. Vaughn was about to leave when Gon said, "Looks like you'll need an assistant if you're going to look for them on your own." It so happened that Gon was looking for a job, and One was looking for someone who could help him in his search. Gozen hinted that they could agree on mutually beneficial terms. He was surprised that someone offered him help. After examining Gon, he concluded that he was also not from these places. Vaughn bowed and thanked him for the offer. However, on his way out, he added that he would prefer to hire a strong local resident. "Despite my appearance, I know how to find people," replied Gon with a smile. He then asked Wang why he didn't sit down and give more information, calling him his young Shaolin monk friend. One was shocked to hear that Gon called him a Shaolin monk. But Gon asked him to calm down and assured him that he had no intention of revealing his identity. He was sure that Vaughn had his reasons for this and said that he was just showing his suitability for the job to earn some money. And that was it. Gon also added that if one doesn't trust him, he can just leave, and if he does, he won't tell anyone about his true identity. Vaughn couldn't tell if Gon was bluffing because a person from a new continent wouldn't be able to recognize a Shaolin monk so easily, and asked what made him come to that conclusion. Han answered with pleasure, "First of all, your body is trained to the limit, which is almost impossible for an ordinary person who would not be able to withstand such hard training. Your hands are so strong that they can break rocks with your bare hands. Judging by the calluses on your palms, you were also taught how to handle weapons. Maybe a spear, although not, it is most likely the art of wielding a pole. There are a few places that teach both fistfighting and mastery with a pole. But the main thing is what Gon said. He hinted by hitting himself twice on the head with his index finger. Gon added with a smile that the bandana on your head looks great. Gon presented enough facts to convince Vaughn. He noticed all this while Juan was eating, and when asked by Gon if he was wrong, Juan answered no. Wong asked to introduce himself again and admitted that his real name is Chijin Cho, and as Gong said, he was indeed a Shaolin monk before he joined Huran. He added that he was ashamed as a Zen practitioner, but he was looking for a woman due to difficult circumstances and asked Hong if he would agree to help him. Gon also gave his name, introducing himself as a traveler, and offered to do everything possible to find this woman. As soon as he asked about payment, a bag of money immediately flew into his hand. The monk said that this money now belongs to Gon, calling him Master Chan. He added, "Please find this woman for him." That was all he asked. After a while, they found themselves on the street, and Gon was asking about the woman's name. He also asked the monk to tell more about her, but he was unsure because it had been 10 years since he last saw her. However, he remembered one important detail. She had a mole on her left cheek next to her nose. He remembered that she was always ashamed of this birthmark. The monk found her charming, especially when the birthmark moved when she laughed. That's why he liked her so much. The mole on the cheek has already narrowed the scope of their search. However, Gon noticed that the monk's face did not look like a person longing for a family member. He realized that the monk seems to be very skilled in martial arts, and this martial monk has traveled a long way to a new continent to find a woman who is already married and has a daughter. Obviously, he had his reasons for such despair. Gon pointed to the tavern and said that you should start your search there. They sat down at the table where there were 2 glasses and ordered a glass of strong liquor. Gon tilted his glass, enjoying the taste of the drink. The monk refused to drink, waving his hand and saying that he had never consumed alcohol in his life. Gon jokingly asked the monk to take the opportunity and try. But he did not understand what drinking has to do with the search for a person. Then Gon began to question the monk about this woman's husband, who was a manual laborer in Yomho Fortress 9. Out of 10 laborers work in the salt mines. After a hard day's work, they usually come to eat and drink. So Gon had the idea to ask those who had already drunk the fastest way to gather information. For this, according to him, it is important to smell alcohol so that people do not have suspicions. "Save us, merciful Buddha," said the monk before tilting the glass. His eyes immediately widened. He began to cough and spit out the drink on the floor, not understanding how people could drink such a terrible liquid. Gon explained that he doesn't drink for the taste, but to get drunk and get access to the necessary information. "Once you've already drunk, it's time to start searching," said Gon. They approached each table asking people something. Then they moved to another table repeating the same questions. Most people answered that they did not know anything, but pretending to be interesting interlocutors, they did not give up and continued to approach again and again. After a while, it was already the 4th tavern. Gon did not see that they found anything useful and offered the monk to finish the search for today and continue tomorrow. However, the monk was already sufficiently drunk and barely moving his tongue, begged to continue the search a little longer. An old man came up to them with a glass of beer in his hands and asked with interest why they were asking about such things. Gon immediately realized that he might have finally found the right person. He told the old man that he misunderstood him. Gon explained that they are here because their friend stayed home and his daughter is sick, and he is only here to help him. Calling himself pathetic, Gosen added that he had no choice but to start questioning people. The old man admitted that he had been watching them for some time, and understood that they were looking for someone. Judging by their conversations, he guessed who exactly. The monk smiled happily and asked the old man to tell them what he knew. However, the old man's face was not so happy. He asked them to leave, which the monk did not understand at first. The old man said that they had better go, and if they even find this woman, they will definitely not like the result. What does this mean? Thought Gon warily. Other visitors of the tavern began to pay attention to their raised tone. Everyone turned, noticing that a conflict seemed to be brewing between them. The monk continued to insist and turned to the old man, explaining that he must meet with So-So. The old man understood from his reaction that it was this man who was looking for her. But this did not change anything. The old man again asked the monk to return to where he came from, As soon as the old man turned around and began to walk away, the monk grabbed his hand and began to beg for help. The old man sharply knocked out the monk's hand and asked him to remove it. At that moment, everyone in the tavern turned their attention to them and began to rise from their seats. Looking around, the monk understood that everything was not going according to plan, and Gon realized that this old local elder, who has great authority, the elder finally withdrew his hand and retreated back. He asked them to enjoy their drinks and leave this place when the sun rises tomorrow. He also warned them to stop poking their noses into the matter. The monk could not leave so easily and explained to the old man, pleadingly asking to see the woman and her child at least from a distance. But one of the locals appeared behind the monk and rudely declared that they had better listen to the elder and go away. However, he made a big mistake when he touched the monk's back with his hands. Gon pushed this jerk away, asked him to calm down, and explained that there was no time for fights. But this idiot decided to attack thinking that his street fist-fighting technique would help him. However, Gon easily dodged his clumsy punch. The first blow was followed by the second, and again Gon dodged effortlessly. After that, Gon grabbed his arm. He didn't even hit, but simply put his palm to the opponent's back, forcing him to calm down. There was a scream as Gon broke his arm. In a quiet and calm voice, Gon explained that he didn't even use much force and asked him to stop reacting so aggressively. The whole hall of the tavern was filled with shouts that it was a fight, and people began to ask to close the door. They were called foreigners who defiantly make a mess on their territory. Gon immediately realized that this was more like chaos than a real battle. Meanwhile, one girl was watching all this and asked her subordinate if he saw how this man was moving. He replied that they better get out of here and be careful before they get involved in this conflict. But her eyes lit up with delight and she was amazed by Gon. She thought that he must be the same master from the new continent that she had been waiting for so long. Another one tried to swing his fist, but it went sideways. Then the crowd started shouting that these people are bastards and should be killed. They decided to attack all together without coming up with anything smarter. The place turned into complete chaos, as you would expect from drunk people. The monk did not want to beat them and begged Master Chan to help him deal with it without violence. Gon simply asked him not to dodge but to start attacking because these people are the aggressors, and not them. The monk did not understand this because he believed that these were civilians, and they could be seriously injured. However, these civilians in quotes continued to call him a bastard and challenged him without stopping the attacks. Then Gon asked the monk to at least lightly hit someone. Not too hard, but at least a little. The monk tried not to tense his fist too much when striking. He delivered a light blow to the bastard's head, but how light it was for the enemy is another question. For the opponent, the blow turned out to be quite difficult, as he fell headfirst on the floor and almost broke through the tile. Afterwards, Gon heard screams from outside the building. He told the monk that they needed to get out of here quickly. The Black Dragon squad, having heard about the disturbance inside, was already on its way to the tavern. Gon reassured the monk by saying that he has a way to find this old man again. But first, they need to get out of here. Otherwise, if they get caught, it will be very unpleasant. He explained that this mess can quickly turn into a political problem, and the Black Dragon is known to be able to create such problems very effectively, which the monk perfectly understood. Milady asked her bodyguard Jin to follow them, even though he didn't understand what she was planning to do. She immediately answered his question. She said that she would follow this man, Gon. At that moment, the Black Dragon was already wreaking havoc on the street, detaining everyone who happened to be on their way. The monk ran away and Milady followed them from around the corner, remaining unnoticed. They tried their best to catch up with the monk and Gon. However, the servant asked Milady what she was going to do without any plan. For her, these men were the ones she had been looking for so long. Jinha's bodyguard only saw them fighting with a bunch of drunkards and asked his mistress how she could make decisions based on that alone. Milady answered that a master of martial arts can be defined by the way he stands, and not only by his blows. Jinha warned her mistress that it was very dangerous, and kept asking her to return to Hawaii. The governor of Hawaii began to worry about her disappearance day after day, trying to find her. Milady left him only a note in which she told Peeta to have fun on the new continent. Despite everything, they continued to follow the monk and Gon without losing sight of them. The lady explained that it was incredibly important for her to see a real master of martial arts from a new continent right in front of her eyes. She was very interested in what story connected these two men. The one in the bandana seemed to her to be a Shaolin monk, and the other with a sword looked like a mercenary from this city. In her imagination, she scrolled through various options that a Shaolin monk escaped from a monster, and a warrior from a new continent helps him. Her imagination was extremely vivid. Jinha, her bodyguard, explained that these stories were more like fictions from books and said that the lady was greatly exaggerating. In fact, in her opinion, these people were simply ruthless. Suddenly, Jinha covered the mistress with herself and asked her to move back. Her hand reached for the sword that was fixed on her back. This was due to the fact that a man appeared on the roof of the building directly in front of them, watching them from top to bottom. With a smile that could conquer the hearts of many women, he greeted them, but there was no such smile on Jinha's face. She remained alert. Instead, the lady standing behind was beaming with joy because they were greeted. Jinha tried to explain to the lady that maybe a fight is inevitable. The man pushed himself off the roof and easily fell to the ground in front of them. Gon noticed that they hadn't taken their eyes off them ever since they were in the tavern. He wanted to ignore them at first, but as they continued to follow them, that became a different story. Gon asked who they were and why they were being followed. The fact that Gon understood everything and paid attention to them even more impressed the lady who watched him with admiration. Sol apologized to them if they offended them and assured them that they had no bad intentions. The fact that they were following them in the middle of the night and claimed that they meant no harm seemed strange to Gon. But he decided not to focus on it and still asked why they were following them. The lady introduced herself as Sol and pointed to her companion, calling her name Jinha. She explained who she was and why she came to a new continent in search of martial arts masters to collect their stories and publish them in a book. It sounded interesting to Gon, to say the least. But Jinha only slapped herself on the forehead, not sharing the mistress's enthusiasm. The monk also looked a little confused. "What is the benefit to you?" asked Hon. Sol explained that stories about a new continent are now very popular in Zhongyuan. She gave the examples of Baek Sagyun, the disciple of the Murim Union leader who defeated many thieves, and Jin, Gam Gun Sung, a righteous man who traveled from New Sichuan to Gamsan Palace, and an unknown righteous man from the east who saves people without asking for anything in return. Sol wanted to collect such stories of this country's martial arts masters and publish them in Zhongyuan. She was confident and proved it to the boys that it would become a mega hit, and then she would become rich, and Gon would become famous and wealthy as the main character of this story. It seemed strange that she decided to follow them after seeing them fight in the tavern to hear their stories. But surprisingly, it turned out to be true, and the girl literally glowed, agreeing with Gon's assumption. Gon realized that he was a fool to think that they were being chased, and told her that there was an inn near the main gate of the city. He asked them to look for a 3-story building that they couldn't miss, and told her that that's where they would stop. Gon explained to her that there was something that needed to be taken care of tonight, and asked her to wait until tomorrow. Sol waved at them and wished them luck in dealing with their urgent matters this evening. Monk and Gon were mildly shocked and slightly confused by how strange Sol was. Gon apologized to the monk for delaying him due to such a strange meeting and asked for forgiveness for taking up his time, but the monk assured him that it was not a problem. However, the monk noted that after this meeting, he wanted to see Soso even more. He was especially impressed by Sol's innocent smile, and he hoped that Soso could still smile the same way. Gon warned that he didn't want to interfere in his personal affairs, but now he couldn't hold back his curiosity. He said that a woman named Soso did not seem to him to be an ordinary member of the monk's family, at which he laughed and admitted that he no longer saw the point in hiding the truth. The monk said that when he entered the temple, he and Soso were in love with each other, but when he found out that she was in trouble and needed help, he left the temple to save her. The monk added that he was very sorry and didn't want to put Gon in danger, apologizing for it. He also noted that perhaps the temple sent persecutors after him. The monk prayed that the Buddha would have mercy on them. Meanwhile, another monk was already standing in front of the entrance to the place where his brother was, wondering if it was the same place for which he left the temple and came so far. This monk was here to return what his brother had stolen. He represented the Shaolin Temple and was an emissary on behalf of Jin Gaion, known for his duty to return what belonged to Shaolin. Cho and Soso grew up in the same village and were childhood friends, even though both came from poor families. Even after so many years, he didn't have such happy memories as those related to their childhood. Of course, they fell in love with each other, dreaming of creating a family one day. But this happiness did not last long. Everything changed when Soso's parents arranged her marriage to a rich man from the city. Then, Soso begged him to run away with her to the mountains to live independently. But Cho was a coward and wasn't sure he could make her happier than a rich man from the city. She ended up marrying that rich man. Cho blamed himself for his weakness and even considered jumping off a cliff and ending his life. He would no longer be among the living if it were not for a monk who happened to pass by at that time. Then Cho left his home and became a Shaolin monk. He received news of her when she was in another region through letters. Before leaving for a new continent, she made one last visit to their village and learned that he had left home to become a monk. Since then, she began to write letters to him. These were ordinary letters where she talked about her daily life on a new continent. She described the cities she liked and mentioned that she gave birth to a wonderful daughter. Cho found comfort in these letters that came to him once every few years and was grateful that she lived well and felt her presence through these letters. The problem arose with her last letter that she sent to him. Unlike usual letters, the handwriting was illegible, and she mentioned that life had become harsh and difficult. She wrote that she was getting old, and her daughter had been sick for a long time. She also noted that her husband looked down on her and constantly beat her. Shaolin teachings call for severing ties with the world and achieving enlightenment. But after reading this letter, Cho could no longer concentrate on training. He told this long story to Gon, and he realized that this is why Cho left the Shaolin Temple and went to a new continent to find Soso. However, Gon was at a loss as to how this could prompt the trackers to hunt Cho. The monk explained that the reason for their persecution lies not only in this. Unfortunately, he cannot answer this question at the moment, although he realizes that he behaves shamelessly and apologizes for it. But these treasures are very valuable and carefully guarded as a secret, so it is difficult to discuss them. Gon began to wonder what treasures from the Shaolin Temple had become so important. However, he decided not to ask further, realizing that he had become involved in another unpleasant matter. Gon understood that he had to be careful when he heard about a solid sum of money. The monk admitted that he did not justify himself and regretted that he had not expressed his thoughts clearly from the beginning. Then he added that from now on, he plans to continue the journey on his own. But Gon, lighting a cigarette, noted that Soso's wife is now in trouble, and since the persecutors are hunting for Cho, they must act quickly. He offered to meet his first love, give her this treasure, and enjoy her charming smile. And other details, according to Gon, can be considered after that. The monk agreed with a smile and said that the time to act had come. Meanwhile, the town elder was standing in the street. He enjoyed the fresh wind that was walking around, but he knew that soon someone would come to him. The old man felt the presence of Cho and Gon nearby, even though he warned them not to approach. They simply refused to give up. Gon explained that they found this place after returning to the pub, where they overheard people calling the old master Yom. Yom in translation means salt, so the old man was a master of making salt furnaces. After asking the workers about his identity, they managed to quickly find out his location. The old man did not deny that these young people in the salt business are very talkative. Cho immediately approached the old man and asked him to tell everything again because Soso was his close friend. Despite the fact that they had communicated only by letters for the past 10 years, she remained a dear person to him, and he asked to be informed of her current whereabouts. The old man asked not to misunderstand him and assured that he was hiding the details not because of distrust of them. Gon listened as Cho begged the old man to tell and felt that something was wrong here. The old man confirmed that Soso has a sick daughter, and her husband works as a manual laborer, and she has a mole on her left cheek, right? They also mentioned that her name is Young Soso, but here she performed under another name, Song Yeon. The monk immediately took his chin and said a very beautiful name to Zamapayat. The old man remarked that there was no need to memorize this name yet. Gon remembered how he had just arrived here, standing on a horse at the entrance. The monk noticed this gesture and turned to look at Gon curiously. And then the old man's words rang out, "This girl is dead. She poisoned her husband and was sentenced to death by hanging." For Cho, this moment was a disaster. The world seemed to collapse under his feet. Gon asked the old man to wait and asked if he was jumping to conclusions. He wanted to know if the old man was wrong in assuming that this Song Yeon was exactly who they were looking for. Is he confusing her with someone else? At this moment, Cho held his breath, hoping that it was some kind of misunderstanding. Then the old man asked, "Wasn't her husband's name Jin Guyang?" But if this was not enough, the old man had even stronger evidence. She had no relatives or friends, so she killed her husband with her own hands. No one organized a funeral for her, so her body is still with the undertaker. They decided to see it in person and went to the undertaker. The old man said that if it wasn't who they were looking for, they could come back and vent their frustrations on him. Lifting the sheet from her body, Gon hoped that the old man was wrong. But as soon as Cho looked at her, His eye closed, and a salty tear rolled down his cheek. He was in pain, and he screamed without holding back his tears, trying to tear his clothes from grief. But he never felt the warmth of her breath on his lips. It was hard to watch. Gon went outside, lit a cigarette, and leaned his back against a tree, trying to collect his thoughts. After some time, they found themselves again with the old man who told them about her husband Jingu Yang, that he was worthless and deserved his fate. He was not just a manual worker, he had his own furnace. Despite his lack of experience, he was able to attract workers by offering them large sums of money. This scoundrel was known for his disrespect for women. He would spend nights partying with other women in the pub, and then come home shouting curses and beating his wife. Once, he even tore her clothes and forced her out of the house. The monk, listening to this, could not contain his pain. He asked the old man why the government officials did not intervene and help her. The old man explained that this scoundrel had a lot of money and connections in the Black Dragon Ward, so he managed to escape punishment despite his shameful behavior. Gon asked, "And what was her daughter's illness?" The old man replied that he did not know because no one could determine her illness. It was a disease due to which the child's body became rigid and she fell into a long-term sleep. Even the doctor from the palace could not cure her. But then Guyan did a heinous act. This piece of trash got drunk and tried to get rid of her, which only pushed Soso to tragic actions. Song, or Soso, risked her life to protect her daughter from Guyang, and maybe that was the moment she decided to end his life. It was not difficult for her to poison him because he did not differ in intelligence and was often drunk. The person who gave her the poison was already dead. The Black Dragon Squad was probably very angry and wanted to track down the killer despite everyone knowing about her heartbreaking story. However, given the Black Dragon Squad's significant influence in the region, she was immediately sentenced to death. Gon had previously believed that the Black Dragon Squad was an honest group in the Marima Union, but now he realized that he was wrong. The old man told them that these guys had been protecting the Yamho fortress since its foundation. At first, they were a noble group, but like everywhere, corruption is inevitable where there is power. The old man added that he could not help sympathizing with her daughter, who was left alone in this world. At this moment, an evil monk awakened in Cho's soul, who was ready to destroy and wipe out the Black Dragon Squad from the face of the earth. After some time, they walked together along the snowy road. Their path was filled with silence. Gon didn't know where to start the conversation or how to support Cho in this difficult situation. He only asked him if everything was all right, to which he replied that, of course, everything is fine. He just can't afford to dwell on something for too long. Cho also said that he was glad that, thanks to the old man, there was an opportunity to meet her daughter. But Gon understood that Cho was not all right, despite his words. After some time, they saw in front of them the place where Soso's daughter was. This was the place where she stopped, and so they went inside. They were met by a man who asked them to follow him, promising to lead them to Soso's daughter. He explained that they were worried because no one had visited her for the past week. The man who led them was a monk and asked the Buddha to have mercy on them because the situation was sad. Gon kept in his mind that Soso's daughter was currently in a temple east of the city. Ever since the Black Dragon Squad took away all of Guyan's property by seizing his assets while his daughter was still alive. How could this even happen? It was really absurd. What was a child supposed to do who spends most of the day in bed? The temple was almost forced to accept her. Although it was called a temple, it actually served as a shelter for the sick and orphans, so the conditions there were not the best. Gon wondered how long this child's body would be able to withstand such conditions. Finally, the monk led them to the door behind which the girl was. Opening the door, they saw a child who was breathing heavily. They approached her bed, examining her closely. From a distance, she looked perfectly normal, and Cho wondered what could have happened to her. He could not understand what she could be sick with. The monk began to try to wake her up by calling her Miss Jean and repeating her name to bring her to consciousness. Cho just watched, realizing that she couldn't wake up, and it seemed that her waking hours were gradually decreasing. Gon apologized and moved closer to her. He gently took her eyelashes and opened them. After that, he put 2 of his fingers to her tendon, trying to understand the state of her pulse. The monk nervously asked behind their backs not to touch the young girl's body without permission. At that moment, Cho began to remove his bandana from his head in preparation for something important. Cho returned to the monk and he realized that Cho was one of them. He said, "Buddha have mercy on us," and turned to the young monk with a request for help. The monk immediately apologized for not recognizing him earlier and asked how he could help. Cho asked that treatment be started immediately on the child, whose condition was critical, and asked that no one be allowed to enter the room until the treatment was completed. He explained that even the palace doctor could not make a diagnosis, but Cho knew that it was not a disease but rather a hereditary disability. The monk understood the need for help and promised to take care of the silence around him so that he could concentrate. Cho also turned to Gon for help, as he needed to heal the girl using internal energy. He noticed that Gon was going to use the pills and his inner energy to heal. Cho knew that only certain people from ancient times and the Imperial Army possessed the knowledge of the energy healing method. Gon agreed that he was going to use the energy to cure her, but noted that he couldn't do it alone. He asked the monk to help him with the pressure points. Pills and internal energy from 3 people can be dangerous if different energies come together in one body. It can destroy blood circulation. Gong doubted that giving pills was the right choice in this situation. The monk asked him if he was familiar with medical practice, to which Gon replied that only a little. Then the monk explained that the disease is called 9 evil yin bloods, named for her ability to block 9 pressure points and disrupt the flow of energy, causing body stiffness. She was born with a unique disease that disrupts the natural flow of energy in her body, which gradually weakens her. Most likely she will not live to be 20 years old. Cho found the records of this disease when he was at the temple. He accidentally came across them when he was looking for something new, tired of studying. Gon asked if it was mentioned in the records if there was a cure for this disease. Cho reached into his pocket and answered yes. He took out a pill that was used to treat this disease, and it was called the Great Elixir. Gon had heard about this pill from novels. It was made from various healing herbs and had magical properties. From the expression on Gon's face, the monk understood that he recognized what kind of artifact it was. This artifact was created from the ashes of Bodhidharma and stored all his good deeds and energy throughout his life. It was much more than just a valuable treasure. The monk noted that now it is not surprising that he is being hunted, but he also said that the lives of the living are more valuable than artifacts. According to the records he read, it is necessary to inject a pill into the patient and direct energy into her body to correct the disturbed flow of energy. But before starting, Gon decided to examine the girl's condition. He took her hand, closed his eyes, and felt that he was right. Her energy was almost completely exhausted and her body was very fragile. He realized that although the monk's records were accurate, this child's body could not withstand the process. Gon warned the monk that if they tried to direct energy into her, as was said, her body would not be able to withstand the pressure and her veins would burst. The only solution left was, the monk was willing to trust Gon to direct his energy, while he himself used defensive arts to protect this process. It was a risky decision, but both knew there was no time left. Gon took in his hands this precious object that the monk handed him. The monk completely trusted Gon, understanding that he was an honest person who would not steal the artifact and run away with it. After all, Gon had already done his job by finding Soso, and was still staying here because he was worried about the child. Gon asked the monk to make sure that no one entered the room and did not approach either him or the child. The monk thanked him and said that you can completely rely on him. After that, Gon gently placed his hand on the child's clothes. He put one hand closer to his waist and the other closer to his neck. He began to pour his energy into the child's body, gently covering her circulatory system. His task was to find the twisted blood vessels and gradually infuse the pill's restorative energy into those areas. The question of whether the intention of Bodhidharma was really to purify and restore corrupted energy still troubled him. The slow exposure of the energy was sufficient to dissolve the stagnant energy blocking the blood vessels and return them to their normal state. It was not easy to pour such a significant amount of energy into the child and at the same time remain unharmed. However, somehow Gon managed to successfully heal her. It was almost perfect now. The child will be able to play and run like other children his age. Have you finished yet? Suddenly a question was heard from Sol, who appeared right behind him. What the hell is she here anyway? She began to pepper Gon with questions about how he managed to succeed with energy healing, calling him a true master. Sol explained how she got here, noting that they were so focused that they didn't even notice her presence. They poured energy into this girl non-stop for 4 days in a row, and they didn't even notice how quickly these 4 days passed. How did you get here, and where did the monk go? Gon asked again. But in front of him was a completely different monk, and judging by what Gon said about Cho, he realized that he had met the right person. The monk asked Master Han for an answer. Did you really give away the temple treasure and make a child swallow it? Asked the monk with a serious expression on his face. Sol told how she ended up in this place, and her every phrase filled the air with mystery. She pointed to a man who introduced himself as an archon from the Shaolin Temple, who was also waiting with them. His presence added weight to the situation. At this moment, the Archon personally addressed Gon and asked if it was true that he had used a great elixir of battle energy to heal. Gon already knew about this because the monk had told him about such an elixir before, and this made the situation even more confusing. After that, the Archon drew Gon's attention to the girl who was lying on the cot. Her condition was a challenge for everyone present. He explained that the elixir was completely absorbed by this child, which produced unexpected results. The fighting spirit of the elixir not only corrected the distorted internal energy, but also after treating the blood disease, she gained a unique internal strength. Practicing martial arts, this power will quickly help her become a true master, which impressed Gon. Gon himself learned a lot during the treatment, especially about how the Shaolin lineage fights with chaos energy, and the consequences of these events could have serious consequences. Archon asked Gon if he knew that this child had just swallowed one of the main relics of the temple that was of great importance. Without hesitation, Gon replied that he felt a premonition that made him act without the consent of the Brotherhood. Hearing this, Archon asked why Gon decided to continue the treatment after learning the truth. Gon replied simply that an innocent child needed to be saved and he could not back down. Archon understood that this foreigner was not related to Shaolin, but he still performed this difficult act. After that, the Archon began to stretch out his giant hand, which could become both a blessing and a threat. At this moment, Jinha, who was standing behind, instinctively grabbed her sword, ready for any development. Gon also did not relax, carefully following every movement of the Archon, expecting possible trouble. However, Archon just calmly folded his palms together, showing that he had no intention of attacking. He bowed and asked for forgiveness for the actions of his younger brother, which surprised everyone present. Treating the child and fighting against the effects of the great elixir was no easy task. And the Archon admitted it. There is no greater virtue than to save a child's life, even at the risk of your own. This act will surely bless you in the future, said the Archon, addressing Gon. Jinha, hearing the words that saving a child is not a crime and a relic is just an object, slowly hid her sword behind her back. However, Archon had something else to say, and this caused a new wave of tension in the room. He asked Gon to listen to him and offered him a helping hand, hinting at something more. Gon asked with interest what kind of help Archon wanted, feeling that the answer might be difficult. After that, Archon began his story, which revealed an unexpected truth to Gon. During the last 3 days while Gon was treating the child, Archona's younger brother left his duties to another woman and did a terrible thing. He decided to take revenge, and did it in an extremely cruel way that shocked even those who knew him. His hands were covered in blood and dozens of corpses were lying around, among which he was holding a severed head. He penetrated the Black Dragon Gate and killed its ruler, as well as many martial arts masters, thereby leaving his mark in history. After hearing this, Gon went to the window to look outside, looking for answers to the many thoughts that were raging in his head. His mind was full of thoughts, but none of them could give him a clear answer as to what he should do. He remembered Cho's words when he said that he never allows himself to dwell on something for long and always moves forward. Gon clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white as he felt conflicting emotions inside him. After a few seconds of silence, he asked the Archon, "Where is he now?" Gon couldn't help but ask what, then, Archon expected from him in this situation. Archon explained that Cho not only stole the treasure and escaped during an important mission, but also killed a man defying the way of the Buddha. Because of this, he should be banned from all martial arts and spend the rest of his life in the Shaolin Penance Hall. Gon finally understood that the Archon wanted to save Cho from the death that the warriors of the Black Dragon Gate could bring him. "What belongs to Shaolin remains Shaolin," said the Archon, as if summing up the complexity of the situation. After that, the Archon reached into his inner pocket, and his movement caused tension in everyone present. He then turned to Sul and Jinha, adding even more mystery to the situation. A bag of coins flew into Sul's hands, which testified to her importance in this regard. Gon asked them to take care of the child, assuring them that a few days in the city would be better for her than staying here. When Sul agreed, Gon replied with a slight bow that he was extremely grateful to her for that. As Gon continued to say that if they needed more money, he could give it later, the bag of coins suddenly returned to his hands. Sul did not need money. She had more than enough of it, and this was evident from her calm expression. She only asked Gon to return safe and sound and then tell her about everything he would have to go through during this journey. Gon agreed to her request, but the seriousness did not disappear from his face, as if the burden of the decision was too great. Together with the Arshan, they went towards the door, ready for the future tests that awaited them. Sol and Jinha remained in place, looking at them and wishing them a good trip, although it was said with a slight sadness. Sol laughed, sure that in the future there will be many interesting stories to tell, because this journey will definitely not end simply. The story of a Shaolin monk who stole a treasure to meet his beloved, as well as a stranger who helped him and an older brother who will carry out the punishment himself. This is what lies ahead. So this is a living story about a new continent so far from our city that is across the sea, said Sol thoughtfully, feeling that this is only the beginning of a great adventure. Gina agreed with her, adding, "It's a story I like, but will he be able to escape when over 100 trackers are hunting him?" Sol approached the girl, who was lying on the bed with tenderness in her eyes, because this child had lost much more than it might seem at first glance. She then turned to Jinha, asking, "This child has lost both parents, right? And lost all her inheritance due to treacherous martial arts groups that destroyed her family and left her alone. If the Black Dragon Gate had controlled order in this city, this would never have happened," Sul said thoughtfully, saddened by the injustice that surrounded them. "How can you live in such a place?" she thought, surveying this chaotic city that has lost all its values and morals. In a place where armed thugs set their own laws and seize other people's property at will, the question arose whether they really wanted a new world and new opportunities. Whether this is just a rotten place that is even better than her father's Zhongyuan, this Sol could not understand. Then Jinha turned to her, saying that not the whole new continent is as it seems at first glance. There are many beautiful places here, and most of the people who came here were looking for their land and a new beginning. At least it was their own decision, even if the path was difficult and dangerous. However, this child did not have the opportunity to choose. If she had a choice, she would probably have chosen a completely different place. It was because of this that Jinha asked Sol to be more careful with her words, so as not to invoke a curse on herself. She also asked to speak more quietly, because what would they do if the child overheard their conversations and misunderstood everything? Sol thought about what to say in the temple so that they could take the child with them and give her a new chance. At this time, the monk and Gon were already galloping on their horses, rapidly approaching their destination. Suddenly Gon saw something ahead that made him wary and take a closer look. He held out his hand in front of him, asking Archan to stop to better assess the situation. The tracks showed that the trackers had split off in 3 different directions, and were now trying to surround their target. It was obvious to Gon. The one who runs away can try to cover his tracks if he reaches mountains or rivers, and the Black Dragon Gate will definitely try to stop him from escaping. The Black Dragon Gate was determined not to miss its target and do everything to complete its mission. But as Gon said earlier, it can be dangerous, and now it has become even more obvious. It is dangerous because they persecute someone who sees the world not through his own eyes, but through the prism of revenge and hatred. Gon explained this to Arcana, looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, feeling the gravity of this cruelty. They persecute the one who looks with the eyes of revenge and follows it without knowing pity, he continued, pointing to the tracks. On his way, this warrior did not spare anyone. His actions were merciless and left behind only death. The older brother, looking at these bodies, asked himself the same question, trying to understand the meaning of what happened. He asked himself, "Brother, what have you done? How could this happen?" Using Shaolin martial arts to kill it was a violation of all principles, and he couldn't fathom it. This innocent monk, who previously could not strike even a blow, committed mass murder in one day. How did it happen? Archan's older brother repeated to himself, and still could not believe it. Perhaps it is already too late to turn everything back, and this path has no way out. After some time, they drove to the next point, but were again late as before. Gon understood that at this rate, they would die one by one, and the number of victims would only increase. Examining the tracks, he doubted that Cho was wounded, since most people were killed in one powerful blow. Then Gon turned to the monk to ask an important question. He asked what their relationship was like as older and younger brothers. Gon also wanted to know who Cho was as a person as his older brother saw him. The monk only said that now is not the time to relax until Cho harms even more people. Gon asked this question, while standing on the hill where the Archan later approached. Before them lay a sword stuck in the ground like a symbol of a terrible truth. Before them opened a terrible picture, with the blood of a dead person. A hieroglyph was written that meant punishment for sins. And this question did not give Gon peace because Cho did not seem like such a person before. Archon realized that Cho was in a state of deviation instead of rejecting his suffering. He was consumed by it. Suffering from within distorted him into a monster, and it was obvious because he killed so many people out of anger after losing his beloved. Gon stared at the horrific picture in front of him, unable to look away. It was clear that his thoughts and spirit were in complete despair from what he saw. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard behind them, adding even more tension to the situation. They turned their heads back and saw several men who turned out to be pursuers from another resident group. Gon asked Archon what he was going to do in this situation. Archon understood that if they met with Cho, it would be useless. The number of victims would only increase and they must be stopped. The pursuers on horseback came closer and said that they were looking for the intruder who attacked the Black Dragon Gate. They also talked about the corpses behind them that probably belonged to the guards from the Black Dragon Gate. One of the men reached for his sword and demanded an immediate explanation from the Archon. Archon, in a calm and low voice, asked them to calm down, as if keeping the situation under control. A golden-colored energy began to gather around the Archon, which made everyone around hold their breath. Seeing this, the pursuers stopped and listened to his explanation, realizing that he was serious. Archon said even more calmly that he wanted them to calm down and listen to his words. This was the truth of Shaolin. The one you're chasing has reached the level of a demonic art. Ordinary martial artists will not be able to deal with him, Archon said. Gon looked at the Archon and understood that this energy was a real lion's roar, surpassing his own attempts at imitation. It was a completely different level compared to the lion's roar that Gon himself imitated. If you learn to control the fighting spirit and get rid of the chaos energy, you can use it as well. Gon finally realized this through his own experience and thought that he would be able to use this roar properly next time. The writers, listening to the Archon's story, realized that the murderer was a Shaolin practitioner. This did not surprise them, since they noticed that this incredibly strong criminal had a shaved head. That man finally understood the situation and turned to the Archon with a request to help find the killer who was behind all this horror. Archon refused, asking them to return after taking the bodies of their colleagues and, if possible, to take other pursuers with them. He also assured them that he would catch Cho himself and make sure that he paid for his sins without leaving any chance of pardon. Suddenly there was a clang of metal. The sword was pulled from its scabbard, and this created additional tension. The tip of the sword stopped right in front of the Archon's nose and defiantly asked, "You dare to mock me?" The man was angry because this killer not only took the life of the leader of the faction, but also destroyed more than 30 masters of martial arts. He was not going to back down and shouted that this was a real insult to his honor and that he would not give up. But his cry did not last long. The sword suddenly shattered into pieces right in his hands. The man was holding only the hilt of his sword and was completely confused by what had happened. The fragments of the sword flew in different directions, and no one had time to understand what was happening. Then Gon intervened calmly, saying that the monk is not alone here and they are acting together. Gon used his energy to make a precise shot that shattered the sword and added, "There are 2 of us here!" The man could not understand that it was something that flew at an incredible speed and destroyed his weapon. Gon and Archon explained to him that they understand how difficult it is for them to accept this, but they are trying to save lives and therefore ask to act wisely. The man looked at the coin in Gon's hands and realized that it was with it that he had cut his sword in half with an incredibly well-aimed throw. He doesn't even use a real weapon, just a coin? The man could not believe his eyes. "Is this young man an expert of this level?" flashed through his mind, and he couldn't comprehend all of Gon's skill. Then, the Archon, regretting this misunderstanding, promised that after catching Cho, he would return and bring an apology and compensation. This convinced the pursuers, and they agreed to leave. When Gon and Archon were alone, Archon noticed his great skills and asked if he had a secret technique. Gon replied that he didn't specifically study it, he just saw how one person did it, and was impressed by his skill. However, the monk, listening to this, said that it was not just an imitation, but a manifestation of real skill. A new continent was opening before them, and it was a truly amazing place that mesmerized with its beauty. And they had not seen such a transparent view before, probably because the snow had melted and exposed the spaces. They were sorry because if it wasn't for the situation, they could have enjoyed this view. But Gon asked Archon to wait a bit. He raised his hand to his forehead to shield himself from the bright glow and began to stare intently into the distance. After a few seconds of silence, Gon spoke quietly. "I found him." He pointed to the northwest and said that they had almost caught up with Cho. Although Gon couldn't make out his face from such a distance, he was sure it was Cho. In this endless desert, There could be only one person who would do such a thing with his bare hands. Archon clenched his teeth and held back the pain and anger because he knew that his brother was committing murders again, and it was breaking his heart. Archon sharply hit the ground with his foot, thanking Warrior Chan for his help in this difficult task. He asked Chan to stay here, explaining that it would be very dangerous, after which he jumped forward to meet his brother. Gon found himself in an awkward situation, realizing that he was simply used as a guide, although he was asked to help with something else. He also understood that this reunion of the brothers would be far from pleasant since, at this time, Cho was standing over the last living representative of the Black Dragon. The man trembled and begged for mercy, but fear did not save him from a terrible fate. The revenge that took over Cho's mind did not allow him to show mercy, it completely controlled his actions. Cho grabbed his face with his bare hands, and already swung his other hand for the decisive blow. But at that moment, an Archon appeared above him and called his brother's name with a loud cry, stopping him. Archon landed so hard that the snow flew around, creating a curtain between him and Cho. The surviving representative of the Black Dragon was in complete astonishment as he watched this unexpected intervention. In front of him stood a monk in battle stance, ready to protect everyone from further killings. Arhan asked Cho, "What kind of nonsense are you doing as a disciple practicing the Buddha's teachings?" Cho's hands were covered in blood, and he addressed the Archon, calling him his elder brother, saying that he thought he heard his voice only in his imagination. He could not understand what had brought his brother so far. "Is Archon so sure I'm talking through deviation?" Cho asked with challenge in his voice. He continued by asking a counter-question. "Are you aware of the state of deviation in which you are?" Archon answered in the affirmative. Of course it's hard not to realize when your inner energy is turning back and distorting. He could feel his life energy mixing and growing stronger, and the smell of blood, sweet as anger and hatred, flared up in his mind with renewed vigor. But now Cho did not see anything unusual in the fact that he was overtaken by deviation. He perceived it as a natural process. He believed that he had received just retribution for what they had done to So-So, and that was the only thing that mattered to him. Archon, asking for respect for the dead, could not understand how these people could be involved in So-So's death. "This does not justify these monstrous murders," repeated the Archan, not understanding how someone who had been fulfilling the Buddha's will for more than 10 years could do such a thing. But Cho didn't need other reasons. He had only one reason, and that was the death of his beloved. Looking at Cho Archan's face, he understood everything. His brother was engulfed in infinite pain. Cho shouted the name So-So loudly as if trying to bring her back to life. He repeated over and over again that she was dead, turning to his older brother with tears and anger. Cho couldn't understand how Archon could justify that scum who bullied her for more than 10 years because she was only trying to protect her little daughter. "And those scoundrels hanged her like a dog and killed her." His voice crackled with hatred. Cho no longer found compassion in his heart, or the lessons he had studied for 10 years. The Buddha's mercy seemed to him treacherous and useless. Clenching his fists and shouting, Cho demanded to hear from his brother where the hell So-So was. Listening to this desperate cry of his younger brother, Archon restrained his emotions, trying to remain calm. Cho was still grateful to Archon for the fact that he still treats him like his own brother, despite everything. He knew that the Archon considered him and the Brotherhood of Masters his family, and that is why they gave him the opportunity to study among them. But there was one truth that Cho could not forget. He had been thinking about So-So all these past 10 years. He could not forget her for a moment. His mind always returned to the memories of her. Cho survived only because he imagined her happy somewhere far away where her enemies could not reach her. But the truth was that So-So had failed to become happy, and now she was dead. And Cho could not understand who he should punish for this now. Suddenly, Gon's voice rang out and asked, "Are you saying you're going to kill everyone because of her late husband's sins?" Gon tried to figure out if Cho was willing to punish everyone instead of looking for the real culprit. Cho turned his head to Gon and said with a sad smile, "It seems it's because of you that I was found in this endless desert." Cho then called out Gon's name as he came closer, showing no emotion. Although Archon had earlier asked Gon to stay away, he did not listen and approached them. Getting closer, Cho asked Gon how he was doing and said, "Long time no see." But it was very strange to Gon. Was that all Cho could say? "Aren't you interested in learning about the baby?" Gon asked, trying to understand why Cho wasn't paying attention to the most important thing. It seemed that Cho had just now remembered the existence of the child that Gon had mentioned. Only now did he ask how the treatment went and whether they were able to cure the child of her illness. Then Gon told him all the details. After hearing this, Cho coldly asked Gon to move out of the way. His gaze was directed behind his back. He said that he was dealing with those who were sitting behind him, and there were 2 representatives of the Black Dragon sitting on the snow. Gon was surprised. "Is that all you're interested in? Nothing else?" Cho replied, "If she's recovered, then that's enough." Archon, realizing that Cho is not fully aware of the situation, told him that this child is the daughter of Yang Soso, whom he loved so much. Cho only replied, "Yes, and that bastard's daughter." Cho believed that by saving the child with the help of the Great Elixir, he had already fulfilled his mission for Soso. Archon, still trying to bring his brother to his senses, begged him to stop this madness, to return to Shaolin and stop the bloodshed. The masters and all the brothers were waiting for him and were ready to forgive him for stealing the Great Elixir, because he did it for the sake of salvation. Archon asked him to return and heal his wounds. However, Cho firmly stated that he was not going to do this and had no intention of returning to the Shaolin Temple. He said that he planned to go to Yomho Fortress. There he plans to destroy all the thugs who call themselves the Black Dragon Gate and hang their corpses on the fortress for all to see. He thought that this would be a good lesson for all those who live by their laws. Archon only raised his hand to his face and quietly said the prayer, Namwa Batabul. He understood that the actions committed by the Black Dragon Gate against Yan Soso and her daughter were truly despicable. Without trial and investigation, they took the woman's life, took the child's inheritance, and threw her on the street. Are these evil deeds so serious as to justify the taking of all these lives? Gon asked, his voice filled with doubt. He did not believe that even those who have no desire to fight should die, so he reached for his sword, ready for action. No matter what, these people maintain order as masters of martial arts. Without them, Yomho Fortress would become a desert valley instead of the prosperous one it is now, Gon thought. Archon asked Gon to wait, believing that Shaolin affairs should be decided within their walls, and that it did not concern outsiders. He believed that this matter should remain within the confines of their temple, although he recognized Gon's determination and desire to help. "Can you handle it yourself?" asked Gon. In response, the Archon calmly said, "I am the Archon of Shaolin," hinting at his responsibility. However, in reality, he meant something completely different. It was an internal conflict that required more than just physical strength. In principle, Archon himself realized that the situation is more complicated than it seems, and subsequent events only confirmed it. Standing facing each other, Cho asked the Archon, "Are you willing to abandon our 10-year brotherhood and fight me over these worthless thugs?" In response, the Archon only asked him to stop mocking the Buddha's teachings, showing that words would no longer help here. Realizing that this conflict could not be resolved by talking, he asked Cho to raise his fist now. He was ready to punish him as a Shaolin Archon and not as an elder brother. A smile appeared on Cho's face, indicating his readiness for battle. First, he raised his hands stained with blood high up, and then, lowering them down, he assumed a combat stance, ready for a decisive battle. They stood facing each other in this incredibly beautiful place that contrasted with the tense atmosphere that raged between them. Cho's hand flashed purple energy, indicating his demonic power. At the same time, in the Archon's clenched fist, golden energy shone, radiating the strength and calm characteristic of a Shaolin warrior. Wasting no time, Cho jumped decisively on the Archon, trying to take the initiative and impose his game. He tried to deliver many quick blows, each of which could be fatal. However, the Archon clearly saw every blow due to his focused gaze and extensive experience in martial arts. He managed to place his hands under each blow, repelling them with his strong defense. Even when the blow flew from the bottom up straight to the chin, Archon managed to react. But that last kick was a kick, and because of the surprise, he couldn't block it completely. Archon flew back, but still managed to stay on his feet, showing his endurance. However, the fight against such an opponent was extremely difficult. Cho was not only fast, but also ruthless. Cho's strength increased several times. His hands became fast as lightning, and the dark purple energy that filled him indicated the incredible power that controlled him. There were so many blows that the blood from the Archon's body flew in different directions, like drops in the rain. Archon could only cover his head with his hands, not having time to defend himself from such an onslaught. At this point, Cho seemed to mockingly ask, "Is that all you're capable of?" "Didn't you say you were going to stop me?" Cho continued, not giving Archon a chance to reply. "Did you think I would stop on my own if you dragged this fight out?" added Cho sarcastically, increasing his pressure. After listening to these questions, Archon moved to another level of consciousness. His spirit sharpened and he began to accumulate even more strength. His eyes lit up with a bright yellow light, and in his fist was concentrated a power that exceeded everything that had been before. A single blow by Arkan to the chest of Cho put a fat point in their fight, significantly changing the course of the fight. Cho felt the force of this blow on his body, realizing that now Arkan has no intention of playing. The force of this blow was equal to 1,000 years of Buddha's wisdom, and it threw Cho back like a huge wave, mercilessly washing away everything in its path. Cho rolled far across the snow with no chance to keep his balance or stop. Now the Archon could answer all his questions. Obviously, he would not allow such thoughts or doubts in his heart. Cho tried to grab hold of the snow beneath him with his bloody hand, feeling his strength slowly leave his body. Gathering his remaining energy, he managed to rise to his knees, and then he asked, "What was I supposed to do? Should I have closed my eyes and silently suffered when So-So died unjustly?" Continued Cho Arhan calmly replied, "Judging sinners is not our job. You should have found another way to punish them justly." Cho listened to his brother's words in silence, but they found no response in his heart. For him, the concept of fair punishment did not exist, only revenge was on his mind. He couldn't understand if this was a fair punishment, and if the pain he was feeling now made sense. Seeing Cho struggling with his emotions and pain, Archon begged him to stop, trying to save him from further plunging into darkness. He warned him that if Cho continued on this path, he would never be able to turn back. The power that absorbed Cho was at a completely different level. And pushing off the snow, he suddenly disappeared from the place. At the same moment, he appeared directly above the Archon, swinging his hand to deliver a decisive blow. "I have nowhere to turn," he shouted, his voice filled with desperation and determination. But Archon, having tightened his fist to the maximum, was ready to receive this blow and give an answer. This was his limit state, and at that moment the words, "Elder brother," sounded in Archon's head. He remembered Cho when he was still a monk studying, and saw in his eyes the gratitude for everything he had done for him. But the reality now was different. Cho was about to strike, and this moment was key to their further actions. Cho's speed allowed him to strike, and the Archon flew back from his power. Although blood spurted from his nose, Archon was able to stop himself by grasping the snow under his feet with his hands, stopping himself from falling. After that, he raised his head and looked ahead, realizing that Cho was standing in front of him, ready for the next blow. Right in front of him stood Cho, determined to kill, his gaze burning with hatred. Suddenly, a sword flew under Cho's stomach, causing him to jump back and dodge the danger. This unexpected throw forced Cho to retreat, which probably saved the Archon's life. Cho sat down, and Archon, breathing heavily, realized that he was on the verge of death and was saved by Gon. Gon stepped closer and asked with cold seriousness, "What if you got hit by that?" Then he pointed out the Archon's mistake, noting that he hesitated at the end, because of which he almost died. Approaching his sword, Gon took hold of the hilt to pull it out of the icy snow, showing that he was ready for battle. Archon asked Gon to be lenient in his judgment in an attempt to vindicate his younger brother. He explained to Gon that Cho was just desperate, and it caused him such destructive emotions. However, Gon coldly replied that his younger brother had slaughtered 50 people in 2 days, and this fact could not be ignored. Archon, hearing this, lowered his head even lower and hit the snow with his hands out of rage, not knowing how to save his brother from such a fate. At this point, Gon drew his sword ready for further action as the situation became even more tense. Gon gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with his hand, focused and determined. He turned back once more to look at Archon, checking if he could survive this moment. After that, he slowly sheathed his sword, showing that he was not going to use it in this fight. Gon slammed his fist into his palm in front of his chest, saying, "Knew I got too much advance payment." Cho smiled, finding it funny because he thought Gon would dare to meet him with his bare hands. Grasping his neck, Gon warned, "You will die if you use a sword," making it clear that the battle will be decided without weapons. This gesture made Cho think. For Gon, the Shaolin martial arts seemed like a joke. Cho decided that now he had no choice but to demonstrate the true technique of the Shaolin fist, which has hundreds of years of history. Gon also began to prepare by gradually adopting a fighting stance, focusing all his attention on the upcoming fight. He asked Cho to stop talking with his tongue and come closer to find out everything about the battle. Seeing Gong's fighting stance, Cho noticed that he had really mastered fist-fighting techniques and asked if Gong had studied the martial arts of the Imperial Army or something like that. A little surprised, Gon said that he doesn't understand why all his opponents always mention the Imperial Army, because he himself developed his technique. It seemed strange to Cho. He couldn't believe that Gon had created martial arts by himself without outside help. No one knew anything about Gon's incarnation, the books he studied in his past life, and what skills he adopted. If it could be described more precisely, Gon's consciousness would be more perfect, but right now he couldn't explain everything so simply. Without wasting any more words, Gon invited Cho to begin the fight, knowing that this would be a decisive moment. The monk himself suggested the initiation, wanting to see Gon's technique in action. Cho rushed into battle first, determined to witness the greatness of the martial art of Gon's fist. In a fighting stance, Gon spread his legs wider, meeting Cho's attack with unwavering confidence. The martial arts of this world are mostly straightforward. They focus on simple but powerful strikes. The basic martial arts technique of the Imperial Army, which emphasizes destructive power and efficiency, was exactly that. In a world where moral principles weakened over time, fights were often decided by just one exchange of blows. The Shaolin fist technique that Cho was currently demonstrating in front of Gon also had certain differences, but in the end, it was built on a sequence of quick and accurate blows that easily neutralized the enemy. For Gon, this technique was enough to defeat someone without looking for complex solutions or alternative paths. Gon closed his eyes for a moment, trying to remember everything he had learned to better prepare for battle. However, the martial arts in his memories were not something simple. They had deeper aspects that went beyond ordinary combat. Starting with the first fencing techniques, there were things like the heavy sword or the illusion sword, where the step technique was more than just speed. They could mesmerize the opponent and make him make a fatal mistake. There were even techniques that looked almost like magic, such as Heat Yang Palm or Ice White Divine Palm. Of course, most of these martial arts were nothing more than fantasies created to write books. But for Chan Gong, who found himself in the world of real martial arts, these fantasies became reality. These were no longer just ideas or fictions, but specific knowledge that could be applied in a real battle. Thus, Chan Gong took these fantasies and stories and turned them into his own reality. His ideas were initially nothing more than suggestions of thoughts that seemed far from reality, but he began to reproduce them independently, although at the beginning he doubted whether there was any sense in this at all. No one understood the man who alone created such strange things, and those around him considered him crazy. He himself also doubted that these fantasies could be turned into something real, something that could be used in battle. But sitting by the candle in the evenings, he continued to write his ideas on paper without stopping for a moment. Time passed, and he went through many trials, each time trying to improve his techniques. Even after numerous trials and failures that came his way, he did not give up. Despite all the difficulties he went through, Chan Gong did not back down and continued to move forward. He did what he could, improving his skills step by step, even if it looked banal. As time went on, he started with basic techniques such as voice transmission, trajectory kicks, or the true flame of samadhi, until he eventually created what could be called the enlightenment technique. After that, he successively materialized such powerful martial arts as the illusory sword and the spiral rack. However, there were still many martial arts in his mind that were not fully realized, and he needed to achieve much more. Chan Gong, disobeying any orders and expecting no reward, simply wanted to recreate these martial arts with his own hands. For a person who was reborn in the world of martial arts, this world was only his imagination and his desire. It was a monument that he built with his own hands, using his body as a foundation for realizing his fantasies. And now, in this fight, he can finally demonstrate everything he created and strived for. He managed to surpass his own limit level to reach a new stage using every opportunity, dodging incredibly fast attacks that even an Archon couldn't dodge before. Gon demonstrated his new skills. He caught this speed by feeling the right moment to strike, using every moment as efficiently as possible. And all this remained only in the form of memories in his mind, as an echo of past experience, which now became the basis for his actions. At the crucial moment, Gon managed to grab Cho by his clothes, stopping his movements and controlling the situation. His movements were smooth and extremely refined. It was felt that he had achieved harmony with himself. Even on slippery ice that melted under his feet, he found balance without losing control. It was a memorial of his past life that now comforted him and gave him strength and confidence. The monk hit his back against the ice. Sprays of snow and water flew in different directions from the force of the collision. Gon has overcome his own limit level by rising to a new stage in martial arts. Only in a battle with a stronger opponent can such a breakthrough be achieved, and Gon understood this perfectly. The Chong family Taiji Fist's true form that embodied strength and energy enveloped his body, making him invincible. Arkan watched everything, amazed by what he saw. The representatives of the Black Dragon also could not hide their surprise. Meanwhile, the monk clenched his teeth, feeling angry and confused about what was happening. He fell to his knees, spread his hands, and, with pain in his heart, let out a loud cry without restraining his emotions. But he could not understand what had just happened, and asked himself the question, what had he just seen? His attack that looked like dragon claws aimed at Gon's weak spot never hit the target. Suddenly, he felt as if his attack had been sucked in, and although it was aimed precisely, it did not achieve its result. Then the monk asked Gon if this was the same attack that he had talked about earlier that had shocked him so much. He admitted that Gon's attack was indeed an amazing fist technique that could be proudly called a family technique. However, the monk decided to attack again, thinking that Gon would not be able to block his blows for long. Gon only offered to test it while calmly waiting for the monk's next move. Han's arrogance seemed outrageous to the monk, and he prepared for a new attack, concentrating all his strength. Pushing off the ground, the monk flew into the air like lightning and was already above Gon's head. However, Gon instantly jumped to the side, avoiding a direct hit. The monk just had time to notice Gon to his left, when his opponent's speed surprised him again. With the cry, "I haven't lost yet!" the monk jumped on Gon again and again, trying to break through his defenses. But Gon deflected every blow while taking no damage. His technique was flawless. His hand movements were damn smooth and precise, as if he was anticipating the monk's every next move. This drove the monk out of his mind because he felt powerless before such a technique. His anger only grew. The fact that his attacks didn't reach Gon made him even more angry. What annoyed the monk even more was that the blows not only did not reach Gon, but were also redirected in the other direction, leaving him with no result. At this moment, the monk felt truly confused as Gon grabbed his face with his hand. How could such a fist technique even exist in this world? After Gon grabbed him by the face, he delivered a powerful kick and pinned the monk to the ice with his whole body. The monk was literally trampled into the ice, and it looked like humiliation, although Gon remained calm and restrained. Arhan, watching the fight, expected Chang'an to be a skilled warrior, but he never thought that Gon would reach such a high level of skill. Arkan was always sure that the martial arts of their temple were at the top of fist techniques, but now he realized that his insight was not enough. However, he also realized that Gon would not be able to defeat the monk just by subduing him in this way. The monk got out of the ice and asked Gon, "Do you think my point of view was wrong? Shouldn't I have brought them to justice for their crimes? Shouldn't I have avenged Soso?" continued the monk, asking Gon important questions. "Do you really mean to say I'm wrong?" finished the monk, trying to understand Gon's position and his thoughts on justice. Raising his head, Gon's face seemed unusual. It radiated something more than just strength. Cho couldn't stand this look and asked Gon, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then he lowered his head and saw his reflection on the melting ice, which made him think. His eyes began to look completely differently, and a shadow of doubt appeared in his soul. His gaze slowly shifted to the hands completely covered in blood, that had previously seemed like instruments of justice. At this moment, he remembered the question that Gon had voiced at the beginning. "Aren't you interested to know about the child?" This thought stuck in his mind. Why was I really not interested in learning about the child? Cho asked himself as he looked at his reflection. Aside from treating the 9 evil yin bloods, he should have been wondering how the child was doing. But he asked himself, was it because she was the daughter of that bastard who bullied Soso? But if this is really the case, was there a need to steal a large recovery pill from the main temple? It would have been enough to simply protect Soso from her cruel husband. Then Cho realized that all this was not for Soso, but for himself. A selfish, dark purpose hidden under the guise of a noble deed. If her daughter's incurable disease could be cured, he hoped that Soso would choose him again and not that scum. It was a vulgar and dark desire. Blinded by this desire, he decided to betray his brothers and teachers by stealing a large recovery pill. And from that moment on, he was no longer a Shaolin monk, but only a loser who desperately tried to win back his former lover. When he found out that Soso was already dead, even this loser, Wan San, disappeared like sand slipping through his fingers. Now he asked himself if this was true revenge for Soso, or if it was just the crudest form of escape from reality. Escape from the fact that with the departure of Soso, he lost everything. And at that moment, realizing that he had betrayed Soso's daughter, whom she had saved at the cost of her own life, he asked himself the main question. Who am I? deprived of any respect for his master and brother, deprived of even elementary sympathy for a girl who found herself in a difficult situation. He said to himself with a feeling of deep shame. "I'm just a disgusting monster," he continued, admitting that his selfishness and murder remained the only motivation for his actions. Seeing himself in this light, he laughed out loud and put his hand on his head, feeling the absurdity of his own behavior. His laugh was strange as hell and seemed almost insane, causing concern to all who heard it. Everyone turned their attention to him, surprised by this creepy laugh that echoed in the cold air. But his energy gradually began to subside like a flame that loses strength. It seemed that he was becoming quieter, calmer, as if something was changing in him. Even the rays of the sun began to slide over his body as if indicating a new beginning. But Cho remained silent without uttering a single word, immersed in his own thoughts. And suddenly Gon heard Cho say, "Black Dragon Gate, you must all die." It was just the calm before the storm, and those words were the harbinger of a new wave of violence. Cho rushed to kill them without changing his point of view at all, continuing on the path of destruction. The two who were sitting next to each other begged for help, hoping that someone would stop Cho. And at that moment, Archon jumped in front of them, coming to their defense, ready to confront his brother again. He once again turned to his younger brother pleadingly, saying, "Stop it now, please." The monk waved his hand at his elder brother again, full of anger and determination. Archon only closed his eyes, not intending to answer the blow. He could no longer fight with his brother. There was a dull sound similar to an explosion, from which a wave of energy spread in different directions, as if from the explosion of a bomb. Gon imperceptibly sneaked up from behind and placed his palm against Cho's ribs, delivering a precise blow. Cho slowly turned his head back in surprise, realizing that he had been hit. And only after that, blood splashed from his face, coloring the white snow. This attack turned out to be fatal for him, and he fell face down directly into the cold snow, unable to resist anymore. All this happened right before the eyes of the older brother, who could not believe that everything had gone so far. Archon fell to his knees, shouting his younger brother's name, trying to bring him to consciousness. Blood was coming out of Cho's mouth, and he was barely breathing. Every breath was heavy and painful. He had enough strength left to say, "That was great, Master Gon," acknowledging his mastery even in his last moments. Gon just stared at him silently, asking himself, "What did you do, Cho?" It became clear to him that Cho deliberately provoked his death by wanting to be killed. Archon took the body of his younger brother in his arms and through tears asked him to hold on, hoping that he would be able to hold on a little longer. Standing next to him, Gon quietly said that it was too late for Cho's time. At the last moment, Cho regained his ki, the same energy he had emitted before. He planned to die from the very beginning, consciously choosing this path. The older brother asked him for forgiveness for all the inconvenience, and asked the question, "Why did you do that?" Cho barely moved his lips and said, "Gon has already explained everything. I can't live with the fact that I killed more than 50 people in 2 days. How could I dare live with such shame?" he added, his voice weakening. "You were a blind man," Archon said quietly, lowering his head as a sign of submission to his brother's suffering. Cho then asked, "Did anyone tell you the name of Soso's baby daughter?" It was difficult for him to breathe. Blood flowed from his mouth and prevented him from speaking. But he tried to find strength. "Her name is Soha! Her name is Jin Soha!" he said in a weak voice, trying to breathe despite the pain. The first word means true, and it's actually intertwined with Cho's life. It was the last name of the bastard who stole Soso, but also the Buddhist name of Cho. Apparently his daughter Soha also had this name, and it was the word in which Cho found his identity. He was ashamed of everything that had happened, and could no longer hide his face from his brother and Gon. He felt deep shame, realizing that there was nowhere to hide his face from those still nearby. Cho, barely breathing, asked his brothers to take care of his daughter, who remained an orphan. Aaron, holding his bloody body which was coughing up blood and was on the verge of death, promised that they would definitely do it. Cho coughed again, spitting out blood, and repeated his daughter's name. This name was the last thing he wanted to remember. A vision appeared in his eyes of Soso, young and alive, running forward, holding out her hand to him, as in those distant days. Should I have left her? Cho asked himself as his eyes finally closed. These were the last words of the monk, and this was the end of his life story. A few days passed, and he was buried with flowers placed on his grave as a symbol of farewell. Gon stood over the grave together with Archon, both full of thoughts and sorrow. "What were you saying about him a few days ago? What kind of man was Cho in Shaolin?" Gon asked Archon. Archon quietly replied he was a truly virtuous and exceptionally talented man. His talent in martial arts was superior to all his contemporaries. It came to the point that his master, the great monk He-won, decided that Cho would become the next abbot of the temple. And yet, despite his talent, he was always shy and tended to hide. But all his fellow students respected him for that, Archon continued. Luckily, they also received some money as a reward from the Black Dragon Gate, which ensured that Cho's daughter would not go hungry. The surviving Black Dragon practitioners handed over all the seized property to Gu Yan in the form of a cash check that was 3 times more expensive than ordinary funds. Maybe it was because of a sense of war or fear of the unknown, but this money was huge for those who survived. Although this did not atone for all their sins, the death of the headmaster and the loss of half of the core staff meant that the future of Black Dragon Gate was not as bright as it once was. Archon then turned to Gon, asking if everything would be all right with him after everything that happened. He also inquired about Hong's financial situation, since he had spent all his money on the funerals of Cho and another person. But Gon assured him, "Don't worry about me, I'll manage." At that moment, a woman's hand waved to them and turned to Gon, attracting his attention. Before them stood Princess Soha and Jinha ready to help. Soha had incredibly beautiful eyes that radiated strength and wisdom despite her young age. Gong thanked Miss Sol for the help she had given them over the past few days, expressing his sincere gratitude. Archon also expressed his gratitude, realizing that if they were just the two of them with Gon, it would be much more difficult for them to cope with all the difficulties. Princess Soha was also glad that she could help, especially Soha, supporting her in everything she could. Gon tried to understand why Soha was silent when she came to this temple, because she had never had such problems in the city before. However, he heard that it was not related to her illness. Maybe it was the shock of what happened to her parents recently. Gon believed that she would be able to find her mental balance again. "It would be great if that happened," he said. "But for now, we can only watch her progress." Then the princess turned to Jinha and asked if everything was ready to be sent, to which she answered in the affirmative. "Yes, everything is ready." They finished preparing the luggage and servicing the carriages. And now they could go to the new Sichuan right now. The carriage was already waiting for them in front of the entrance. The next day, as promised, Gon brought the monk's body and told Sol the whole story of what had happened recently. At first, she excitedly took the bone and the book in her hands, listening carefully. And when the story ended, tears appeared in her eyes, saying that she wanted to help So-Ho on her journey and be by her side at least until the boat left for the Central Plains. She stayed at the hotel. After that, she took care of not only So-Ho, but also Hong and Jin Kyun, paying for their food, lodging, and travel to New Sichuan. As for Gon, he had no reason to refuse the generosity of this good-natured lady from a rich family. Soon, she invited everyone into the carriage and they set off for the largest port city of the new continent, New Sichuan. Next to the carriage on his horse rode Gon, constantly looking out the window. Through the open window of the carriage, he asked her about her real name, since she had previously given only her last name, Sul. He reminded her that she forgot to say her full name. She was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to answer, and began to say something unintelligible. At first she said something like, "Sol mi gum," and then laughingly added, "Golden Rabbit." Gon couldn't make out what that meant. Archon, hearing the Golden Rabbit, took it seriously and called the phenomenon unique, which made everyone surprised. She later explained that her name was Sol Myo-gyum, but it was just a pseudonym. Driving the horse, Jinha realized that it was just a pseudonym, and that the girl's real name was Yu Sol. During this conversation, Soka looked out the window admiring the scenery that opened before her. She was amazed by the beauty of nature because she had never seen anything like it before. At this moment, Soha remembered how Sol had introduced her to Gon, explaining that it was this man who had healed her body. His serious face constantly appeared before her eyes, and she could not forget that moment. She almost felt how he touched her head, gently stroking it as he explained everything that had happened. He explained to her that he could not cure her himself, but there were others who helped. Then he told her that there was someone who heard the news about her and came here from a distant continent bringing the most valuable medicine in the whole world. He now went on a long journey with her mother, and Soha once again felt the pain of loss. A few days passed, and there was tension in the same bar where Dagon met with Cho. The bartender was told that the girl had been cured, but he did not believe it because a child who had been bedridden for several years could not suddenly recover. It was very strange. Masked people asked the bartender where this child had gone and tried hard to find out the truth. They wanted to find out where she was now and with whom, because her disappearance bothered them. The bartender told them everything he knew, for which they paid handsomely, leaving him in deep thought. After leaving the bar, they tried to find traces of where Soka could have gone after what the bartender told them. They assumed that she might have been taken away by Imperial soldiers, but they could not deviate from their grandiose plan. One of the men ordered to immediately gather all the members of the organization and contact the main palace, because the body of 9 yin, in which the blood of traitors flows, belongs to them, and they must return it. In that place where the sand is dry and water is hard to find, the travelers stopped to rest. Gon went in first, followed by all his new friends, tired from the long journey. He turned to the innkeeper, asking for lodging for 5 people for 1 day. Behind his back, Sol added to the order a request for warm tea and a hearty meal for everyone. After some time, Sol was already sitting at the table drinking tea and stretching, and remarked that it was really exhausting. Jinha also drank tea, and they had a quiet conversation discussing the trip. Soka, meanwhile, could not find a place to warm her hands against a warm cup of tea, trying to warm herself. They tried jokingly to determine who had the hardest time during this long journey, recalling the difficulties. Sol looked at Soha and noticed that she looked as if something was bothering her about their journey. Sol picked up the kettle and jokingly shouted loudly to the innkeeper to bring more tea because her throat was dry. At that moment, she thought about some things that did not give her peace. Suddenly, she turned her head to Gon and asked him when he would fulfill his promise and give her an interview. Gon did not fully understand what she was talking about, explaining that he had already told her his story. But Sol had in mind another promise to tell about the heroic adventures of the warrior Chan on a new continent. Gon was still convinced that he had already talked about it, and explained that he was just a traveler, and not big enough to get into Miss Sol's book. Like most of the other inhabitants of the new continent, he was just one of the inhabitants of the Central Plains who came here to achieve everything possible in this great land. Mio sighed and dropped her head on the table, stating that Gon was lying because he was hiding more than he was saying. Gina poured hot tea for everyone while listening to this humorous dialogue that seemed to have no end and was full of mutual hints. Mio then asked Gon, "What about the Nameless Brave? Have you never heard of him?" She was talking about the person from the new continent of Marima that they talked about when they first met the same brave warrior that she wants to meet more than anything. Archon was surprised to hear this name. It seemed unique to him. Sol explained that it was not a real name, but an epithet given to him by people. The reason is that these people are extremely humble. They are known for disappearing without giving their name or demanding rewards for their righteous deeds. Archon laughed and said that it was more like fictional characters from novels. Gon repeated once again that he had never heard of such a brave warrior, which slightly disappointed Sul. Archon thought, assuming that it is possible that this is just a fiction where the stories of several brave people were combined, because that is how often such legends are born. Sol objected, saying that this is not so, and if you look at all the recorded acts of heroism of the Nameless Brave, you can see that he is real. It was at this moment that they were brought a full table of delicious specialty dishes of the local hotel that they had ordered. After a while, everyone had eaten enough, leaving behind only empty plates. After the meal, Archon sat in the corner of his room meditating in peace. On the street, Gon was wiping his horse, and Soha watched his calm work without daring to say anything. Meanwhile, in the room, Sul was stretching and saying how well she had eaten, feeling full satisfaction from the meal. Sul, finally feeling alive after a normal meal, which was the first in a long time, sighed with relief. Above her bed sat Jinha, staring at her. At first, Jinha addressed her as "Milady," and then corrected herself and called her princess. Grumbling, the princess did not even turn her head, and a little annoyed asked what she wanted. Jinha did not hesitate to say that it was really time to go back, because if the journey was delayed, the viceroy would have no choice but to go to the Central Plains on his own. She also added whether the princess realizes how many people will be in trouble because of their delay. Mio sighed and said that everything was clear and, getting out of bed, promised to think about it when they reached New Sichuan. Then she began to say that the governor of the Hawaiian Islands, Eon, would not ask for help from others if he could make decisions himself, but her words were suddenly cut off. Jinha gestured with a finger to her lips and asked the princess to speak more quietly. She hinted that it is better not to discuss such topics here where they can be heard. As soon as she said this, there was an unexpected knock on the door. "Who's there?" Mio asked, eyeing the door a little suspiciously. Words of apology for interrupting their rest came from behind the door. A rough man's voice said that it was necessary to talk to them urgently. "Could you spare a moment?" he added insistently. At this time, Gon was still in the yard tending to his horse, unaware of what was happening inside. Soa continued to watch Gon intently, keeping her eyes on him. Suddenly, a man approached Gon and addressed him, holding out the bucket he had ordered earlier. Gon returned to Soha to explain what it was and why he needed the bucket. He opened the bucket, showed her its contents, carrots, and explained that it was for feeding the horse. He said that in the last days, he demanded a lot from the horse, and it became gloomy, and does not listen to him at all. "Sometimes you have to take care of him like this," he added, smiling and putting a carrot in front of the horse's lips. The horse greedily took the carrot without hesitation, but unexpectedly grabbed Gon's hand at the same time, swallowing it along with the carrot. The horse began to neigh loudly, and Gon tried with all his might to pull out his hand, indignantly asking the horse to let it go. "Let the stupid horse go, you ungrateful bastard!" Gon shouted as he struggled with his loyal companion, and the horse just continued to neigh, as if teasing him on purpose. Gon looked at Soha, who couldn't help but laugh. She was holding her stomach, laughing out loud, watching this funny scene. She was having a lot of fun, and for the first time in a long time, her face shone with genuine joy. Seeing her happy laugh, Gon couldn't hold back a smile either, not even paying attention to the fact that his hand was still in the horse's teeth. And suddenly, this peaceful moment was interrupted by the rumble of hooves breaking the sand nearby. At that moment, Soa herself was trying to feed the horse, holding a carrot in her hand. 2 wagons were approaching behind them, and a rider on a horse was galloping ahead. The rider came up to Gon sharply, and his horse reared up, startling Soha. She quickly ran up to Gon and hid behind him, trying to protect herself from the unexpected danger. The man dismounted from his horse and, scratching the back of his head, apologized to them. He explained that he was in a hurry to get to the hotel because he had not seen a place to rest for a long time. Gon told him not to worry about it and didn't really hold any grudges. After examining the man, Gon guessed that he must be a merchant and his way is to New Sichuan. The merchant confirmed that they are going to sell the leather they bought in Gowon Castle, and this is an annual affair. After that, he looked down and noticed a little girl hiding behind Gon. Sitting down on one knee, he asked Gon if this was his daughter, and said that she was very cute. The merchant extended his hand to the girl, trying to say hello to her, but his hand stopped suddenly as Gon quickly grabbed it and held it lightly. He explained to the merchant that the child is shy around strangers, and it is better not to force her to make contact. "She doesn't like it when strangers touch her," Gon said gently, moving the man's hand aside. The man raised his head and apologized again for his inappropriate behavior. He also added that he has a daughter of the same age, so he understands how difficult it is with children. Behind him, people announced that they had finished cleaning and preparing their wagon. The man turned to Gon, saying that it was time for him to go, and at the same time wished them a good trip. He smiled before leaving, but Gon remained thoughtful, looking at his hand. This feeling arose, just as he grabbed the merchant's wrist. He felt how a completely foreign wild energy passed through him, which an ordinary person cannot have. It was a dark, dangerous energy that Gon had encountered many times before, and it made him wary. He remembered Rand's words that he had warned him to run as far away from such people as possible. Gon actually thought that these people might start chasing him. But at that moment, he turned his head to Sokka, who was standing nearby, not understanding what had happened. He looked into her eyes, which were full of innocence and surprise, and for a moment, his anxiety disappeared. Patting her on the head, Gon asked if she was cold here. After that, he offered to return to the building where it was warmer. On the way to the hotel, he gently told her that there was a lot of work ahead, and they would have to be careful. At that moment, there were 2 men in the princess's room whom she clearly did not expect to see. Jinha, noticing the strangers, quickly took out her weapon from behind her back, preparing for a possible attack. She asked them who they were, and said that if they really had business, it was better to wait downstairs instead of entering the room without permission. One of the men explained that they could not do this because the case with which they came should not become known to outsiders. After that, he turned to the princess, saying her name with respect. The princess only asked them to say their names and explain what they wanted. The man called himself a representative of the Hidden Dragons Detachment, and said that they came at the request of the Viceroy of Hawaii, Yonha-san. He asked the princess to allow them to have an audience now as long as no outsiders noticed their presence. The princess agreed to let them go, but warned that they should behave quietly and carefully. She warned that she would not tolerate any noise, otherwise the situation could become dangerous. As soon as they entered, the door closed quietly behind them. The men were already kneeling before the princess as a sign of respect. One of the hidden dragons greeted the princess, and on their uniforms, different numbers could be seen indicating their rank. Annoyed by their appearance, the princess asked, "Why does a squad of hidden dragons, who are supposed to be the eyes and ears of the imperial court, dare to pursue me?" The man replied that all this was done by order of the viceroy, and he was only following the orders of his master. Before leaving, the princess left a manuscript in which she explained everything she had done and why she ran away. She asked the men if the viceroy had ordered them to take her home by force. One of them explained that their task was only to support her and ensure her comfort, so that she did not feel any inconvenience during the trip. These men were merely following their captain's orders with no intention of using force. While talking with them, the princess thought about what sins could be on their hands and why they carry out such missions. Suddenly, she realized something important that changed her attitude to the situation. She who escaped by force wanted to meet at least once the nameless brave about whom she had heard so much. Realizing that this chance may never come again, she apologized to the men. The princess added that they should not waste their energy on such a task. She warned them that it would be difficult and explained that she was going on a journey with her companions, regardless of their wishes, and would return only after the journey was over. On her behalf, she promised that she would definitely return, asked them to remove their worries, and return to the viceroy. The men looked at each other, considering her words. They apologized to her and asked permission to at least guard her during this trip to ensure her safety. Surprised, the princess asked if there were any specific reasons for such a proposal. Then the man explained that they had recently received information about subversive activities in the area of Yomho Castle. In particular, that an unknown group was chasing a lone girl and that she was being hunted. Gina assumed that it might be about the imperial princess, but the man continued his story. He said that the girl they were looking for was a small child with bright blue eyes. Meanwhile, a man with a pigeon on his shoulder was standing in front of the entrance, surveying everything around. Looking at the sheet with the drawn image of Soha, he decided that this is exactly the girl he is looking for. He pulled the door handle to get inside, but a voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was a guest house employee who asked him about his impressions of their establishment. Smiling at each other, the man just ordered himself a hearty breakfast. After that, the worker went in the other direction, and the man with the pigeon on his shoulder continued his work. He opened the door behind which stood a group of armed men who were already waiting for him. They were all wearing masks, and the man asked them if they had completed the investigation he had assigned to them. The man was called Red Snake Wang O, and he was one of the influential people in this area. His representative from the Black Snake Palace, Wu Ongak, confirmed that they had completed their mission. They received information from the innkeeper that the group was heading from Yomho Castle as expected. Now they were sure that the same girl with the traitorous blood of the 9 yin that they were looking for was heading to their meeting place. They also reported that in the group they were monitoring there was a monk who seemed to act as a guardian of the temple where the child was left. The problem was that some strange swordsman was constantly hanging around the girl, and they could not understand who he was and where he came from. At that moment, Vaughn announced that he had just received a message from the True Palace. He added that soon several ships of the Imperial Army will arrive in New Sichuan. It seems that the Imperial dogs have already taken the trail. Hak immediately understood that this could mean that the situation was getting complicated. So, 9 times out of 10, this bastard Imperial soldier is disguised as an ordinary traveler, suggested Red Snake. Black Snake also saw this as a problem, especially if the Imperial Army was really interfering in their affairs. But the Red Snake assured that there was no need to worry. According to the message they just received, the Murong clan has sent reinforcements, and a White Snake-level expert will join them around tomorrow. Red continued by stressing that their main goal was to take possession of the 9 Yin's traitorous blood and clear the place of any threats. 12 combat agents have already arrived and are on standby nearby, ready for action at a moment's notice. Red Snake smiled slyly, confident that with such reinforcements they had nothing to fear even from 2 Imperial soldiers. This evening, they planned to destroy everyone in the hotel except for the child they were supposed to take. Their squads were already lined up right in front of the hotel in preparation for the attack. This operation was part of a grand project of the Imperial Palace, in which the blood of the 9 Yin had a special role. To begin with, they were ordered to start with the cursed monk who lives in a separate room and the swordsman who accompanied the child. But suddenly a loud voice rang out nearby, which defiantly offered to start with him, calling them shitholes. One of the combat agents instantly recognized the voice and shouted, "It's him!" Gong ignored their surprise and said, Finally, I'm back at the inn after such a long hiatus, and you're not even here to let me rest you, Xian Yu fanatical bastards. Gon pointed his sword at his opponents, sensing a dark and threatening energy emanating from them. Without hiding his emotions, the red snake clenched his teeth in anger. He ordered all his fighters to immediately attack this haughty bastard, pointing the finger at Gon. Without any hesitation, the militants rushed at him. The first attack was easily dodged by Gon without even turning around, instantly striking with his sword behind him, killing the first attacker. The next enemy was already approaching, swinging his sword in the air. But that was not a problem either. Gon instantly dealt with him by tensing his fist and punching through his stomach with internal energy. Another enemy appeared behind Gon, trying to surprise attack. Without turning, Gon placed his sword behind his head, blocking the attack. He just looked coldly at the attacker and then cut off his head in a flash. Gon's blows were so fast and accurate that the enemies didn't stand a chance. The incredible execution of the technique was impressive, demonstrating the prowess of the warrior Chang Gong. It was a real skill thanks to which the enemies fell one after another. And now we can remember the events that happened a little earlier, when the princess told Gon that their real target was the girl Soha, and that the enemies were targeting her. The princess said that she had received information that the castle was looking for a girl with blue eyes. Considering the situation and the time, she assumed that this girl was probably Soha. Arkin confirmed that the characteristic of the blue-eyed girl was very specific. However, he also suggested that it could only be a side effect of the Nine Yin's treacherous blood. It was just a guess, but they also considered whether the pursuers might seek to receive the reward that she received from the Black Dragon Gate. After all, the young girl was not really in debt to anyone and did not hold a grudge against anyone. Arkan was outraged because those who persecuted the girl aimed at the inheritance of an orphan who was left without a family. Gong thought at that moment, suggesting that the pursuers might have been targeting the Nine-Torn Yin clans. In this world, the rift of the 9 Yin clans was considered a severe and incurable disease. But in the world of martial arts that Gon knew, it was a fate that carried something much greater. Now the main question was who exactly and for what purpose was searching for these 9 broken Yin clans. The picture was getting clearer in his mind. Gong didn't think that the Red Snake was after him for the affairs of Soha or Wei Ran. The real purpose of the Imperial Palace was not just a legacy or a reward, but something much deeper. At that moment, Gon continued to fight, dodging the enemy's blade with incredible precision. He immediately delivered his blows, cutting through the bodies of his opponents, leaving them no chance. These ninja fell in front of him, their broken bodies falling heavily to the ground. None of them could give him a serious fight back. Gon moved fast and mercilessly. The Red Snake's tension was growing as it reached its peak with each passing minute. He had to stick his claws under Gon's sword trying to block the attack. The claws proved to be strong as Gon's sword did not pierce them. Gon immediately recognized these claws as tiger claws belonging to a special technique. But the most interesting thing was that the energy of the Red Snake felt damn familiar. Recently, Gon had already encountered similar energy, and now he knew exactly who he was dealing with. Red Snake awakened his inner energy and ordered his fighters to awaken the divine arts as well. He shouted that the one they consider the Emperor's dog stole the Emperor's throne. He also demanded that Gon witness the true art of the true Imperial Palace. Red Snake exclaimed that this is exactly the power that belongs to a true ruler. At this moment, the speed of the Red Snake increased significantly, and it became even more dangerous. Gon realized that he was facing the practice of demonic arts and decided to hide his sword. He stood in a fighting stance, pointing his hand towards the enemy, ready to attack. One of them had already jumped into the air, aiming to attack Gon from above. But something didn't go according to plan. Instead of hitting, he flew past and stuck his head in the ground like an ostrich. He probably gave his brain a good shake and maybe even reflected on his bad deeds, although it is not certain. The next opponent also ran up, hoping that the energy surrounding his body would help him. Without changing the trajectory, Gon sent him straight after his friend, putting him on the ground again. Gon's movements were so light and precise that he was in complete control of his actions and easily controlled his enemies. Without any problems, he carried out the capture and then turned the body of the enemy, knocking down the next opponent. There were dull sounds from the blows of the opponents' bodies, which fell to the ground like sacks. They suffocated without air, unable to resist. One of them cleared his throat and managed to open his eyes, but in front of him was already Gon's fist clenched and ready to strike. Using the coiling technique, Gon hit his opponent with such force that even the floor beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Gon's energy continued to grow, only getting stronger and more powerful with each strike. Enemies could only feel powerless before this rising wave of power. By that time, blood had spurted from under the enemy's mask, forcing him to fall to the ground. Red Snake watched this, but was in no hurry to rush to the aid of his subordinates. Gon noticed that Snake was the only opponent still standing. Standing over the two prone fighters, Gon asked him if he planned to continue. He suggested that the Red Snake simply tell that they call these bastards a palace. Snake just laughed and coughed and called Gon a tall dog out of reach in his pride. It was clear from his appearance that he was not going to speak, but looking at the dead bodies of his fighters, the Red Snake realized that he had made a mistake in assessing Gon's skill. However, he warned Gon against taking the true palace lightly. He also told Gon that while he was tied up here, his companions would die, and they would take possession of the girl with the traitorous 9 yin blood. Gon turned sharply and looked in the direction of the room where the girl was. Inside the room, Jinha was already exhausted, holding a sword in her hands ready for battle. Archon also stood in a combat stance, sensing the approach of enemies. Several enemies were already lying on the floor, defeated. The princess held the blue-eyed girl in her arms, protecting her. The tension was growing, and Gon understood that the time to act was approaching. About 6 hours ago, Gon had been telling them about how he defeated demonic humans 3 times in battle. But now there was no time to discuss it, because the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. At that moment, Gon didn't remember that there could also be demonic people in this hotel right now. And this made Jinha realize the danger for the princess. He explained to them that he had discovered only one of them, but that could only be the tip of the iceberg. The probability that they all act as one group was very high. In the worst case, they are all demonic people, and you should expect possible reinforcements. For Arkan, this information was a shock, because he had no idea that there was a whole group of demonic people who went all this way for Soha. Then he ordered everyone to take the girl and immediately leave the place without waiting for danger. These words came as a surprise to everyone who listened to him. But he explained that judging by their silence and behavior, they are probably preparing a night ambush. Gon himself decided to stay here and deal with the enemies. Jinha asked him what exactly he meant now. She was indignant whether they should leave all the responsibility on him and run away. She believed that they could not just take him and leave him alone to fight. The princess raised her hand in understanding of Gon's intentions, and only asked if it was really the best choice in this situation. The princess went on to point out that even if it was just a guest house, it was still the same hotel, and they certainly wouldn't let it go unnoticed. Gon explained that escaping is still better than sitting and waiting, and they are wrong if they think of them as a simple sect of chaos or ordinary robbers. In fact, they are more like monsters that do not obey the usual laws of martial arts. Arkan agreed with this, and saw more sense in the situation to fight together. The princess added that this applies not only to the monk, but also to herself and Jinha. She promised that they would protect Soha and asked Gon not to worry. The princess said that she would stay and fight with them because it was the only way. Gon understood their decision and asked them to be careful. It was then that the monk and Jinha met the demonic people for the first time. In battle, Jinha quickly realized that the enemies were self-confident and very aggressive. The monk still had not fully recovered from his wounds, so his situation was difficult. But Jinha, being an officer of the Imperial Army, decided that even if the enemies were demonic creatures, she would be able to deal with them. However, the fighting skills of these demonic people were crude and substandard. Their aggressiveness and explosive nature exceeded all Jinha's expectations. The enemies were on a completely different level compared to the Chaos Sect thugs. One of the demonic people, addressing Jinha, noted that they are ordinary travelers, not considering her a special enemy, paying attention to her combat skills. It was Black Snake Wuongak asking them who they were. Arkan and Jinha immediately understood that before them was a real master of his craft. Black Snake expressed his surprise as they struck so quickly, as if they had expected this ambush. He noticed that the monk he thought was an ordinary student from a remote temple uses Shaolin martial arts, and the woman he thought was a simple bodyguard possessed the technique of the storm sword of the imperial court. Black Snake suspected that this was not just a body with the traitorous blood of the 9 yin. He asked if it was a secret that no one knew about, hinting at something more. Then he ordered his men to capture the noblewoman and the girl alive. If they resisted, he allowed them to cut off several limbs. Arkan was not going to let this happen, and was ready to fight to prevent them from passing. One of the demonic warriors jumped up, saying that the monk would not be able to stop them. At this moment, Arkan realized that he could not afford to betray his principles and had to act according to his duty. He knew that even if he had to burn all his pure energy, he would not back down. The earth suddenly shuddered, and a voice appeared asking Arkan to leave. A swordsman stood in front of him, ready to defend him. With one movement of the sword, an incredibly powerful energy spread around. The energy of this sword was so strong that it pushed the aggressor back, even though he was holding two spears in his hands. It was one of the secret agents of the intelligence organization of the court, who was part of the Hidden Dragon Squad, under the number 31. He apologized to Sol for being late. Hidden Dragon number 24 asked her if she was hurt. She smiled and replied that she was saved thanks to them, thanking them for their help. The Hidden Dragon explained that they were late, because they had to destroy the 5 who were standing guard near the guest yard. Now there are only a few enemies that they have already dealt with. The Hidden Dragon did not hold back his power as he attacked. He hit the scoundrel who was barely on his feet. The Black Snake could not understand who this stranger was, who interfered with the actions of the true court and demanded that he name himself. The Hidden Dragon raised his sword and said that was a stupid question. He didn't have a name to tell a mere demonic man about. After these words, the Black Snake became angry, and due to the excessive release of energy, his body paid off with flames. His strength increased several times, and his speed became incredible. When their weapons collided, there was a bright flash from the impact. At the same time, Gon was on the street defending himself from the Tiger Claw attacks by fighting another enemy. There were a lot of blows, and Gon had to quickly place his sword to defend himself. The Red Snake only got hotter during this fight. His energy became more and more intense. It seemed that he was only getting stronger and faster by the minute. Gon noticed that his opponent's strength was gradually increasing, but he understood that it would soon decline. The Red Snake jumped up, waving its claws, threatening to kill him right now. Full of air, Gon lightly ran his hand over his sword, ready for the next strike. Red Snake held his breath as he felt how Gon's energy was affecting his body. At that moment, the energy almost completely dissolved around the Red Snake, weakening it. Gon was surprised because he was able to neutralize the demonic enemy he met in the eastern mountains using his instinct. Red Snake realized that Gon was implying that he was the one who killed Black Snake then. Gon now sees Red Snake creating chaos around him and questions the true purpose of their plan. He also wondered why they were trying to kidnap a girl with traitorous 9 yin blood. The Red Snake laughed and explained that the treacherous blood of the 9 yin is a fate in which a person does not live even to middle age. Because this blood has become useful to the true cult, it can be considered part of their power, said the Red Serpent. This is the true destiny of this orphan, he explained, and asked Gon to just give the girl away now. But Gon pointed his sword at him and said that today he will make him beg for something else about his painless death.